in Green's Jungles, Book of the Short Sun, Volume 2, by Gene Wolfe. Copyright 2000 by Gene Wolfe. Read by John Horton.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress Annotation. In this sequel to On Blue's Waters, RC 51139, Horn's quest for the lost charismatic hero Silk has taken him from the blue world to the jungles of the humid green, a planet with a dying red sun and populated by alien Inhumai blood drinkers and their human slaves. 2000. From the book jacket. Gene Wolfe's In Green's Jungles is the second volume of his major new fiction, The Book of the Short Sun, building it toward a strange and seductive climax. It is again narrated by Horn, who has embarked on a quest from his home on the planet Blue in search of the heroic leader Paterus Silk. By the end of On Blue's Waters, the question of Horn's identity has been raised by references to changes in his physique. Now Horn's identity has become ambiguous, a complex question embedded in the vivid and intriguing story, whose telling is itself complex, shifting from place to place, present to past. Horn recalls visiting the Whirl, the enormous spacecraft in orbit that brought the settlers from Earth, and going thence to the planet Green, home of the blood-drinking alien Inhumai. There he led a band of mercenary soldiers, answered to the name of Rajan, and later became the ruler of a city-state. He has also encountered the mysterious aliens, the Neighbors, who once inhabited both Blue and Green. At some point, he died. His personality now seemingly inhabits a different body, so that even his sons do not recognize him, and people mistake him for Silk, to whom he now bears a remarkable resemblance. The next volume, Return to the Whirl, will conclude this extraordinary masterwork. About the author. Gene Wolfe has won the World Fantasy Award for Life Achievement, as well as the Nebula Award, the World Fantasy Award, the John W. Campbell Memorial Award, the British Fantasy Award, and the Prix Apollo. He and his wife Rosemary live in Barrington, Illinois. Other books by Gene Wolfe. Novels: The Fifth Head of Cerberus, The Devil in a Forest, Peace, Free Live Free, The Earth of the New Sun, Soldier of the Mist, Soldier of Arete, There Are Doors, Castle View, Pandora by Holly Hollander. Novellas: The Death of Dr. Island, 7 American Nights. Collections: Endangered Species, Stories from the Old Hotel, Castle of Days, The Island of Dr. Death and Other Stories, Strange Travelers. The Book of the New Sun, Shadow and Claw, comprising the shadow of the torturer and the claw of the conciliator, Sword and Citadel, comprising the sword of the lictor and the citadel of the autarch. The Book of the Long Sun, Nightside the Long Sun, Lake of the Long Sun, Chaldee of the Long Sun, Exodus from the Long Sun. Respectfully dedicated to Maddie and Becca. Proper names in the text. Many of the persons and places mentioned in this book first appeared in the Book of the Long Sun, to which the reader is referred. In the following list, the most significant names are given in capitals, less significant names in italics. Colonel Abanja, in italics. Generalissimo Sayus, in italics, Chief Intelligence Officer. Captain Adatta, in italics. In cantos, in caps, Chief Female Subordinate at the Battle of Blanco, in caps. Afito, in italics. In Clitos, in caps, Coachman. Ateno, in italics. In cantos, host in Blanco, a stationer. Orc, in italics. The thief who led a party of colonists from Viron, in caps, to Green, in caps. Babby, in italics. A huss given to Horn, in caps, by Mucor, in italics. Badur, in italics, the guard who leaves his post to take Incanto, Hyde, in caps, Jolly, in caps, Mora, in caps, and others to his officer. Bala, in italics, Sinews, in caps, wife. Colonel Bello, in italics, an officer in the horde of Blanco. Blanco, a town on blue founded by colonists from Grandecita, in italics. Blue, the better of the two habitable planets of the short sun, in caps, system. Bricco, in italics, a small child cared for by Fava, in caps. Bruna, in italics, a docile mule belonging to Inclito. Cantoro, in italics, a merchant of Blanco. Casco, in italics, a jealous suitor long ago. Chaku, in italics, a mercenary from Gaon, in italics. Chenille, in italics, the wife who accompanied Orc to Green. Chrasmologic Writings, in italics, the sacred book revered in Viron. Comus, in italics, a minor god. Passes jester. Cugino, in italics, the woodcutter who makes a staff for Incanto. Cuoyo, in italics, the name by which Hyde is known in Blanco. Decina, in italics, the cook at Inclito's farm. Denfro, in italics, a young man who fell in love with a strega long ago. Echo, in italics, one of the messengers chosen by Inclito. Evensong, in italics, the concubine who stowed away on Incanto's boat. Fava, a house guest at Inclito's, Mora's playmate. Gallardo, in italics, an astronomer of Soldo, in caps. Gaon, in italics, a large and prosperous town southeast of Blanco. Joyoso, in italics, one of Salika's, in italics, unlucky husbands. Gorak, in italics, a mercenary sergeant. Grandecita, a skyland city of the long sun whorl, in caps. Green, the worst of the habitable planets of the short sun system. Corporal Hammerstone, in italics, a soldier in the army of Viron. Hyde, one of Horn's twin sons. Hyrax, in italics, the god of death in the long sun whorl. Hoof, in italics, Hyde's brother, one of Horn's twin sons. Horn, a paper maker of New Viron, in caps, appointed to bring silk, in caps, to blue. Hyacinth, in italics, a beautiful woman of Viron, Silk's wife. Incanto, the name by which the former Rajan, in italics, of Gaon is known in Blanco, also the name of Inclito's older brother who died in infancy. Inclito, the leading citizen of Blanco. Jolly, the first of the Inhumai rescued by Incanto and Evensong. Lieutenant Carabin, in italics, a mercenary officer. Karn, in italics, a 2-year-old boy, Sinew's son. Crate, in italics, the Inhumu who rescued Horn from a pit. Captain Cupus, in italics, the leader of the mercenaries. Legaro, in italics, the ambassador sent by Novella Citta, in italics. Lizard, in caps, an island north of New Viron, the site of Horn's mill. Long Sun Whorl, the interior of the Whorl, in caps. Maliki, in italics, the title of the ruler of Sinew's village, used here as a proper name. Mamelta, in italics, a sleeper wakened by Mucor and rescued by Silk. Mano, in italics, a popular young trooper in the horde of Blanco. Matra Marble, in italics, the former Sibyl who accompanied the colonists Blue and resumed her vocation there, a chem. Marrow, in italics, a magnate of New Viron. Matra Mint, in italics, the heroine of Viron's revolution, also known as General Mint. Mora, a girl in her early teens, Inclito's daughter. General Morello, in italics, the commander of the horde of Soldo. The Mother, in italics, a sea goddess of blue akin to Scylla. Mucor, a woman possessing paranormal powers. Marble's granddaughter. Nadar, in italics, a madman in Sinew's village. Nadi, in italics, a river flowing past Gaon. Neighbors, in italics, the name by which the sentient native race is known on Blue's western continent, the vanished people, in italics. Nettle, in italics, Horn's wife, the mother of Sinew, Hoof, and Hide. New Viron, the town on Blue founded by colonists from Viron. Novella Città, a smaller town near Soldo. Olivine, in italics, a young chem of Viron, the handicapped daughter of Marble and Hammerstone. Olmo, in italics, a smaller town near Soldo. Honorifica, in italics, the kitchen maid at Inclitos. Oreb, in caps, a night chough, in Canto's pet bird. The outsider, in caps, the god of gods. Pajaroku, in italics, a phantom town on Blue's western continent. Pas, in italics, the father of the gods of the long sun whorl. Perito, in italics, a hired hand on Inclito's farm. Pig, in italics, a friend of Encanto's in the long sun whorl. Patera Pike, in italics, an elderly augur of Viron long dead. Poliso, in italics, a foreign town near Blanco. Councillor Poto, in italics, Viron's spy master. Caria, in italics, Sinew's village on Green. Quadrifons, in italics, an aspect of the outsider in the long sun whorl. Petera Quetzal, in italics, the Inhumu who became prolocutor of Viron, long dead. Rajan, in caps, the title of the ruler of Gaon, used here as a proper name. Red Sun Whorl, in italics, the distant planet on which Rigolio, in italics, was born. Patera Remora, in italics, the head of the Vironese faith on Blue. Duco Rigolio, the ruler of Soldo. Remando, in italics, one of the messengers chosen by Inclito. Private Remo, in italics, a trooper in the horde of Blanco. Salika, Inclito's elderly mother. Sborso, in italics, a hired hand on Inclito's farm. Schiamazza, in italics, an elderly servant in Salika's girlhood home. Scleroderma, in italics, one of the colonists from Viron, now dead. Scylla, a goddess of the long sun whorl, the patroness of Viron, and a frequent visitor to Encanto's dreams, also a sea monster of the red sun whorl. Sea Rack, in caps, the one-armed woman Horn left behind in Pajaroku. Captain Cefido, in italics, an officer of Soldo. Shork, in italics, a 3-year-old boy, Sinew's son. Short Sun, the star whose rising begins each new day on Blue and Green, the whorl is in orbit around it. Patera Silk, the Chaldee of Viron at the time the colonists left for Blue, also called Chaldee Silk. Sinew, the oldest of Horn's sons who followed him to Pajaroku. Generalissimo Sayuf, the commander of the horde of Trivegonte, in italics. Soldo, the largest of the towns established by colonists from Grandecita. Soleno, in italics, one of Salika's unlucky husbands. Spider, in italics, a spy-catcher of Viron. Sun Street Quarter, in italics, the district served by Silk's Mantion. Colonel Terzo, in italics, an officer of Soldo. Phelxiopea, in italics, a goddess of the long sun whorl. Torda, in italics, Inclito's chambermaid. Trivegonte, the city that intervened in Viron's revolution. Turco, in italics, a favored suitor long ago. Ugolo, in italics, a magnate of Blanco. Urbanita, in italics, a neighbor of Volantes, in italics. Ushuja, in italics, a passenger on the lander that brought Horn to Green. Sergeant Valico, in italics, a trooper in the horde of Blanco. Vanished people, Blue's sentient native race, the neighbors. Viron, the city of the long sun whorl in which Silk, Horn, and Nettle were born. Colonel Vivo, in italics, an officer in the horde of Blanco. Volanta, Incanto's hostess in Blanco, Ateno's wife. Volto, in italics, an unpopular trooper in the horde of Blanco. Lieutenant Warren, in italics, a mercenary officer. Water Street, in italics, an avenue in Blanco bordering the river. Whorl, the generation ship from which the colonists came. Lieutenant White, in italics, a mercenary officer. Master Ziphius, in italics, an elderly fencing master of Viron. Lieutenant Zepter, in italics, a mercenary officer. Zita, in italics, Inclito's wife and Mora's mother, long dead. 27th day of the mobilization. To my dear friend and counselor Incanto, Olmo has fallen. There can be no doubt of it. Our scouts have seen the Duco's pennant at the base camp. I myself saw a dead trooper in purple and maroon not 2 hours ago. Dragoons of the bodyguard are here, and the rest close behind. We bear ourselves like men, but you must be braced for the blow. I clawed you like a devil for supplies, I know. No more. Take Ramando's mules and mule drivers. Ramando, too. They are the only help I can give you. Advice. You know I tried to save the northern farms. We shared meat and salt in Canto. Listen to me. They are finished. Take what you can and leave them to their fate. These greybeards, these women and boys you found arms for, they may fight or make a show of it from the walls. If you march north with them, the Duco's cavalry will cut them to pieces in half an hour. Whatever happens, do not allow them out of the gates. Show the guns on the walls, call a truce, and take the terms Regolio offers. Write at once if you have word of Mora. If I fall, do what you can for my mother. Also Torda and Honorifica. Shed no tears for your discourteous friend, Inclito. Especially Torda and my mother. I. 1. A new beginning. I have paper again, and there is still a lot of ink in the little bottle. Besides, the man who owns the shop would give me more ink if I asked for it, I feel certain. Strange how much a quire of writing paper can mean to a man who has made such quantities of it. This town is walled. I have never seen a whole town with a wall before. It is not a big wall. I have seen others much higher. But it goes all the way around, except where the river comes in and goes out. I do not think this is the same river we had in the south. This one flows fast, but silently. Or perhaps it is simply that the noises of the town keep me from hearing the river. Its water is dark. It seems angry. Our lazy southern river always smiled and sometimes laughed aloud, showing a froth of white lace underskirt where it tumbled over rocks. There were crocodiles in it, or at least what we called crocodiles, sleek and shining emerald lizards with 8 legs and jaws like traps. They seemed indolent as Noddy herself when they basked on the banks in the sunlight, but their doubly forked blue tongues flicked in and out like flames. I do not think they are really the same as the crocodiles on the Whorl, although it may be that every animal of the kind is entitled to the name, like bird. Which reminds me that I ought to write that Oreb is with me still, perching on my shoulder or the head of my staff, which he likes even better. I washed my clothes in this river before we reached the town. I saw a few fish, but no crocodiles of either sort. A woodcutter cut my staff for me. I still remember his name, which was Cugino. I don't believe I ever met a better-intentioned man, or found a stranger more friendly. He was the first human being I had seen in days, so I was very glad to see him. I helped him load his donkey, and asked to borrow his axe long enough to cut myself a staff. I had already tried using the Azoth, although I did not tell him so. It shattered the wood to kindling. He would not hear of it. He, Cugino, was the ultimate authority when it came to staffs, and to sticks of every kind. Everybody in the village came to him, and to him alone, whenever they wanted a staff. He would cut me a staff himself. He personally would select the wood and trim it in the right way. Everything for you. The wood, how high, where you hold it, everything. You stand up straight for me. He measured me with his eyes, with his hands, and at last with his axe, so that I know now that I am twice the height of Cugino's axe, and an axe head over. Tall, tall, although I am not, or at least I am not unusually tall. He stood with his head to the left, the tip of one big calloused forefinger at the corner of his mouth. I feel certain that my friend in the south never looked a tenth so impressive when he was planning a battle. I got it! He clapped his hands, the sound of a plank slapped against another. We tied his donkey, still loaded, poor beast, and walked some distance into the forest, to a huge tree embraced by a vine thicker than my wrist. 2 mighty blows from the axe severed its stem twice, and a third, a thick branch at the top of the severed portion. Big vine, Cugino told me with as much pride as if he had planted it. Strong, like me. He displayed the muscle in his arm, which was indeed impressive. Not stiff. He tore the section that he had cut off the tree, which must have been thanking him with all its heartwood, and tried to snap it over his knee, muscles bulging. He's a bender, see? He's unbreakable. I ventured that it looked awfully big. I'm not through. His powerful fingers ripped away the corky bark, and in something less than half a minute I had a staff whose right-angled top came to my chin, a staff that was nearly straight and as smooth as glass. I still have it. The staff itself belongs to me, but its angled top is Orib's, who chides me now. Fish heads? Fish heads? Pointing to the river, I tell him to fish for himself, as I know he can. I would not object to eating, but I can eat after shade-low, assuming that I can find food. This sunlight is nicely slanted for writing, which is to say that the sun is halfway down the sky. Here beside the river the air is cool and moves not quite enough to be called a breeze, not enough to stir a sail, in other words, but enough to dry my ink. What could be better? Before I forget, I ought to say that what my very good friend Cugino called a vine was what we called a liana on Green. Green is a whorl made for trees, and Green's trees have solved every problem but that one. One might almost call it a whorl made by trees, which cover every part of it except the bare rock of its mountain tops and cliffs, and its poles, or whatever the regions of ice should be called. And the trees are working on them. In the whorl we had the East Pole and the West Pole, pylons with the long sun stretched between them. Thus we speak here, and on Green too, of a fictional West Pole to which the short sun travels, and an equally fictitious East Pole where it is imagined to originate. From a lander one sees that none of this is true. There are no such places. Instead of being cylindrical, as we like to think of them, the colored whorls are spherical, and each might be said to have an equally imaginary pole at the top and bottom. That is to say, that if some scholar were to build models to illustrate them, he would find it necessary to run little axles up through them so that they would turn properly, and if these axles were permitted to protrude at the top as well as at the bottom, they would have the appearance of poles to the people whose whorls they held up. A man named Inclito sat down next to me while I was writing that last. We fell to talking, as 2 men will who have nothing better to do than sun themselves like crocodiles at a sunny autumn afternoon, our tongues flicking in our mouths fast enough, if not quite so spectacularly. He began our conversation naturally enough by asking what I was writing, and I confessed that it was foolishness, which this certainly is. Wisdom, he corrected me. You are a wise man. Every one sees it. Such a wise man would not write foolishness. Would a wise man write at all? I asked him. To tell the truth, I simply wanted to ask him an inoffensive question to keep him talking, and hit upon that one. Without batting an eye, he returned it to me. Would one, master? I had not expected to be addressed in such a fashion, but it seems to be the custom here. At home it usually meant a teacher such as Master Xiphias, the owner of a dog, or the leader of a band of musicians. I said, a wise man might write, but he wouldn't write as I do. That is to say, he wouldn't record the events of his life. He would consider that they might be read by some innocent person who would laugh himself into fits. A wise man never harms another unless he intends to harm. That is well said. Inclito drew himself up. I am an old trooper myself. I told him respectfully that it was a most honorable occupation, but had never been mine. "You have a wound." I glanced down, afraid that the wound in my side was bleeding again and staining my robe. "There, too? I meant your eye. I must get a rag to wear over that, as Pig did." Seeing my expression, Enclito continued, "I'm sorry. It's not good to be reminded." His own wide, square face is disfigured, too, but by some skin disorder. It is not the sort of face that appeals to women. But courage, honesty, strength, and intelligence show in it very plainly. As I sit here waiting for him to take me to dinner, I know very little about him. But from what I saw and heard, I think it likely that he is a man who has borne heavy responsibilities for a long time, and has driven himself harder than he drives others. We talked for an hour or more, each of us trying to draw the other out. I doubt that there is any point in giving all of that here. I said as little as possible about myself because I did not want him to know what a hash I have made of my task. Enclito was at least as reticent, I would guess because he has a horror of boasting. "As long as you're here," he told me, smiling, "you've got to think about me when you pass water. Our sewers? They're mine." "You designed them?" "I made some sketches. We built them, but they didn't work." He chuckled. "So we tore up my sketches and did them over." He seems to have been a military officer as well. "You walked here." I had told him that I had. "Where are you going to have dinner tonight?" "I doubt that I will." "Ora, be quiet. I certainly hadn't planned on eating anywhere." "You think I want you to eat in my sewers?" He chuckled again. "In my house. All right, 7. You can come at 7? I said that I would come at 7 gladly if he would tell me where it was. "It's a long way. I bring you myself. Where are you staying?" Staying was vague enough for me to stretch its meaning a trifle, and I told him that I was staying at the shop where I was given this paper, and supplied the name of the little street. "I know the place. Ateno, he's putting you up?" "I hope, at least, that he won't drive me away." Enclito laughed. He has a good, loud, booming laugh. "I show you my sewers if he does. One I got never gets wet. Would make a good place to sleep. I pick you up at 6, all right? Where you're staying." So here I am. It is not 6 yet, but I have nothing better to do, and the shopkeeper, who is very obliging, lets me sit in his window and scribble away. I suppose I am a sort of living advertisement. I have swept his floors again, as I did for my quire of paper, dusted off everything, and rearranged a few little items on his shelves that were in some disorder, the tasks of my boyhood. I would like to tie his bundles of quills for him as I did for my father, but he has already tied them all himself. I wish I could charge as much for our paper as he charges for his. Nettle and I would be rich. What Enclito said about his sewers here reminded me most unpleasantly of the great sewer on Green, underneath the city of the Inhumai. If I am going to chronicle my misadventures, which is what I seem to have been doing, I ought to include that one, the most horrible. Sinew and the rest were asleep. I was sitting up and thinking over Crate's brief visit when the neighbor came. He opened the door and left it standing open behind him, and I was so busy wondering whether I should wake the others and urge them to escape while they could, that I found it hard to answer him sensibly. "You are a friend of ours?" He smiled and pointed to Sirach's ring. His voice was thrilling in a way I cannot describe. No matter what he said, it was as though he were telling me that all the bad things that had ever befallen me had been tricks. "Yes," I said. "I mean, I would like to be." He smiled again. Although his face was shadowed by the brim of his hat, I could see his teeth flash. "Then will you open a sewer for us? We ask your help." With every fibre of my being I wanted to say that I would gladly toil in his sewer for the remainder of my life, if that was what he wanted. What I said instead was, "I can't. We're prisoners here." Since I could see the open door beyond, and to some extent through him, it was an extraordinarily stupid remark. He glanced at it. "It is true that your captors may be angry with you." "I hope— Well, it really doesn't matter, but I don't like leaving my friends here. Can we take them with us?" He shook his head. "I didn't think so. My son?" "No." By that time we were out the door, which he slammed noisily behind us. "That will wake them up," I muttered. Privately, I was afraid that it would bring an inhumu. He said, "We want to wake all of you up." "To our danger, you mean? It's much too late for that. We know it now." I explained to him how we had taken the lander and how the Inhumai had recaptured us when we landed. "To your safety," he said when I had finished. Now that I understand Crate's secret, I understand his remark as well. But at the time I had no notion of what he meant. We went out a narrow door into an empty courtyard, and from the courtyard into the street. There were two luminous bodies in the night sky that were too large for stars. They seemed to engender shadows, vague and diffuse for the most part, but occasionally deep, without actually giving light. I mean, of course, that they conveyed that impression. "Are you afraid of enclosed places, or of underground places? Many of you are." "I don't know. I haven't been in one for a long time." As soon as I spoke, I recalled the pit from which Crate had saved me, and I said, "Except for one, and I was afraid of that one because I couldn't get out of it." He looked at me thoughtfully. Written down as I have just now written it, it sounds silly. I could not see his face well enough to read its expression. I should say only that he turned his face toward me and appeared to study me for several seconds. "You can get out of this sewer," he told me, "provided you do not drown." "That's good." "If you are frightened, there will be nothing to prevent you from leaving before the sewer is open again. Will you do that?" "I suppose I might. I'll try not to. Aren't you coming with me?" "No," he told me. After that we walked in silence for a long time, a time in which we passed several streets, 4 or 5 at least. This was in the city of the Inhumai, and although it was late at night, it is at night that they are most active, on Green as here. It seemed strange to me then that we did not see more of them, and that they did not see us, but I know now that those who were active were seeking blood, and expected to find none in their city. "I could go with you," the neighbor told me. "I could open the sewer myself without your help. It is only fair that I tell you that." I said, "In that case, I'm doubly grateful to you for freeing me." "If I were to help you, it would become clogged again." He was waiting for me to speak, so I nodded. "So it seems to me, though I may be mistaken. It will almost certainly become clogged again, even if you do as we ask. That is the most probable outcome, unfortunately." "But not for years, perhaps," I suggested. "That is correct, and does not matter. What does matter is that it may never be clogged again if you open it." I believe I smiled, and I am afraid I smiled bitterly. "Do you think I've got miraculous powers?" "If you do not know," he told me solemnly, "I do not know." We turned into a building even less whole than most of the buildings in that ruinous city, a roofless shell whose floors were littered everywhere with broken stones, and I asked whether we could get into the sewer from there. "No. We could have entered the sewer from the underground room in which you were confined, and the point at which you will enter it is a long way from here. Would you object if I were to touch your face? I consider it advisable." I consented, and he anointed both sides of it with a sweet-smelling oil whose perfume seemed to me to come from a whirl more distant than the 3 I knew of. It suggested strange thoughts so overpowering at the time as to be waking dreams. That may have been its purpose. I have been talking with the stationer. His name is Ateno, as Enclito said. I asked whether it would be all right for me to sleep here in his shop tonight, and promised I would take nothing without his permission. He says he will make up a little bed for me, by which I assume he means he will loan me blankets. Quite a change. Still, I am not sorry that I left our blankets with the girl from Han, although I have been sleeping in my robe ever since. I tore it in 2 places going through the forest, but that good woman mended it for me. Ateno says that Enclito is a very important man. He was terribly impressed when I told him that Enclito was coming for me. He asked whether I could do things. I was not sure what he meant by it, and told him I could do a few, at which he looked wise and went away. "Good man," says Oreb. Here I feel the way that the neighbors must feel around us. We are ready to believe that they are practically minor gods, that they know everything and possess all manner of mysterious powers. But they must seem perfectly ordinary to themselves. The one I have been writing about, he never told me his name, said to me at one point, "You think that I know everything about you and your son?" I denied it. I thought the neighbors I spoke with on Blue might have told you about me, that's all. "You seemed the most likely," he said, and did not say what it was I was most likely to do or to be. When the bronze tablet opened and I saw the swords, I hesitated to touch them. "Will you choose?" he asked me, "or should I choose for you?" I said that it would be better for him to choose, since I did not know who or what I was going to fight. "I hope you won't have to fight at all. I don't think that you will. Do you want me to choose for you anyway?" "I'm sure you must know more about these than I do." He nodded and selected one. "It would be easy to sketch, but I do not believe it will prove easy to describe. Let me try." The blade was black, I suppose with age. I do not think the designs on it were writing, but I cannot guess what they were. It was widest toward the point and sharply pointed. It narrowed toward the hilt in a concave curve, which gave it something of the appearance of a sickle, in spite of its straight back. But I have described it as I saw it when I drew it. I ought to have written first that it was in a black sheath of some hard, warm material I did not recognize, to which was attached a sword belt of many thin straps. Do you like it?" I had unsheathed it before he spoke, and was looking at the blade. I said, "It feels like a piece of my arm." The sun is up, and I should look for another place to sleep. I slept very little last night, Clito having brought me back here very late, and I having eaten too much of his good dinner. It was the first meal I have eaten since the soup in Cugino's village, I believe, and so I told myself that I would have to be careful, and found that I had not been careful enough when it was too late to do anything about it. Silk told us once that experience is a wonderful teacher, but one whose lessons come too late. I have found that true all my life. Clito drove up in a carriage, as I should say, and I got into it with him as soon as I had written arm, still waving the sheet to dry the ink. "You have the bird," Clito said. He sounded pleased. I said something about not being able to escape him, to which Oreb himself contributed, "Bird, stay." "When I saw you at the river you had the bird, but it flew away. I thought I was wrong. It was not your bird." "I'm his, if anything," I told Clito, which is the simple truth. "The people here," he laughed self-consciously, "they think you're a witch. It's because of your bird. They believe these things." I said that they had been very kind to me, and that although I had been among them only 2 days, I was already very fond of them. "People here enjoy their lives," I explained to Clito, not particularly clearly, "and people who do are always good people, even when they're bad people. They like you, too, but your clothes frighten them. The black color." "This?" I was about to tell him it was an augur's robe, but there seemed little point in saying so. "They think it means you hurt people if you want to. Your bird's black, too, red like blood." "Good bird." Clito smiled. "That's what they hope. A good bird. Witches got pet animals. Cats, mostly, only not all the time. Familiares, you know?" He looked at me inquiringly, and I shook my head. "It means the animals in the witch's family. Sometimes it's really his father or his mother, something like that. You think it's funny, so do I. I got a pet, too, a horse. Not one of those. He's not my father, just my horse." I repeated that Oreb wasn't mine. "You got that white hair, so they think sometimes you hurt people, maybe, but bad people," he laughed, "even if they're good." I told him that I was too weak and sick to hurt anyone, and that I had no weapons in any case. It was a lie, of course, but the truth was, and is, that I have no intention of using Hyacinth's Azoth. By that time we had reached the town gate, I believe. It was closed and barred, as he tells me it always is after Shadlow, but the guards saluted him and opened it as soon as he reined up. As we clattered through, he said very positively, "I asked you to dinner because I like you." Oreb muttered, "Good man." I nodded, having no doubts about that. "You're here. You want to eat. I want to feed you. But there's more." I said I was afraid of that. "You got no reason. I want our people to see you with me. Then they think you're on our side, so they don't hurt you. What's wrong with that?" "Nothing," I told him. "In fact, it's very kind of you. I understand the open carriage now, and you're driving so that both of us are seated up here." He laughed again, such a loud and booming laugh that I half expected it to be echoed by the dark fields around us. "I always drive myself. I got a coachman to do the work, but I drive. I like it. I like the open air. I like the sun, the wind." "So do I, in fine weather like this. May I ask who's on the other side?" "Soldo and a couple others." And Leto waved them away as beneath his contempt. "We fight like brothers. You know how that is." "I've had some experience of it." "Most towns, they're the only one from wherever they came from up there." He pointed with the whip. "Where the sun goes clear across the sky." "Along San Juan." "That's right. Where you come from, they got any other towns down here?" "Not on Blue." "That's right," he repeated. "With us, it's different. A lot come. Different landers. The leaders, they're different, too. All of us from Grandecita, though. It's a real big place." "I suppose it must be." "Too many for one town, anyway. So 4. Ours is Blanco. You say you like it, so do I. What I like most, the people run it. No duco. We get together, talk things over, and we decide. There's some people nobody listens to, though. Know how that is? And some who are heard with respect." "You're a wise man. I know that already. In Soldo they got a Duco Rigolio. He wants to tell us what to do. We don't like it. He's got a lot of troopers, and he's trying to get more. Give them land, huh? Silver, horses, whatever they want. He's got a lot. Trouble is, there's not too many for him to hire. You know Silk?" This last was said with an intonation I did not entirely understand. "I knew him once." "I see." Neglecting his horses for a moment, he turned his head to look at me. "I'm not going to ask you your name." Thinking of Pig, I asked him to suggest a good one. "You want me to?" "Why not?" I said. "You must know a great many." "Encanto. You like it? Make people like you." I nodded. "Then my name is Encanto. Did you hear that, Orb? Pay attention." "Smart bird." "I hope so." And Leto said, "You want to fight me?" "No," I told him. "Of course not." "I don't want to fight you either." He dropped his whip into its mounting, took the reins in his left hand, and offered me his right, which I accepted. "Then I tell you," he said, "I had a brother with that name. He's dead. He's just a little baby when he dies. My mother, she remembers, and maybe she likes you for it. I don't remember. I'm not born then. Only his stone." "In Grandecita." "That's right. We come. The dead, they stay. Maybe not always, though. We read about Silk here. There's a book." I nodded. "We think probably he's dead. Then bang!" He cracked his whip over the horses' backs. "This Silk, he's in some town way down south. Mountain town they call Gaon. He's hiring men to fight for him, troopers. So there's nobody for Duco Rigolio." And Leto laughed again, this time softly. "I tell my family, I say, 'Silk's here. He's come to help us.' I don't know how he knows about us in Canto." "I doubt that he does." "You're hurt. Not your eye. Newer, under your clothes. Maybe a dog bite, huh?" I told him it was not. "Could be a needler." I shook my head. "Or a slug, maybe." When I said nothing, Inclito added, "You're a lucky man. Man that's hit by a slug, usually he dies. Silk's like you. That's what his book says. He's not a trooper, but he fights too. He's got a needler sometimes, or with his stick." He tapped mine with the shaft of his whip. "I'm not Silk, whatever you may think. I don't want to lie to you." "I don't make you, Encanto. You're my brother, but we don't fight." He launched into an account of his military career, which had been extensive. When we had driven half a league or more, he said, "I want your advice here, Encanto, your help. Maybe you don't know why I do that." I could offer several guesses. "You don't have to. I'll tell you. I give everybody in Blanco advice, how to train, how to fight. We have the meetings, I told you. It's called the Corpo, when we all come together. They want to know. I reach into my head and I tell them." He gestured, pretending to pull something from his ear. Now I got no more. It's empty up there. So I ask you. Wise man, Oreb muttered, and took wing, soaring over pasture and wood. I said, then my first piece of advice is that you resist the temptation to ask the advice of those less familiar with the situation than yourself. Good advice. Enclito clucked to his horses and made a little show of looking thoughtful. I can't ask your advice about the war in the South. You don't know nothing about that? Much less than you do, I'm sure. Nearly a week had passed since I had heard any news. If I was to tell you what worries me— He paused as the carriage jolted along a particularly bad stretch. If I was to tell you, maybe I could think better. It's this Silk. Not in the book. A real man. I agreed. He's been hiring troopers to help fight. I said that? He has. Mercenaries. I knew there was a word. You know something about them, I can see that. He'll win, this real man they call Silk. His town will win. These mercenaries he hires will have to look for somebody new to collect from. Will he let them keep the slug guns he gives them? He does this in the book in Canto. You think maybe he'll do it again? I said I would imagine that most of them have slug guns already. As for those who don't and may be given them, I simply have no idea. It would be Harry Mao's decision. They're risky either way, these mercenaries, Enclito mused, whether they got slug guns or not. You'll say hire them yourself, but they're risky to the one that hires them, too, and we can't. We're not rich. Is Duco Regolio? Pretty rich. Enclito cracked his whip. He gets it from his people. I recalled Councillor Loris's scheme, although I said nothing about it then. If you can't hire the mercenaries yourself, I doubt that it will prove possible to prevent the Ducos hiring them. Enclito nodded gloomily. You may, however, be able to postpone the fighting until he is no longer able to pay them. With more optimism than I felt, I continued, as soon as they're in his service, time will be on your side. You said he had enlisted the help of other towns against yours. Novella's Città and Olmo. They're farther than Soldo, and they got Ducos or something, too. That's one reason. I nodded to show I understood. What do they stand to gain if Duco Regolio wins? He leaves them alone, maybe. I think they're afraid of him. Enclito pointed with the whip. You see that hill? The night was clear, and green shone bright overhead. There is always something ghostly about an open, rolling landscape by green light, and I believe I have never been more conscious of it than I was last night. We can see my place from there. We're going to pull up there a while, and you can look at it. Is that the only purpose, to look at your house? I guess I got to tell you. He cracked his whip again, urging the horses to a faster trot, then dropped it across his lap and slapped his forehead. I'm a fool. I said, I have manifold reasons to doubt it. A fool thinking I got to tell what you already know. I'm afraid I got a spy in my house. Yes, I am. Your coachman? Enclito shook his head. He's a stupid one, so I don't think so. He shrugged and cracked his whip again over the sweating horses. Maybe he's stupid enough to take the Duco's cards, huh? Maybe he is. Since I'm going to have dinner with you and your family, thank you again for your invitation. It might be well for you to tell me who's in your house and whom you suspect. All right. We had reached the top of the hill, and Enclito reined up. In a minute I'm going to let them walk. It's better for them to walk a little when they're hot like this, not just stand around. I nodded. I got no wife. It's better I tell you that first, so you understand. When we leave Grande Città, she came with me. The lander you come on, some women died? Yes, quite a few women, and some men as well. And more children than all of the men and women combined. Please accept my very sincere condolences, however belated, upon the death of your wife. Enclito was silent for a moment. Then he inquired, Where's your bird? I have no idea. Scouting up the countryside, I imagine. He'll return when and if it suits him. It's better, maybe, that he's gone. That way my mother won't think you're a Strago. That's a witch, it's what she calls them. Enclito smiled as he spoke, teeth flashing in his dark face. But I sensed that what he said was to be taken seriously. Your mother lives with you?" He nodded. "I was going to tell who's in the house and who I can trust, so write off my mother and my daughter. Maybe there's a spy, huh? But if there is, he's not them. You see my house?" "If I'm looking at the correct one." It was not a single house, but a clutter of low, whitewashed buildings, half screened by a colonnade of graceful trees. "I got good land when we come." Enclito's broad shoulders rose and fell. "They feel sorry for me because my Zita dies. Then I help out everybody whenever I can. I help the town in a war, and after a while the corpo votes me some more. I can't use it, it's too far, so I trade with my neighbor, 2 for 1. He gets twice as much as he gives me." Enclito grinned for a moment. "Not a good bargain I make, huh? Always I'm a easy one when I do these things." Feeling that I understood, I said, "Was it good land that you got from him?" "Sure, just like mine, over there." He pointed. "What I give, it's not so good. A long way from Blanco, too, so I don't like it." I said nothing, listening to the stillness of the night and waiting for him to continue. "Back in Grandecita we got a wise saying. You must know a lot of them." "A few, perhaps. Maybe this is one. We say, if work's a good thing, why don't the rich take it? But I'm a rich man now, and I do. As much as I can, huh?" Enclito rattled the reins, and the horses ambled forward. "You still want to know who's in my house? Who do I trust?" "Yes, if you'll tell me." "The family is me, my mother, and my daughter. I said that." "You didn't say that was everyone." "It is. Everybody that's related to me. There's a friend of Mora's that's staying with us for now. Her father's away." "Mora is your daughter?" "That's right. Her friend is Fava. She'll be at the table with us. Seems like a nice girl." "Yet you suspect her?" Enclito raised both hands, still grasping the reins. "I've got to suspect somebody, but maybe there's nobody. You want the rest, all the names?" "Just tell me who they are for the present. I'll learn their names later as I require them." "All right. I got 3 men to help. One's the coachman we've been talking about. He's the oldest, a Fito. He's only a coachman when I want him to drive this for me. It's for my mother, mostly. She wants to go, or Mora, he gets cleaned up and takes her. He's not a smart man, but he's good with the horses. Like now. You see these horses, how wet?" I nodded. "I drive too hard, too fast. A Fito goes a little slower. He's got more left at the end. The other 2 is his nephews, a Fito's brothers' sprats. They're born out here, not like you and me." I nodded again. "Like I got the 3 men, my mother's got 3 women that help her, only she's really got 5, because Mora and Fava help sometimes." I asked what the 3 women servants did. "A woman to cook and 2 girls to help around the house. One helps in the kitchen mostly. That's honorifica. The other one washes floors and make up the beds, huh?" "I believe I understand. Where do the 3 men sleep?" "Where do they sleep?" "Yes, it's no great secret, is it? Do they sleep in the house?" Enclito shook his head, more in wonder, it seemed to me, than in denial. "In the big barn. They got a place like a little house in there that's just for them. I'll show you if you want to look." "After dinner, perhaps. We'll see. What about the 3 women? Where do they sleep?" "Not in there. That what you're thinking?" "I'm not thinking at all," I told him. "I simply want to know." "The cook in the kitchen. That's her bedroom, too, so I got to knock on the door if I want something late at night. Sometimes one of the girls sleeps in there with her, or sometimes one will sleep with my mother. If she's afraid she'll maybe be sick or need something, one will sleep in her room in a little bed we got in there. Or my daughter will, or even Fava." I said, "Suppose that your daughter is to sleep with your mother, and that the cook doesn't require company in the kitchen. Where would the other 3 sleep then?" Laying aside his whip, Enclito wiped the sweat from his big, smoothly curved head with one large hand. He is almost totally bald, as I should have said much earlier. "You want to stay with us tonight? There's 2 empty rooms. Torda can fix up a bed for you." "I'm not hinting, merely trying to find out how well placed each of these 3 women is to overhear your talk, to read your letters, and so forth," I explained. "Your coachman might overhear you talk with some friend while he drove you, for example. But hardly ever." "Exactly. Now we might conceivably hear your mother tell a friend of hers something you had told her, so we can't rule him out altogether. The other 2 men seem even less likely thus far. You believe that I may be Pater of Silk. May I tell you something the real Silk once said? Inflito nodded. That's a big thing, huh? I'd like to hear it. It's in the book you mentioned. Since you've read it, you presumably read this in it. Councillor Potto said that he loved mysteries, and Paper of Silk said that he did not, that he tried to put an end to them whenever he could. I've tried to be like him all my life. Also, you say you want my advice concerning the war you fear is about to start. Inflito nodded silently. I'll give you some right now. Find out who the spy is, if there is one. Do that as fast as you possibly can. Then turn that spy if it's feasible to do so. Use that spy to get false information to the Duco. All right, we'll try, Incandro. You and me. You got questions? Ask me anything. You indicated that there would be 5 of us at dinner, if I heard you right. You, your mother, your daughter, your daughter's friend Fava, and me. Who will serve it? Bring out our food. The girls. Honorifica and Torda. Uh-huh. Sometimes Decina will bring out the roast if it's a special one. Sometimes my mother will come help her if she's feeling good. Decina was the cook, but by that time we were almost at his door, and I really must sleep. 2. Stories before dinner. It is about the middle of the afternoon, I should judge, and I have had an unexpected visitor here at my barrel. I tried to make her as comfortable as I could. She did not complain, and in fact left me a little medallion she says is pure gold. I can still smell her perfume. But I should not rush ahead of events like this. I remember the Calde's palace in Old Viron very vividly, and so I found Inflito's house less impressive than many people must. To set down the truth here, as I must be careful to do in every instance whatsoever, it was less impressive than my own palace in Gaon as well, a palace and a manner of living that I am doing my utmost to forget. The core of the house is the ruin of a building of the vanished people, and is of stone. The remainder is of brick, of which Inflito is extremely proud. Outside, both stone and brick have been covered with stucco and whitewashed. Inside one sees the ancient grey stones and the new red bricks. To give the house its due, all the rooms I saw are large and possess a multitude of big windows. The outer walls are curved for the most part. The interior walls are generally straight. I got the impression that many had been exterior walls in their time, and that new and bigger rooms had been added as the whim seized the owner, or as funds became available. Despite hair as white as mine, his mother looked younger than I expected, although she is clearly unwell. None of her son's heavy, coarse features can have come from her. Her face is still smooth, and I would call it almond-shaped if it were not for her hollow cheeks. Her nose and mouth are small and delicate, the cheekbones delicate too, high and well-defined. It is dominated by her large dark eyes, which might almost be still living organs in the face of a corpse. Her granddaughter, Mora, is clearly her father's daughter, too large and too heavy-limbed and thick-waisted to be called attractive. To be fair, she carries herself well and seems quiet and intelligent, about 15. Her friend Fava is about half her size, looks blonde next to Mora, and is quite pretty. Fava is, or at least appears to be, several years younger. At first I thought her nervous and self-effacing. Inflito's mother welcomed me graciously, apologized for not rising, warned me that we had an hour or so to wait before dinner, and offered me a glass of wine, which I accepted gratefully, and which her son provided. "Our own from my own vines. What do you think?" I tasted it and pronounced it excellent, and in all honesty it was by no means bad. The daughter's friend Fava ventured, "You're a dervish? That's what Mora's father told us." "Then it must be true," I assured her. "But first of all, I'm a stranger here and unfamiliar with many of your local terms." The daughter Mora offered, "A wandering holy man." "Wandering, certainly, and a man. Hardly holy." "But you can tell us thrilling tales of far-off places," Inflito's mother suggested. "I could tell your granddaughter and her young friend about the Whirl, which is the only distant place I've ever been to that is genuinely worth knowing about, madam. But you and your son will already have done that, and much better than I ever could." Mora asked, "Where were you before you came here?" at which her father gave her a severe look. "In a little village a day's travel south of your town, where a woodcutter and his wife took me in." "This isn't a law court," Inflito rumbled. His mother smiled. "No more questions, we promise. I shall offer a remark, however, if I may. It is not intended to be offensive." I assured her that I was remarkably difficult to offend before dinner. "Well, if my Inclito, my famous one, had not told me about you first, I would have thought that you were a male witch when I caught sight of you. Ostrago, we would have said when I was a girl. That would have made me very happy, because I would have asked you for a charm for health when the moment was ripe. If you were Ostrago, you'd be a good one, I'm certain, with that face." "Then I wish I were, madam. I would be very happy to restore you to health if I could." "You could pray for her," Maura suggested. "I will. I do." Father smiled. It was a smile that seemed to me at once appealing and malicious, or at least mischievous. "I want to play the game, and I'm company, too. You're older than I am, though, Encanto. Will you play the game if I beg very prettily?" I smiled in return. I cannot help myself, although, like Inclito, I suspect her. "If it involves running or wrestling, I beg to be excused. Otherwise, I will play any game you wish, for as long as you wish it." "Oh, I can't run." Inclito's mother said, "It's a silly game, really, but we do it because we used to at home. Fava likes it because she always wins." "I don't. You won yourself last night." "All of you voted for me out of kindness," the older woman said. "They tell stories," Father explained to me. "And at the end everybody votes, only you can't vote for your own. The person who wanted to play has to go last." "Then I invite all of you to play with me," I said. "I'll need to hear your stories so that I'll know what sort of story I ought to tell." Father began to argue, but Inclito's mother silenced her with a trembling finger. "You must go first. I think it's by going last that you win so much." To me she added, "We mustn't interrupt. That's the chief rule we have in this. If you interrupt, you'll have to pay her a forfeit." Father's Adventure, The Washed Child. This happened 2 years ago, when a little group of us went to Soldo to visit our relatives there. They had a large farm. It wasn't as large as this one, or as rich as this one either, but it was bigger and richer than most of the farms in that part of the world. Bigger and richer than most of the farms here, for all of that. Now the farthest field of that farm was the last plowed land to the east. It was at the foot of a mountain, and beyond it the slope was too steep for plowing. They grazed sheep and goats up there, and the young men went there sometimes to hunt. They wouldn't take me with them, so one fine day I decided I'd go by myself. I didn't have a slug gun or a bow or anything of that sort, because I didn't really want to kill an animal, no matter how fine it was. I have a horror of blood, as most of you know. I can't bear to watch a pig slaughtered or even see ducks killed. Everybody got up early there, just as we do here, but I got up earlier than anybody. I was up and dressed and crossing the fields before shade-up, as the old people say. I remember that I was afraid it wouldn't be daylight when I went under the trees, but I needn't have worried. It had started getting light before I reached them, and by the time I was in the high forest there was real daylight, so that things had shadows. It was a perfectly lovely forest, too. The sheep and goats had cleared out most of the underbrush and left the big trees, so that it seemed to me that I was walking in a huge building like the capellas of the gods back in the old world. Of course, I've never seen those, but Salika has told me a lot about them since I got here, and that forest was like the buildings she was describing. Maura will be wondering if I wasn't afraid of getting lost, because she always is in a strange place. But I wasn't. I was climbing all the time, and I knew that all I would have to do to get back to the farm where I was staying was to follow the slope back down. I was very confident, you see, and so I went on for quite a long way. After climbing like that half the morning, I came upon a little stream. It was icy cold, as I learned by drinking from it, snow melt from the mountain top. The way in which it had carved a path for itself through the rock looked interesting, and I decided to follow it a while before I went back. I hadn't gone very far before I heard a child crying. My first thought was that it was lost, naturally, and I hurried on up the stream to rescue it, scrambling over the rocks. But after a minute or two of that, I decided that it was probably very frightened, and if I burst in on it, I might frighten it more, and it would run away. So I slowed down and sort of crept along, though I was still going pretty fast. By good luck, the stream was making enough noise to cover up the sounds I made when I kicked a stone by accident or had to walk across gravel. Pretty soon I came upon a very dirty woman holding a very dirty and very naked little boy, so that the water came up to his knees while she scrubbed him with a very dirty rag. I dashed over to her and asked her what in the world she thought she was doing. The poor child was already red as beet and trembling in a way that made my heart ache for him, freezing and terrified. The woman looked up at me quite calmly and said that he was her son and not mine, and that if she chose to wash him there, that was her affair. Well, I'm not as strong as Mora, and I doubt that I'm as strong as that woman was, but I didn't think about any of that then. I shook my fist under her nose and told her that when a child is being mistreated, it's the business of anyone who happens along to stop it. I said that I would never dream of interfering with a mother who was spanking her child for misbehaving or bathing him in the ordinary way, but that water was like ice and would be the death of him, and if I had to stop her by throwing stones at her or beating her with a stick, that was what I would do. I picked up a stone finally, and she lifted him out and hugged him. "You say this water will kill him," she said to me, "and that is truer than you can have guessed. I brought him here to drown him, and I am going to do it as soon as you go." Bit by bit I got her story out of her. Her husband had died, leaving her with 6 children. For the past few years she had been living with a man whom she hoped would eventually marry her. He was the father of the child she had been washing. He had left her now, and she could not provide for so many. She had determined to lighten her responsibilities by one at least, and had settled upon this little boy, her 7th child and her youngest son, because he was the least able to resist. When they reached the water, however, she had been seized by a twisted sort of pride, and had decided to make him as presentable as she could do, that his body would not disgrace the family when it was found. When she finished, I asked whether she had changed her mind while she had been speaking. She said she had not, that the boy was clean enough now, and she firmly intended to drown him as soon as I was out of sight, adding that he looked more like his father every day. When I heard that, I knew there was only one thing to do. I got her to give me the child, and promised her that if she would come to the house where I was staying that evening, I'd see to it that she got food for herself and her other children. It was embarrassing to go back to the house in which I was a guest, and to tell the truth something of a poor relation, with a ragged boy of about 3 in tow. But I did it, and they were good, kind people there, and fed him and contrived a little bed for him in the room they had me use. I talked it over with the lady of the house that evening before his mother came, and we agreed that the best thing would be for me to bring him home with me and try to find a good family here that would take him in. You mustn't think because there's some trouble between our town and theirs that they're all bad people around Soldo. So that was what we decided, and when the boy's mother came around she gave her 2 nice fat geese. Everyone agreed that he was a very nice little boy, even though he wasn't terribly bright and became rather sickly from the terrible washing he'd had, or because he had been so badly frightened when he thought his mother was going to drown him. He didn't know his name, or if he did, he wouldn't tell it. We called him Bricko, because he'd been so black when I brought him there. His mother was the problem. She came to the back door on the first night, as I said, and got the 2 geese. The next night she was back wanting something else, and got it, and the next night the same, and the night after that, and the night after that. On the next to last night they gave her 2 turnips, I believe, and on the last night nothing at all. Then she went to the law and said I'd stolen her child, and the judge sent a couple of troopers to get him back. This judge wasn't the Duco, you understand, just somebody he had appointed to try minor cases. It ended up, as I ought to have known it would, with the boy and his mother and me in court, and the relatives I was traveling with there, too, to back me up, and the relatives we'd been staying with on hand as well. I told the judge what had happened, just as I've told you tonight, and the mother said it was all a lie. She and her son had gone out berry-picking, and I'd stolen her son the moment she took her eyes off him. That's what she said at first, anyway. A few sharp questions from the judge showed how matters actually stood, and the woman we'd been staying with testified that she'd never once asked for Bricko back, just for food to take home to her other children. Then the judge did a very intelligent thing. He put Bricko himself on the little platform next to him, and talked to him for a bit, and asked whether he wanted to go back home with his mother or stay with me. Bricko said he wanted to stay with me, and that ended it. After that we set off for home right away. We'd had to stay almost a month more than we had meant to because of the trial, and everyone was mad to go. On the first night we slept on the road, as the saying is, but on the second night we put up at an inn, having found a good one that wouldn't charge us too much. Well, you never know. When I woke up the next morning, No Bricko. I wanted to go back to look for him, I really did, but the others wouldn't hear of it, and I didn't want to go back alone. You know how dangerous the roads are for somebody like me traveling alone. It was obvious what had happened, or anyway we thought it was. He'd gotten homesick and flown. We speculated a little on whether he'd get back there all right, and a couple of the men rode back for an hour or two looking for him. But they didn't find him, and the rest of us decided that he'd probably get home eventually, or stop off if he found someplace better. Right here, Father said, I want to stop and ask all of you what you think of my story so far. I know the rule is that nobody can interrupt, so we'll call that the end, but there's a little bit more I'll add to it when we've talked about it. Inclito said, It shows what a bad time poor people have in Soldo. In 16 years this family's lost whatever land it got. It's almost starving. We try not to let that happen here. He looked around us, challenging us to dispute with him, but no one did. His mother asked, This was 2 years ago? You can't have been more than a child yourself, Father. Father nodded and looked at Mora, inviting her comment. I could not help contrasting the two then, Mora larger already than most men, almost freakish in her blue gown and paint, and Father half her size, and if not actually beautiful, attractive at least with her piercing eyes and blooming cheeks. In her heavy, slow voice, Mora said, I think you acted well throughout it all, Father. The others won't, I know, but I do. Smiling, Father invited me to speak too. You're probably the oldest person here in Canto, and my present host says you're very wise. May we have your opinion now? If I were wise, I told him, I wouldn't offer any opinion until I'd heard the whole story. Because I am not, I will admit that it interested me. The bit about the trial, particularly. It reminded me of a similar case I once heard of, in which a certain woman claimed that a servant girl was her daughter, although the girl herself denied it. Now let us hear the rest. As you wish. All this was 2 years ago, when I was just, as Selika says, much younger. Last year I had a chance to go back to Soldo. I jumped at it, as you can imagine, and as soon as I got there I set out to find what had become of Bricko. It took me 2 days to locate the hovel in which the family lived, and as you can imagine, I wasn't in the least anxious to be confronted by his mother. I talked to some of the neighborhood children instead, and described Bricko to them, saying that he had been the youngest child in the house. Would any of you care to guess what they told me? I shook my head, so did Inclito. They said that the vanished people had taken him, that a high-born woman of the vanished people had taken a fancy to him and stolen him away, that once in a rare while they would see him still, thin and pale and looking as though he was very unhappy, but he would soon vanish like a ghost. Inclito's mother sighed. Honestly now, Father, is that a true story? You didn't make it up. I don't say that he really appeared to those children, Father protested. I said that was what they said, and it was. Inclito himself grunted. Sprats tell all sorts of wild tales. Your turn, Mora. Let's hear what you can do. Mora's history. The Giant's Daughter. This will be the shortest story told tonight, and the simplest. It will also be the best, though I don't hope to win, or even wish to. Father will win, as she usually does, and as she should. I wouldn't have it otherwise. Once, when the Whorl was young, which was not very long ago at all, there was a certain snug and quiet town that was different from the others around it, only in that it belonged to the best of giants. This giant lived in a big white castle outside the town he owned, and seldom troubled the townsfolk. The truth is that though he was very large and very strong, and rather homely, he was so kind and generous and wise and good and brave that the townsfolk could not have asked for a better owner, nor could they have governed themselves half so well as he governed them. You would have thought that they would be happy with the arrangement, and to give them their due most of them were, but many others were not. What right has he got to be bigger than we are? They asked each other. What right has he got to make us look like fools by his wisdom? What right has he got to be richer? They said. And he's so cheerful he makes me sick. What right has he got to smile and whistle when things are at their worst? If I were as rich as he is, I'd be cheerful too, and brave, they told each other when he couldn't hear them, and never considered that the giant had been wise and cheerful and brave when he had nothing but his daughter. This daughter was large and strong, just as he was, which meant that she was much too big to be pretty. She was also, I'm sorry to say, much too young to be wise. She went to the academy in the town with the town girls, but she stood out among them like a cow in a hen-yard. The town girls made fun of her, until one day she knocked down half her class. After that there were 2 parties at the academy, just as you often see in the corpo. In one was the giant's daughter. In the other was everyone else in the academy, even the teachers. That went on for a year, until a new girl came, a new girl who was prettier than the prettiest girl in the whole academy, and smarter than the smartest. Everyone in the whole place wanted to be her best friend. How surprised they were when she chose the giant's daughter, and how angry. After that there were still 2 parties in the academy, and the second was still much, much bigger than the first. But the first had the girl who won every game and contest that had to do with running or jumping, and also the girl who shone the brightest in arithmetic and composition and every other subject. And many of the other girls tried to join it. Some were let in halfway, but after a few days it was made clear to them that they were not really members at all. Some of you may not think that was a happy ending, but if you don't, you've never been in a place like that academy, where everybody who looked at the giant's daughter wore a frown. "That was a very good story," Father told Mora. "I'll vote for it, and I think you might win." Mora shook her head. "The giant won't say anything," Enclito told his daughter. "He's got troubles of his own, and maybe he hasn't paid enough attention to the troubles others have. Just the same, I'd like to hear what our guest has to say. Encanto?" Thinking of my own account of Pater Silk's career in Vyron, I said, "I believe that the best stories are those that are true, and those that the teller feels most deeply. Thus yours was one of the best I have heard, Mora." Nodding sagely, Enclito turned to his mother. "You want to go next, or me?" "You," she told him. Enclito's witness, the sentry, and his brother. "This was 10 years ago when we fought Heleno. I had 100 men in that, and in my 100 were 2 brothers. The names were Volto and Mano, and they hated each other. When I found out how much, I tried to keep them apart, but with only 100 you can only separate 2 men so much. Volto was tall and skinny, with an ugly, sour face. Not ugly like me, this is the face Pars gave me. Ugly because he's got ugly thoughts. He was one of them that it's more work to get them to work than the work that they do is. But he was a good fighter. The young one, Mano, he's like day instead of night. Always happy, works hard, everybody likes him, and he's brave, too. A brave young man. Just the same, it makes no difference. He hates Volto as much as Volto hates him. Once he tells me that when he was a little sprat, Volto would beat him every time the mother and father got busy someplace else, and 3-4 times Volto about kills him. We beat Heleno, and for a while we stayed in their town, trying to take back all they stole. There's a curfew. None of the people can go outside after dark, and I got troopers all over to keep them in, on every corner almost, one man. Then it is like with my daughter, I think too much about my own troubles. Mano is on a corner and somebody is sick, so my sergeant has Volto take his place. He's got to take Mano's corner at the end of Mano's watch. There's a shot, and everybody comes running to see what the trouble is, and Volto's dead, too far gone to talk when I got to him. Everybody thinks Mano waits until he comes to take his place, and then he shoots him. Everybody but me thinks that. They don't blame Mano much, but it's murder just the same. They bring in a new officer that doesn't know either of them to be the judge, a major. Now I would say it's fair, but then I thought the other way. I go to see Mano, where we got him locked up, and I say, 'Why did you do this thing? They're going to hang you. What can I tell them?' It takes a long time to get the story out. 'He wanted to kill me,' Mano says, 'and he told me he was going to do it so our whole family would pretend afterward that I'd never been alive. No stone for your grave,' is what he said. I'll never forget that. I thought it was just more lying, more bluff. Lying was something you had to expect if you were going to talk to Volto, just like you got to know that a horse doesn't ever forget a thing that hurt it if you're going to train horses. With Volto it was that he'd rather lie than tell the truth. If he didn't have to, he'd lie anyway. It made him feel like he was smarter than you. 'He was going to shoot you,' I said. 'You had to shoot first.' He wouldn't answer, just shook his head. I'll tell this major that's going to be the judge, I say. Everybody likes you. Everybody knows you're a good trooper. They're talking to him already. He's heard about you and your brother, too. He says he hasn't, but he's bound to have heard something. This town we got down here, it's too small for that. Everybody hears something. No, Mano says. Sure, I tell him. You're tired. You just want to get back to your cantonment and go to sleep. The new man comes, and it's him. You see his face, his eyes. He's raising his slug gun to shoot you, so you shoot him. No, Mano says, it would be a lie. The gods would know, Captain, and the judge would too. I go away, and my sergeant comes to me. He's looked at their guns. Volto's has been fired. They're still empty in the chamber, and he can smell the powder smoke. Mano's wasn't fired. He says, do I tell the major? And I tell him he's got to, because what if it comes out later? Then I go back to Mano like before, and I say, why did you change the guns? It looks so bad. I didn't, he says, and that's when he tells me. His brother gets close enough that he can see him, and points his slug gun up against his own chest. He's got those long arms, Mano says. I didn't think he could do it. I didn't think he could reach the trigger. I started to laugh. I'll never forgive myself. I laughed at him, and that gave him the nerve to push on the trigger. We hadn't buried Volto yet, and he's been dead long enough that he wasn't stiff any more. I got his slug gun and held it to his chest and stretched out his dead arm. It was a short-barreled gun, and he was a tall man with long arms, holding his hand out real straight. Look here, like this he could have done it. Mano told the judge at his trial, and I spoke for him. Against us, a dozen said the brothers had been enemies. Many times each had threatened to kill the other one. They liked him and didn't like saying it, but it was the truth, and they'd taken the oath. The major thought it was a simple case and told me to hang Mano. The next day was the one when we learned that war wasn't over. Polizo hit us soon as the shade's up. I put off the hanging, not because I was hoping to save Mano, but because I couldn't spare the men. For 2 days they got us surrounded. It was the worst time for me since my Zita died. We thought we'd all get killed, but we're going to fight to the end. But it's better if you fight to somebody else's end. We needed to send a message back to Blanco and ask for help, but they were strangling us, shoulder to shoulder around our position. Nobody could see how it could be done. I went to the major. That man that shot his brother I still got locked up, I told him. It never does to argue with people like that once they have made up their minds. Let me turn him loose and send him back with a letter. If they kill him, they'll have done a dirty job for us. If he gets through, he'll deserve a pardon. The major makes all kinds of objections the way I'd expected. All right, I say, if you won't send him, let me turn him loose and give back his slug gun. I need every man, and he's a good one. That did it like I knew it would. We sent him, and he got through, but he took a slug in the guts. By the time I got home, he was dying. I went to see him, and if I'd been a day later, that would have been too late. I told him he was a hero. He saved us all, and his family is going to brag about him till Mulpy married. Till Mulpy gets married, and a year past that. Those were my words exactly. I still remember them. And I tell him 20 years, and I'll be bragging to my Morris children that I was your officer. The pardon came when I sat beside his bed, a big white envelope from the corpo with a white silk ribbon and a big thick red seal that Mano was too weak to break. I opened it for him and read it to him, and he smiled. Already his face was yellow like butter in a churn, but that smile, it was a knife in my heart. Anybody could have got through, sir, he whispers to me. It wasn't anything. It was not nothing. It was as brave as I'd ever seen, and I told him. But to shoot a brother, he whispers, and get let off for it afterward. How many have done that? That's a terrible story, my son, Enclito's mother told him. Incanto will think we're beasts here. Some are. He sipped his wine. There's beasts in every town. So there are, so there are. The old woman nodded, her face somber, and patted her hair with a hand so white and thin that I felt I could almost see through it. I'm glad that you mentioned it, Enclito, my son. I've been racking my brain for a story that you and Mora haven't heard over and over, and it reminded me of one. She spoke to me. This will be a story of the old time in Grandisita. These young people think we lie when we talk about those days, but you, Encanto, you will know better. I was a year older than Mora and Father are now, I think. Perhaps 2, but no more than that. This you will disbelieve, too, just as they do. But I was quite good-looking then. You are good-looking now, I told her truthfully. At your granddaughter's age you must have been ravishing. 3. The Mother's Reminiscence from the Grave. My son has told a story of a war we all remember. This is from an older one, a war under the long sun. I myself was scarcely more than a child when it happened. I was scarcely more than a child, and yet I was courted in those days by 2 fine young men. Turco and Casco were their names. Turco was my favorite, and to this day I can't forget how we sat under the orange trees and spoke of love and the family we would make together. When I think back on it now, it seems to me that we must have sat and talked like that often. But it cannot be, because the trees I remember are always in bloom. The years were so much longer then. War came. Casco was rich enough to ride a fine horse, so he became a cavalryman. He rode out to see me one last time before he went away to fight. It was about noon, I think, and I had been lying down in my room. I can hear his knock even now, and our old servant grumbling to herself as she goes to answer it. I knew who it was without looking, and got up and went out to speak to him. I will come back to you, he told me, and I tell you now that if your sneaking, lying Turco is with you, I will lay his body at your feet. You have been warned. Casco was a strong, brave man, but he was wounded almost at once. He had only just ridden away to fight. That was how it seemed to me when I got his first letter from the hospital. I do not remember now exactly all that first letter said, but all of his letters were very much alike. He worshipped me. He adored me. And if I so much as looked at any other man, he would cut my nose off. And worse. I hope that neither of you girls ever receives letters like those. They are not pleasant, believe me. As you would expect, he begged me again and again to come to see him in the hospital, and on my wedding day I did. He was unconscious and did not see me, however. You cannot imagine what a relief it was. I sought out the nurse who cared for him and asked if he would recover, and she said that he would not. What joy I felt! Yet he did. The black wreath was still hanging on our door when he came stamping down the road in his big boots, with the end of his saber trailing in the dust. His cavalry uniform hung on him like the clothes of a scarecrow, yet he was polite when he saw the wreath and my black gown. "Your father?" he asked me. "My husband," I told him, and he stared at me dumbfounded. I asked him, "Did you think yourself the only trooper to suffer, Casco? The Patre united us not 20 beds from the one in which you lay, and after the ceremony they let me bring him here and nurse him myself." How he glared! I thought he was about to fly at my throat. They needed the bed, you see, and they knew that my husband was going to die in spite of all that they or I could do. So they let us bring him here, and when the end came we buried him in our family plot, next to the orchard in which he and I used to sit, and not a day has passed on which I have not knelt weeping on his grave. "Show me." I shook my head. "If you want to see it and say a prayer for him, you may, but I won't go there with you." Casco nodded and went through the house, and I returned to my room and locked the door. It was not until later that I learned what he had done. He had been raging when he left me, but he was quiet when he returned, quiet and polite. I was watching from my window, and he seemed so weak and sick then that my heart went out to him. He loved me after all, and that I did not wish to have the only kind of love he had to give was neither my fault nor his. Furthermore, he had gone out bravely to defend Grandecita, and had suffered a terrible wound. I went downstairs again and invited him to sit down, and offered to bring him a glass of wine and some fruit, so that he might refresh himself before he returned to the city. He thanked me and sat, and told me that he was feeling unwell, which I had seen for myself already. "A glass of wine, please." I will never forget how pale he was under his beard, or the skull that grinned behind his face. "A glass of any wine you have," he said, "and when I have drunk it, I will trouble you no longer." I did not believe him.
I felt sure that as soon as he felt better he would pay court to me as before, and I steeled myself to refuse him. But I hurried away just the same, and filled the little glass that I had used until I was old enough to eat my dinner with Mamma and Papa, and brought it back to him. How long was I gone? I have wondered often. Half a minute, perhaps, or a minute or two. No longer than that, I am sure. And yet it was long enough. He had fallen from his chair and lay dead on the floor. I dropped his wine and screamed, but it seemed a very long time before anyone came. I had gotten over the worst of my fear by then, and was on my knees picking up the pieces of broken glass and wiping up the spilled wine. It was while I was doing it that I noticed that his sabre was missing. He was still wearing his sword belt and the empty scabbard. Now I will tell you what our old servant Sciamazza revealed to me the next day. She had been afraid that Casco would dishonor my husband's grave, you see, and had followed him at a distance. He had gone to the grave and stood staring down at it for a minute or two. The stone had not been erected then, and Sciamazza said he had not been certain then that it was in fact my husband's grave, in spite of the mountain of flowers I had left on it. He had looked all around him, searching everywhere with his eyes, and she was afraid he would see her, though she had hidden herself behind a tree some distance away. She thought that he was looking for another fresh grave. I myself think that he was making certain he was unobserved. He drew his sabre and knelt, and from the way he gripped the hilt she knew what he was about to do, but she did not dare cry out. Kneeling on the grave itself, on my poor Turco's chest, as it were, he clasped the hilt in both hands and raised it over his head. Sciamazza called it miracle, and perhaps it was. Perhaps it was not. You must be the judge of that. Miracle or not, a tall man with a bird upon his shoulder stood beside Casco. Sciamazza had not seen where he came from, nor did she see where he went when he left. Casco had raised his sabre like a knife, and she had closed her eyes in horror. When she opened them again, the tall man was there. He was a witch, a Strego, that seemed certain. He spoke to Casco, and loudly enough that old Sciamazza overheard him. He said, "Only cowards strike at the dead. The dead cannot defend themselves." Casco had lowered his sabre and replied, too softly for her to hear. "As you wish," said the Strego. "Only remember that the dead can avenge themselves." The Strego's familiare spoke too. I have heard a good many talking birds, but all they say is nonsense. Sciamazza swore that this one spoke to Casco as one man to another, saying, "Beware, beware." It fluttered its wings, and it and the Strego vanished together. Casco raised his sabre as before, held it up for a moment when he prayed or cursed, and plunged it to the hilt into the newly dug soil of my husband's grave. After that he rose and stamped and kicked poor Turco's flowers, she said, and seemed almost to dance upon his grave in his fury. It had frightened her so much that she fled. Let me stop here for a moment or two. I see the questions in your eyes, Incanto. I will try to answer them. There was a wall around our orchard and burial plot, a stone wall about as high as that door, with 2 gates in it. The gate farther from the house was kept locked when it was not in use. Boys climbed the wall to steal fruit sometimes, however, so it may be that the Strego climbed it too. It is also possible that he had been in our house, and had followed Casco outside just as Sciamazza did. My father, my mother, or my brother may have been consulting him in secret. Who can say? For my own part, I think it likely that he flew into our orchard as the birds did, in a bird's shape or his own. In the whirl where we knew nothing of the inumai, it was known that Stregos can fly when they wish. You young people may mock me for saying it, but you have heard many such stories from me, and there is a grain of truth in every one of them, more than a grain in many. At first we thought that Casco's family would bury him, but his father and both his brothers had been killed in the same battle in which he had been wounded, and no one remained except a grandmother, an old woman such as I am now, much too foolish and confused for any business more serious than baking a pie. She gave my father money, I believe, and he made all the funeral arrangements. Casco's uniform no longer fit him, as I said, and so he was buried in a good velvet tunic that my brother had outgrown. For months afterward I did not even know what had become of his clothes and the long sabre that my brother had pulled from my husband's grave. My first husband, that is what I meant to say. I have been married 5 times, father, though you would not think that anyone would have me to look at me now. It is still terribly hard for me to talk about these things, which would only bore you and Mora anyway. I will pass over them as quickly as I can tonight. I married again the next summer. He was a wonderful man, handsome and kind. Autumn came, and he went hunting with 2 friends. It was the first time that we had been separated. He fell from his horse, they said, and when they picked him up, he was dead. For months I could not credit it. I used to awaken when the servant knocked and leave my bed, feeling quite certain that he would come back to me in a day or 2. As I washed and dressed, his death would close in on me like a fist. It was horrible, horrible. 3 years passed before I married again. A good man, quiet, hard-working, and studious. For me, he said he was willing to dare the curse. By that time many were saying that there was a curse on me, you see. I was not yet 20, and I had buried 2 husbands. The worst hinted that I had murdered them. For 17 months we lived together very happily, and my father fell ill. He had workmen ditching a field he owned, a low, swampy one that he thought might do to pasture cattle if it could be drained. Because he could not leave his bed, and my brother was living in the city, he asked my husband to look at it for him and let him know how the work was going. His name was Soleno. My husband's name, I mean, my 3rd husband. Gioioso had been my 2nd husband. Soleno was a trifle taller than Gioioso, as well as I can remember, or perhaps it is only that time has made him seem so. His body was still covered with mud when they brought it into the house. I have hated the sight of mud ever since, as my son will tell you. Old Schiamazza had to help my mother wash him. I could not do it. The embalmers washed him again, or so they assured me, but his body smelled of mud until the coffin was closed, even though it had been embalmed and dressed in clean new clothes. I talked to my mother one night. I cannot say now how long after Soleno's death it was, a week or 2 or a month, something like that. I was in despair. I did not know what to do. I told her over and over how much I had loved Turco, and I said that for me it was as though Turco had died 3 times. She nodded and hugged me and heard me out, and when I had talked and wept until I could weep no more, she said, "You have been trying to find him again. I thought so all along, and now I know it. Soleno looked somewhat like him. Everybody saw it. And Gioioso always made me think of Turco. Their voices and gestures were just the same." I sighed, perhaps, and wiped my eyes. I could weep no more, as I have told you. "Listen to me, my daughter. Turco is dead. You must find someone you can love for himself, not because he reminds you of Turco." And I did. I found Inclito's father. Do you want to know what he looked like? Look at my son. Big and strong and rough, but good. Such a good man, and he loved me as a deer the plain. He laid his heart at my feet, and we were wed. A month passed, then 2, then 3, a year. I bore a son and lost him, but next year I bore my Inclito. Together we saw him weaned and watched him learn to walk. One day my husband showed me a pair of dirty old boots caked with mud. "Whose are these?" he asked me. I looked at them. They seemed familiar, but that was all I could tell him. "These were a trooper's riding boots. Was your brother in the cavalry, or your father?" They were Casco's, of course. I don't think that I had so much as mentioned Casco to my husband before that day, but I told him the whole story, exactly as I have told it to you tonight. "Ah," he said, and he put the boots on the floor and stood beside them. "Too small for me. I could never get my feet in them, and a good thing, too, because there's something in them already." He picked up the right boot and showed it to me, a sharp white splinter pushed through the leather at the ankle that looked almost like a sliver of bone. "That is a death adder's fang," he explained. "Or anyway, that's what I think it is. If the man these boots belonged to had kept his sword, he wouldn't have had to kill the thing with his feet, and he might be alive today. From that you already understand what came before it, I feel certain. Joyoso had found the boots and worn them when he went hunting. The dried poison from the fang had entered his foot slowly until there was enough to stop his heart. Poor Soleno had found them, too, in the back of the closet that had become his, and had worn them when he went to look at my father's muddy field. It is all simple and reasonable, you will say. I am older than any of you, and it seems to me that there is more to be said. Turco had avenged himself, as the Strego had warned Casco he would. Have you ever seen another person who reminded you of yourself? No one? What about you, father? In Canto? You shake your heads. We never do, you see. I have been told many times that such and such a woman looks exactly like me, and I have visited her and spoken to her and come away feeling that no one could resemble me less. So it was with Turco. To my mother and me, Joyoso and Soleno seemed very like Turco, but to Turco himself they resembled Casco. Like Casco, they were rivals for my hand, and they wore boots of the same size, after all. That was a fine story, I told her, one of the best that I've ever heard. I had to live it, she replied, and it is far better to hear such stories than to live them, I promise you, though it ended so happily. Let us hope that neither of these girls has to endure such things. A cheerful, round-faced young woman in a dirty apron came in to tell us that dinner was ready, and Enclito jumped from his chair. "Wonderful! I'm starving, Oni. Have you cooked up something special for me?" She winked at him and said, "We think you'll like it," and all 5 of us followed him into a good-sized dining-room with a fire blazing in the fireplace at one end and all 4 quarters of a yearling steer turning on a spit. Enclito complained of the heat at once and opened 2 windows, and to tell the truth I would not have been sorry if he had opened 2 more, though Fava exchanged her seat with Mora in order to sit nearer the fire. Enclito's mother drew her shawl more tightly about her shoulders. "It's your turn, Encanto. You try to pass the food around quietly so you can talk." Enclito handed me the wine bottle as she spoke. I thanked him and refilled my glass. "I'm very glad that our host's mother's story preceded mine," I began, "because up until then I had been trying to think of one that might win. After hearing it, I realized that I have no chance. I can tell whatever foolish tale I want. That's what I'm going to do. But I have a question for all of you first. I'm not telling my story now, so you can answer me out loud and say anything that you like. Have you ever known anyone who returned alive from Green?" Mora said, "Nobody can go there. You'd have to have a lander of your own, one that you could make obey you." Enclito's mother added, "Isn't that where the Inhumai come from? That's what everybody says, and the people who went there from the Whirl are all dead." I looked at Fava, who shook her head. Enclito rumbled, "How could anyone know where everybody's been?" "To the best of your knowledge," I told him. "I think maybe—" "No," he shook his head. "Not that I know about." "This story is about a man on Green," I told them. "I'm not asking you to accept it. If you enjoy hearing it tonight, that's more than enough for me." Here I ought to set down my own story, but I have written myself out already. I will leave it for next time, with Orib's return, which was actually quite funny. But before I shut up this old pen case that my father must surely have left for me to find, I would like to record a very strange dream I had last night in the shop. I would love to know what it means, and if I don't write about it soon, it seems likely I will forget it. I was back in the pit, sitting in the middle of it as I actually did for so many hours. A copy of the Krasmologic writings lay next to me, a student's copy, thick and small, on very thin paper. Thinking that I might as well prepare my mind for Scyll's day, I picked it up and opened it. Opposite the printed page was a picture of Scylla in red, and while I studied the facing page, she struggled to escape from hers. I thought, oh, yes, what seems like a picture to me seems like a membrane to her, a greased skin stretched tight over the sacred window.
In my dream, this peculiar idea struck me as perfectly true and perfectly ordinary, something that I had known all my life, but had rather lost sight of. At the end of each verse I read, I watched her straining against the page with all 10 arms. Very faintly I could hear her cry, "Help, help," and then "Beware, beware," like the bird in Enclito's mother's story. I woke up, or thought that I did, but the printed Scylla was still with me, calling out, "Help me, help me." I sat up and stared around at the little stationery shop as though I had never seen paper or ledgers before, and in precisely the same voice Orib exclaimed, as he so often does, "Watch out!" 4. My own story, The Man with the Black Sword. I know nothing about Grandecita, nor do I know what other cities you and your mother may have seen before you left the whirl in Clito, but I doubt that you have ever seen a city like the city of the Inhumai on Green. Before I describe it, let me say that it is very hot there and rains a great deal. You must bear both those in mind as you hear this. The buildings of that city were not built by the Inhumai themselves, for the Inhumai do not like tools or use them skillfully. Its builders were the vanished people, the same master builders who began this gracious house of yours. It was a beautiful city in their time, I feel certain, a city of wide streets, welcoming courtyards, and noble towers. A certain woman once said that my old city in the whirl seemed ugly to her because most of its buildings had only a story or two, although there were some with 5 and even 6, and we were proud of the towers of our Husgado. I never got to see her own city, which was said to have so many fine buildings, soaring pinnacles that rose above its palm trees like columns of white smoke some god had turned to stone. That woman would have loved the city of the Inhumai when it was young, I feel sure. But at the time I am speaking of, it was no longer beautiful. Think of a lovely woman, proud and wise. Picture to yourself the luminosity of her glance and the grace of her movements. Let yourself hear the music of her voice. Can you see and hear her, all of you? Now imagine that she has been dead for half a year, and that we are to open her casket. The city of the Inhumai was like that. Its wide streets were littered with rubble and twisted metal, its buildings gray with lichen where they were not green with moss. Great lianas, vines thicker than a strong man's arm, stretched from one tower to another, some so high up that they seemed no more than cobwebs. The towers of the city of the Inhumai are not of 12 stories, or 15 or 18, like the towers of the city in which I was born, but of stories beyond counting. Those towers seem to touch the sky, even when you are so far from them that they can scarcely be seen. As from the cliffs, trees sprout from their sheer walls in every ledge, and the questing roots of those trees pry out huge blocks of masonry that scar the lower parts of their parent buildings as they crash into the streets. And every insect that spawns in stagnant pools is there, buzzing and stinging. The man had been given a sword by a man of the vanished people, a sword that was neither long nor heavy, but very sharp, its blade of a black steel, if it was steel, better than any we know. He ought to have borne it proudly, for it was a much finer sword than the finest he had ever seen, a better sword even than the sword of honor worn by the woman who had disparaged his city. He was too frightened to wear it like that, however, and noble though it was, it did nothing to defend him from the insects. Putting it into its sheath, he contrived to make the sword belt fit him, although it had never been intended for such a body as his, and with the black sword at his side he walked a very long way through the city of the Inhumai in the company of the man of vanished people who had given him the sword and the sheath and the sword belt. In his company, I said. It had often seemed to the man who bore the black sword that he was alone, and sometimes it seemed to him that there was not a single man of the vanished people beside him, but several. There are things that cannot be counted because they are too numerous. The ways of the sea and the leaves in Green's jungles, for example. But there are others that cannot be counted because they cannot be counted, like the ripples in a pond when it rains. The vanished people are like that at times, a single individual counting as many, and many coalescing into 2 or 3, or 1. At such times it seemed to the man with the black sword that they stood between mirrors that they carried with them.
or rather that they had stood so once, but had stepped away long ago, and that the doubled and redoubled images they had left behind had taken on lives of their own. Cruel saw-grass and twisted bushes sprouted from every crack in the pavements of the streets they traversed, and these became thicker and thicker, and taller, too, until it seemed almost that the city of the Inhumai had never been, or that it was mere illusion. For its distant towers streaked the cloudy sky with green and gray, but near to hand only the cruel leaves of the saw-grass and the contorted limbs met the eye. They came to a steep stairway after long walking, and the man with the black sword, who had supposed that he trod level ground, was amazed to behold a lower city beneath the city of the Inhumai, a place of slimes and dank caverns dotted with orange and purple fungi, through which a broad river wandered, its black waters as smooth as oil, but softly flowing. "This is the time for weariness," the man of the vanished people told him. And another said, "You would be safe from the Inhumai, I assured you, and you were safe. There are things worse than Inhumai here." Yet another told him, "You have been safe, but you are safe no longer." Even as he stood at his side, he saw the one who had given him his sword descending the stairway before him, and he followed him. There was a walkway beside the river, narrow in places and narrower yet in others, and in some wholly crumbled away, leaving only small stones that rolled beneath the feet of the man with the black sword, threatening to carry him into the water. "How we deceived ourselves," the man of the vanished people who had been his guide said. "We thought we were building here for the ages. Another 1,000 years, and everything you see will be gone." "How many of us are there?" the man with the black sword asked. He looked about him as he spoke, and saw no one. "There are 2 of you," the man of the vanished people said, and as he did, the man with the black sword saw a corpse face down in the water. He halted then, drew the sword, squatted on the crumbling walkway, and tried to pull the corpse to him with the hooked end of the sword. But he succeeded only in laying open its back, a gaping wound without blood and without pain. At last, by leaning over the water farther than he dared, he was able to catch the hand of the corpse and move it toward him. But a maggot as thick as his thumb emerged from the cut that he had made, and lifting its blind white head, struck at him like a serpent. He jerked backward, nearly falling, then slashed at the maggot and contrived to push away the floating corpse, although the point of his sword sank into it to a depth of 4 fingers. "What did you want with your brother?" the man of the vanished people asked him. And he said that he had hoped to bury the corpse and pray for the dead man's spirit. "So I feared. I will not go with you into the sewer you are to clear for us. You must go alone, save for such men as he. Come." They went on and saw more corpses floating in the quiet water, and as they walked, the city closed itself above the river until the strip of daylight that shone upon the dark water was no wider than the man's hand. "This must be a terrible place at night," he said. "This is always a terrible place now," the man of the vanished people told him, "and you are going into a place where it is always night." As if the voice of the man of the vanished people had somehow revealed them, the man with the black sword saw eyes, green eyes and yellow, that studied him unblinking from the shadows and from the water. At the point at which the strip of daylight vanished altogether, there was an altar of bronze and stone. The image behind it was so worn and battered that the man with the black sword could not tell whether it had originally taken the form of a man or a woman, of a beast, a star, or some other thing. "This was our goddess of purity," the man of the vanished people told him. "Would it help me to pray to her?" The man of the vanished people shook his head. "I will pray to her just the same," the man with the black sword decided. He knelt and said many things, most of them very foolish, talking to the vanished goddess of purity about his task, his sons, his wife, and his home across the abyss. When he rose again, the man of the vanished people had vanished, but a light gleamed on the vanished goddess's cold altar. The man with the black sword reached out to touch it. He could not feel it, yet the pressure of his fingers moved it as if it were a pebble or a stick. He closed his hand around it, and all was dark. But when he opened his hand, the light shone as before.
When he turned toward the water, the green and yellow eyes that had gleamed from it sank beneath it, and when he turned toward the land, the green and yellow eyes that had watched him so hungrily winked out. How much farther he walked after that, I cannot say. He was tired already and stopped often to rest. The way was hard, and each time he took 100 strides, it seemed to him that he had traveled very far. At last he came upon a naked old man who was gnawing on a human foot. The old man looked up at the sound of his approach, and the man with the black sword saw that he was blind, his eyes as white and blank as boiled eggs. "Get back!" this old blind man shouted, and he snatched up a rusty knife and flourished it. "I must go past you," the man with the black sword told him, "but I will not harm you." At the sound of his voice, the blind man stopped slashing the air with his knife. "You're alive," he said, and he groped for the man with the black sword, although he was well out of reach. "I am," the man with the black sword said. "Are you afraid that I am an Inhumai? I'm not." "Same thing happened to me," the blind man told him. "Lost every drop of blood. They thought I was dead and threw me down here." "Was that long ago?" the man with the black sword asked, and the blind man replied, "I think so." He no longer knew his name or the name of the city that had sent him and his companions to Green, only that he had believed someone who had told him that they must go, and that they had fallen into the hands of the Inhumai as soon as their lander set down. The man with the black sword ordered him to stand, and when he stood, tried to make him straighten up, because he wanted to see how tall he was. But he was no longer able to stand straight. "I can't help wondering whether you are Orc," the man with the black sword told him. "Orc, a man I used to know, murdered another man called Galada. I never saw Galada, but he was very much like you, except that he was not blind." "I'm not blind," the blind man protested. "The gods do such things. Does the name Orc mean anything to you?" "No." The blind man seemed to think for a time. "Chenil. Do you recognize that name?" "Chenil?" The blind man turned it over and over in his mouth, muttering, "Chenil, Chenil." At last he said, "No." The man with the black sword explained his task. "I can show you," the blind man told him eagerly, and shuffled ahead of him. "It's bad, very bad." He cackled to himself, and the man with the black sword recalled the mad laughter of certain animals he had known in a similar place. "Bad," the blind man repeated. "You can't get at the good ones." Abruptly he halted. "You want to get at the good ones, don't you? The nice, fresh ones?" The man with the black sword held the light he had been given so that it shone on the blind man's face then, hoping to read its expression. But it had been gnawed by cancer and evil, and was so hideous that he closed his fist around the light at once. The bodies of men and women and children filled the waterway to the top, which was much higher than a tall man could have reached. Some were swollen with decay, others rotted almost to skeletons. "They drain them, and I take them," the blind man muttered, "but there's no life in them." The man with the black sword swung it at the leg of a dead woman, and the black blade severed it cleanly at the knee. Leg and foot fell at his feet, and he kicked them into the water. To the blind man he said, "They dropped you into this sewer thinking you were dead. I understand that, but why did you remain here?" The blind man did not reply, pushing past him to finger the clogged corpses, his rusty knife waving like the feeler of some sightless, boneless water creature. "Take what you want and go," the man with the black sword told him. "I have work to do." "I want to be here when it happens," the blind man said. "I want to see it." The man with the black sword made him stand back while he hewed at the corpses, finding that his sword would split the pelvis of a grown man as an axe splits kindling, chopping and slashing until his arm dripped with the reeking fluids of dissolution. At last, when it seemed to him that he had cut to bits at least 100 corpses, the water that had only seeped and sweated began to trickle and spurt. It was not clean water, yet it seemed clean to him, and laying aside his sword and the light he had been given, he washed his hands in it and bathed his face. "It's what's past," the blind man said. "You see that, don't you? It's the past, holding on." "More water's getting through now," the man told him as he took up his black sword again. "A little more water, anyway." "Water always does." "This is new water. Better water, I think." The man with the black sword picked up his light, which seemed to weigh nothing. The point of his sword pried free a faceless, battered corpse. It fell upon the walkway on which they stood, and he pushed it into the river with his foot. "I believe that I understand what you mean. It may be that I understand it even better than you do. In the past, this whorl we call Green has belonged to the Inhumai. These people came here and supplied them with human blood. That must change." He slashed again and again, laying open the rib cages of his human dead, splitting their skulls and severing their limbs. The future must be set free here. As he finished speaking, he felt the blind man's fingers on his back and knew what they portended. He spun around as the rusty blade drove toward him. He tried to counter it with his black sword and was struck from behind as the tangled dead gave way at last. Very far he was carried by the boiling surge and nearly drowned. When he was able to gain the river bank, it was a bank lined with trees so immense as to defy description, trees to dwarf towers, whose mammoth limbs and innumerable whispering leaves hid the towers of the city of the Inhumai from his sight, and whose topmost leaves were among the stars. "That was no story to tell at table in Canto," Enclito's mother informed me. "I could scarcely eat a mouthful." She cut a piece from her slice of veal with unnecessary violence, and cut that into 2 smaller pieces. I apologized very sincerely. "Was it just a story?" Mora demanded. "Do you just make it up?" I was hungry, and until then I had been unable even to taste the food Enclito had heaped onto my plate. I shrugged and began to eat. "No one said that all the stories tonight had to be true," his mother told her granddaughter. "It was just that your friend Fava began with a true one." Fava herself smiled charmingly. "All stories are false, and none are falser than those that are supposed to be true. The lie adds a second layer of falsity." Mora turned to look at her. "Even yours?" "Even mine, though I made mine as true as I could. The question somebody ought to ask is why Encanto chose to tell that particular story tonight." Fava raised a fragment of boiled potato to her mouth and put it down again. "I'll ask if no one else does, but it would be better if your father did it." Enclito grunted, chewed, and swallowed. "What about yours, Fava? Why'd you tell us about that poor sprat you found in the mountain stream?" "Because it was the best that I could think of just then," Fava told him. "And I was first and had to think quickly. Your Strago had plenty of time in which to think, and he's much too clever to tell that story merely to win the game." Enclito's mother said severely, "It's very impolite of you to call Encanto a Strago, Fava, when he's denied it. He is our guest." Mora said, "If Papa won't ask, I will. Why did you tell us that story, Encanto?" I sipped my wine as I considered my answer. "All the stories tonight have been about duty, or that was how it seemed to me. You were miserable in your palestra, and Fava thought it her duty to help you, as she did. In her own story, she thought it her duty to rescue the child from his mother, and to look for him when he disappeared." Enclito nodded. "Mano did his duty, and he was a man who would murder his own brother. There's something I want to ask Fava about that story of hers, though. The boy, Fava. What was it you called him? Bricko. At the end you said he'd never come back to his family?" Fava nodded. "But those other sprats, the ones he used to play with, they saw him every so often. They said the vanished people had stolen him?" Fava nodded again. "Well, when they saw him, did the vanished people bring him back?" She laughed, a good merry laugh that left me feeling entirely certain that she was more mature than she appeared. "I should have asked them that. I don't know. Perhaps he escaped from them every now and then, and tried to return to his family and his old life." "But he couldn't," I remarked. By that time I felt certain I had been right about her. Enclito pursued the topic. "There was one of them with the man in Encanto's story. This Bricko sounds like one himself, like he had joined them almost." Fava nodded. "That was why the other children associated him with them, I feel sure." Mora said, "There aren't any, are there, Papa? That's what you always say." "There are stories." He helped himself to more veal. "We heard one tonight." "There are the old houses," Mora said.
Not like ours, but old houses of theirs that nobody wants.
Her slow speech may have given her words more weight than she intended.
People see those, and at night they see travelers camping in them, and they imagine there's a town full of them that we can't find.
Encanto believes in them, her father declared. What do you know about them, Encanto? His mother reached across him to prod my arm.
Do eat something. Why, you've hardly touched your food.
To satisfy her, I swallowed another bite. I've been fasting up until this meal. What I've eaten already is more than enough for me.
You didn't talk about my story.
It was her accusatory tone again.
You said all the stories had been about duty. Mine was about ghosts and witchcraft.
In that case, I was mistaken. I apologize humbly and contritely. Mora asked,
Do you believe in witchcraft, Encanto?
In Stragas and Stragos, like my grandmother?
In ghosts?
I believe in ghosts. I recalled Hyacinth's ghost and its effect upon Pig very vividly, but I chose not to mention that memory. The best man I've ever known told me once, long ago, that he had seen one, the ghost of an elderly man with whom he had lived and whom he had assisted. He wouldn't have lied to me, or to anybody if he could help it, and he was a careful observer. I spoke to Enclito's mother. It was Turco's ghost who did his duty, or that was how it seemed to me. Turco felt that it was his duty as your husband to protect you from Casco, and from two men whom he feared were like Casco, or might become like him. You didn't see that in either of them? She shook her head, and I said, The dead must look at people differently. Enclito nodded. I think so, too. Men and women, it's the same. A girl is crazy about some man. Her mother likes him, too, but she won't say so. Her father knows he's a loafer and a thief. I see it all the time. Mora told me,
You haven't answered Papa's question about the vanished people yet, and you haven't said anything about witches. If you believe in ghosts, you have to believe in witches, too.
I believe that there are people who are called witches by others, I said. Some of them may find it to their advantage to help the belief in witchcraft along.
Mora said, Then you believe in witches, but not in witchcraft.
And Father tittered. You may put it like that if you want. I think it's fair. May I ask you a question about your story, Mora? You said that the giant's daughter did badly in her lessons, I believe, or at least you seem to imply it. Did she do badly in all her subjects, or only in some?
The story's over now, Mora declared.
Father put in,
I know a girl who gets the answer before the teacher does.
In arithmetic? I thought so. There are people who do not know all the good qualities they possess. Mora is one, I believe. Seeing that Enclito's mother was about to speak again, I added, The man who warned Casco was a Strago, a male witch, if you like. How he got into the orchard I do not know, but from what our hostess said, it certainly cannot have been difficult. As for warning a man about to desecrate a grave, no great amount of wisdom is required to know that no good can come of such things. If the adder had not bitten Casco, he would have been ostracized when what he had done became widely known. There were nods all around the table. I said, I've been called wise several times tonight. I know that I am not, that I am wise enough to know that strong emotions of any kind often make people act very foolishly. I include myself. When the emotion is a good one, love, for example, they are often foolish in admirable ways. Anger, hatred, and greed lead to acts of the kind we heard about in our hostess's story. Enclito nodded again and swallowed. Greed for foreign cards, you mean? That and food, I told him. I had resolved to eat very little tonight, and look at this. While we had been talking, I had practically cleaned my plate, and various other things as well. He pointed with his table knife. You believe in the vanished people. Because I put one in my story? It was only a story, as I told you from the beginning. Because Mora keeps trying to get you to say you don't and you won't. I conceded that he was right. There's another continent on the other side of the sea. Do you know about it? I realize that we're far from the sea here. Must be, Enclito said, or the back side of this one. He traced a circle through the gravy on his plate. People there call the vanished people the neighbors. They are conscious of living beside them, and the name they give them reflects that. I drew breath, conscious of having eaten too much, and conscious, too, that there was more food to come, although I was resolved not to touch it. As for me, I have walked with them, and sat with them around their fire. Thus I know that they exist. They have gone elsewhere, found a new home, circling another short sun. But they have our permission to revisit this one whenever they choose. Father's eyebrows went up. Who gave them permission? At that moment I was only too conscious that those full, fair eyebrows were in reality nothing more than smudges of color drawn across her forehead. I did. Have you been there? Mora wanted to know. To the continent on the other side of the sea. Studying her broad, coarse face, so earnest and intent, I realized that she was not nearly so unhandsome as I had at first thought. Her features suffer in comparison to father's, and she is more than a trifle over-fleshed, even for her not inconsiderable stature. But there is a hint and more of her grandmother's beauty behind the big hooked nose and the wide mouth. What difference does it make whether I say that I have or that I have not? I asked her. If I've lied to you about sitting with the neighbors at their fire, I would lie about my travels, too, wouldn't I? Fishermen lie about their fish, and travelers about the foreign towns they have visited, or at least we travelers certainly have that reputation. Father burst out, What were you called before you came here and became Encanto? Rajan, I told her. I've had other names, but I think that's the one you're looking for. She leaned toward me, so intent on impressing me with her sincerity that she actually allowed her blue-green eyes to glitter in the candlelight. I'm not looking for you, Encanto. I mean that. You are a Strego, Inclito's mother exclaimed. I said, I am not, madam, but I intend to cure you if I can. If someone will furnish me with paper when this excellent meal is over, I'll write out some instructions for you. They will not be difficult, and if you follow them exactly as I set them down, I believe that you will soon notice an improvement in your condition. What happened next was so farcical that I hesitate to tell it. Oreb darted through an open window, circled the table, and settled on my shoulder, croaking, Bird back, and bad thing. 5. In Green's Jungle. Ateno the stationer has let me stay in his shop again tonight, and furnished me with a pallet he bought today for my sake, a pillow, sheets, and 3 blankets. But I slept so much yesterday, in a barrel in the alley when the shop was open, that I find I am unable to get to sleep tonight. Unable as yet, I should write. So here I sit in my usual place in the shop window, burning Ateno's oil in his lamp and writing on paper I have appropriated from him, having used up all he gave me earlier while I finished describing Inclito's dinner of night before last. It was the most I have ever written in a single sitting, to the best of my memory. Even when my wife and I were composing our book about silk, I never wrote so long a time without some sort of break or interruption, or wrote so much. Not a lot has happened since Oreb burst in upon us, although I have received 2 letters. My friend the shopkeeper, I have got to find some way to repay him for the paper I have taken, was delighted. People of quality write letters, he declared, as he endeavored to conceal his pleasure. It's the mark of quality and a good education. No one in Blanco can set pen to paper without putting the little squares of silver they term card bits here into his pocket, and he is very conscious of it. Since I began this rambling account of my journey back to the Worrell by copying what I remembered of the letter from Pajoroko into it, I will copy them out here as well. 2 young men with huge dogs on leashes just walked past the shop. Seeing me behind these panes of bull's-eye glass, they saluted. They had slug guns slung across their backs in the fashion I saw our troopers in Gaon use. I returned their salutes, and at once, without the mumbling of a single spell or the offering of some poor, sad monkey's life to Thelxiopeia, I was 15 again, and by no means the youngest of General Mint's volunteers. Once a trooper, always a trooper. No doubt Spider felt the same way, or much more so. We ought to have put something of that in our book, but it is too late now. War looms, not only for Blanco, but for me. To give myself due credit, I never imagined that by leaving Evensong and her pretty little boat on the Noddy, I would throw them off indefinitely. A week, 10 days, perhaps, although it seemed much longer. Very well, I have fought them before, and in place of a slug gun and a black-bladed sword, I have Hyacinth's Azoth. Let them beware. I have drawn the 3 whorls just as I used to in Gaon. Not because I have been away or slept or made love to any woman. No, merely because I ceased writing for an hour or so to play with Oreb and wrestle my conscience. But midnight has come and gone. I heard the clock strike. How much do I owe my devil son? I swore I would not tell, and I will not. But what constitutes telling? If I were to take down the big bar on the door and go out into the street, stop a passer-by, and explain everything to him as I would like to, that would be telling beyond all doubt. But what if I were to write it here? Who would ever read it? Father's letter was badly folded and sealed with a blurred impression of a flower. If this were New Viren, it would surely be her name flower. Here I cannot say. A wide-petaled, short-stemmed flower badly stamped into pink wax. She did not trust poor Mora to do it for her, clearly. She is a fellow pupil at Mora's Palestra, they say, and a very bright one. No doubt she is, but she cannot do well in penmanship unless she has discovered some cheat beyond my imagining. Both of them wear masks for Mora's family, I believe. Father is by definition brilliant in all of their classes, and Mora is by definition slow or worse. But it cannot be that simple. Mora would write a small hand, very neat, if I am any judge of women's characters. She came to the barrel in which I slept in a simple gown, such as she must wear to her Palestra, and yet she wore such small and childish jewelry as she had, and scent, too. What ran through her head as she thus dressed herself to visit me? I can only guess. First, the gown. It was a Palestra day, and she was not quite sure that she could nerve herself to miss her classes. Alternately, she hoped to find me quickly and come late to Palestra. She would merely have been marked tardy in that case, perhaps. Perhaps. It was a favorite word of Paterus Silk's, and I tried to avoid it for that reason. What right have I ask myself, to Silk's words? Yet I have striven to pattern myself on him in many other ways, most of all in his way of thinking. Can I think like Silk without employing the words he did? If, in fact, I thought more like Silk, I would have thought of that much sooner. It is nothing to say, I will be logical. It is everything to be logical, provided that I act from good motives. Good motives cannot excuse bad actions, as I told Mora. I was stern. I hope not too stern. I know what she is going through, poor child. And she is a child. I won't ask you to disrobe, I said, because it doesn't matter whether I know. You'll know if I'm right, and that's enough. She nodded solemnly, sitting cross-legged on the bare ground in front of my barrel, with her clean blue gown spread over her knees. Several persons saw us talking there. What must they have thought? The time of maturity varies between individuals. For a few it may be as early as 11, and there are a few for whom it comes after 18. In general, the larger the individual, the slower the onset. I paused to let that sink in. In speaking of the size of the individual, I mean weight as well as stature. You are of large stature. You are aware of it from what I've seen. I dodged the word perhaps. You may even be too acutely aware of it. You are also fleshy, as I am. I try to fight it, though, for other reasons. I'm not telling you that you must fight it, too. If you are satisfied, she shook her head, then you can correct it. If you succeed, you will be a woman sooner. Talk to your grandmother about what it means to be a woman. There will be a flow of blood, and if you are not prepared, you may find it deeply unsettling. She nodded. Do you think someday I might? She dropped her gaze to the ground between us. Good girl, Oreb assured me. You're still too young to be concerned with marriage, I told her. But yes, I do. She looked up, and her shy smile was gold. Mora, you envy beautiful women. That is natural, but like Father. Father is not a beautiful woman, or even a pretty girl, which is what she pretends to be. You and I know what Father is. I waited for her to protest. When she did not, I said, "It is only natural for you to envy them. It's foolish, but it does no harm. You must be careful, however, that your envy does not turn to hatred." She nodded, her face serious. "I'll try. Bear in mind always that they may envy you." "My family, you mean? My father?" Her voice held an edge of bitterness. "You believe that you would be happier if your father were not rich, if you were not his only child, and if he did not love you as he does. Believe me, Mora, you are wrong. He wants you to stay with us. I know he pressed me to last night." "Why didn't you?" "Because I wasn't sure I would be welcome. Grandmother thinks you're wonderful. Probably you didn't see it, but she kept telling Papa to make you stay, the way she looked at him and the things she said." "I did see it, Mora, and hear it, too. It wasn't your grandmother's welcome that concerned me." She was baffled. "Papa's going to write you a letter. He said so. I would prefer one from you." The solemn nod again. "When I get back home." "Father will try to dissuade you, I feel sure." "I won't tell her." She fell silent, then burst out, "They'll burn her if they find out." I tried to make my voice non-committal. "In that case, she is foolish to remain." "Are you going to tell Papa? He'll burn her himself. He hates them." "Most people do. I may tell him, or I may not. Certainly I won't unless I find it necessary." "Don't you hate them, too?" Beneath their heavy dark brown, her eyes were puzzled. "No," I said. "Mora, I have been to Green, and I have come back. I know that's hard for you to credit, but it is the truth. I have." Trying to be helpful, Orab added, "Good silk." She ignored him. "They say the Inhumai kill everybody that goes there." "I know they do. They're wrong." "Haven't you asked her about it?" Mora's voice fell to a whisper. "We don't talk about that." "You don't talk about her real nature?" Mora shook her head, unwilling to meet my eyes. "How is it that you know?" "I guessed." "Have you ever seen her when she wasn't Father?" Mora's "no" was whispered, too. Much louder, "I don't want to." "I don't blame you, Mora. There was an Inhumu who was a son to me. Can you believe that?" "No," she repeated. "That, too, is the truth. For a long while you did not so much as suspect what Father was, and for still longer you must have been unsure. It wasn't like that for me. I was in real and imminent danger of death, and he helped me and let me see him as he was. I was so badly frightened that it did not seem strange to me. I was in trouble, too. I know you were, and that's one reason I don't want Father burned. One of many. It's hard for me to think of you being afraid of anything. Were you really?" I cast my mind back to the pit. It seemed very long ago. I was resigned to death by then, I believe. I'd lost hope, or almost lost it, yet I was very frightened. "You said I had to make her go away." I nodded. "But this one helped you." I nodded again. "Then and afterward. He stayed with me, you see, with us. Others saw him as a boy about your age, Mora. I saw the Inhumu. That was a part of our agreement, that he would not deceive me as he deceived others. When my real son and I went aboard the lander that would carry us to Green, he boarded it too. I hated him then just as I'd come to hate him while we were on my sloop. Brave men taunt the things they fear, Mora, and he did too." "She's not afraid of me." "She should be. You said that if you told your father, he would have her burned alive." "He'd burn her himself, only she knows I won't." "How did you find out?" "From the story she told, first of all. There was an undercurrent in it, a stream of things left unsaid. Your father sensed it just as I did. though he may not have been conscious of it. He was puzzled because the little boy in the story did not go back to his family, remember? Mora nodded. He was supposed to believe he was afraid that the mother who had set out to kill him in her desperation would try to kill him again. That didn't ring true, and your father rejected it out of hand, as I did. A boy too young to know his own name could have had only the vaguest notion of his mother's intention, and would have forgotten the entire incident in a day or two. Then father suggested that he got away from the vanished people who periodically recaptured him. That was ridiculous, and made the real answer obvious, as ridiculous solutions frequently do. Mora nodded again. What was the real answer? I won't tell you, Mora. You have to tell me. Tears coursed down the big, rounded cheeks. I don't think it happened at all. Oreb muttered, Girl, cry. I think father made it up. We sat in silence for some time after that. At last I said, You have a good mind, Mora. And when someone has a good mind, it can be painful not to use it. She sobbed openly then, into her hands at first, and afterward into a clean handkerchief, far too small, that she took from a pocket of her gown. When her shoulders no longer heaved, I said, Crate, the Inhumo I loved as a son, told me once that we are their cattle. It's not true, but on Green they have tried to make it true. It doesn't work very well. We milk our cattle and butcher them when it suits us, but we don't milk them to death in our greed. Last night someone asked why I told the story I did. It was father. Mora wiped her face with her handkerchief, and when that proved ineffectual, with her sleeve. You told it so she'd know you knew. I did not, because I wasn't certain then. I told it, in part at least, to find out whether anyone else suspected father as I did. Mora shook her head. You're right. No one did. Your expressions told me that you knew, and that father knew you did, and that neither your father nor your grandmother, whom your friend father has been slowly killing, suspected her of being what we know she is. Mora had whispered earlier. This time her voice was softer than a whisper, so soft that I cannot be certain that I heard her correctly. I believe that she was saying, I'll be all alone now. I tried to be as gentle as I could. There are much worse things than being alone, Mora. You're living through one of them at this moment. Having written that, it occurs to me that this was why the outsider sent the leather skin when I was alone on the sloop and prayed for company. He wished me to learn that loneliness is not the worst evil, so I might teach it to Mora. How lonely it must be to be a god. When Crate lay dying in the jungle, I offered my arm, telling him that he could have my blood if it would strengthen him, or even if it would just make death easier. I never fed from you. I know. My eyes were as full of tears then as poor Mora's were this afternoon. I felt myself an utter fool. It would make you weak, he told me, without making me stronger. Then I remembered that Quetzal had been full of blood when he had been shot by Sayuf's troopers, but had died just the same about 2 days later. Do you know why we drink blood, Horn? You must eat. That, at least, is what I now believe that I said, with something about the short digestive tract. I may also have said that every living creature must eat something, even if it is no more than air and sunshine. I believe I did. On the night we met, I drank your huss's blood. I remember. It made a beast of me until I fed again. We feed to share your lives, to feel as you feel. Then feed of me, I said, and I offered my arm as before. The tips of his fingers slid along its skin, leaving thin red lines that wept tears of blood. There's another reason. Swear now that if I tell you, you'll never tell anybody else. I promised I would not. I am not sure now just what it was I said. You've got to swear. I leaned closer to hear him, my ear at his mouth. Because I have to tell you, Father, so I can die. Swear. And I did. It was the oath that Silk had taught me aboard the airship. I will not set it down. Crate told me, and we talked together until I understood the secret and what had happened almost 20 years ago. Then Crate, seeing that I understood everything, clasped my hand and begged my blessing before he died, and I blessed him. I recall his face very clearly. It was as though Sinew himself were dying, forced by some mad god to wear a serpent mask. I saw the serpent face, but I sensed the human face behind it. At the moment of death, it seemed to me that the mighty trees bent over Crate as I did, that he was in some sense their son as well as in some sense mine. I was conscious of their trailing lianas as female presences, wicked women in green gowns with grey and purple moths upon their brown shoulders and orchids flaming in their hair. Looking up in wonder, I saw only vines and flowers, and heard only the mournful voices of the brilliantly colored birds that glide from tree to tree. But the moment that I looked down at Crate again, the green-gowned women and the brutal giants who supported them returned, mourners sharing my sorrow. If ever you read this, Sinew, you will not believe it, I know. You have nothing but contempt for impressions at odds with what you consider simple truth. But my truth is not yours any more than your mother's is. Once I watched a mouse scurry across the floor of a room in the palace I occupied as Rajan of Gaon. To the mouse, that room with its cushions, thick carpets, and ivory-inlaid table was a wilderness, a jungle. It may be that as Crate lay dying, the outsider permitted me to share Crate's thoughts to some degree, and to see Green's jungle as Crate himself did, to see it as our blood allowed him to see it. That insight was never again as strong as at the moment of his death, but it never left me entirely as long as I remained on Green. You feared that jungle, I know. So did I at times. Yet what a beautiful place it was, with its capes of moss and trickling waters. The boles of the great trees stood like columns. But what architect could give us columns to stand as those trees do in their millions of millions, individual and despotic, ancient and majestic? After writing that last, I blew out the lamp, let Oreb fly, and reclosed the window, and slept for a few hours. Now it is morning. Early morning, I believe, since the shopkeeper has not yet come down. Dawn's clear, cool light fills the street outside. I would take up my staff and stroll the avenues of Blanco now, if I could, but I would have to leave the shop unlocked, which would be a poor return for the owner's kindness, so I have taken up my pen instead. Wait while I reread what I wrote last night. There are various matters left unfinished, I see. Most obviously, the letters. It was late and I was tired. Here they are. Inclito writes large, his broad-nibbed quill swooping and slashing as it lays a thick trail of jet-black ink. Incanto, my dear brother, you did not believe me when I told you I want you to stay with us. Mother says for me to urge you. Is this urging enough? Stay with us. I say it, and so does she. She has prepared a room for you with her own hands. She will drive me mad. So pack your things and come. Anyone in town will bring you or lend you a horse. If you are not here by afternoon, I will come after you myself. Inclito. Father writes a shaky scrawl, some words too distorted almost for me to make out. To Incanto at the stationer's on Water Street. Rajan. What I said last night is true this morning. You know me better than anyone. That is why I hate to quarrel with you. Wait outside the academy this afternoon, and tell me that we are friends. I will be so happy. If you like, you could even ride out to Mora's with us. There is plenty of room, and Inclito and Selika will be delighted, and you could reassure yourself. She is following all of your instructions, but there is no need of it. Do you understand me, Rajan? Your loyal friend forever, Father. I have given a good deal of my conversation with Mora, but in bits and pieces. I had to do it like that because some of it was so personal, I mean for her, that it would have been wrong for me to write it down. Just the same, it is choppier than it had to be, and there are things I should have set down that I have left out. She said, Grandmother goes on and on about what a miserable thing marriage is, and how terrible it was for her. She's been married 5 times, and outlived all her husbands. Papa's father wasn't even the last one. To hear her tell it, it's awful being married, and being widowed is worse. And I know she's saying all that because she thinks I'll never be married, and she doesn't want me unhappy. But I'm unhappy anyway. I told her, married couples must endure a great deal of unhappiness, Mora. So do single people. There is also a great deal of happiness in both states. That being so, what is the point of blaming the married state or the unmarried state, or praising either one? As I spoke, I thought of Mater Mint, but I said nothing about her. I want to get married. Do you, Mora? Really? Yes, as soon as I can. I want somebody who will love me always. Good girl, Oreb remarked. Your father and grandmother love you, but you blame them for your unhappiness. She was silent for some time after I said that. I could see that she was thinking, and I let the silence grow. If I were more like the other girls, the town girls, they'd like me more, or less. If you lived here in town as they do, your size and strength, your slow speech and quick mind, and the strong, sensual face that you will possess when you are a woman, would affront them at every turning. Your father likes me, and because he does, all the townsfolk treat me with respect. Would I be respected as much if I had been born 3 streets from here? She shook her head. You don't feel that life has treated you fairly. That is not a question. Everything you've said this morning confirms it. Your mother died while you were still an infant, I know, and that is hard, very hard. I sympathize with you deeply and sincerely because of it, but in every other respect your lot is far above the average. I don't think so. Naturally you don't. Almost no one does. What would be fair, Mora? For everyone to be even. Everyone is. Listen carefully, please. If you won't listen now, you may as well go. Last night someone told me that you could outrun all the other girls, that when you run races at your palestra you always win. I suppose that it was Father. Bad thing, this from Oreb, who must run very poorly. Mora said, she doesn't run at all. There's something the matter with her legs, so she's excused. Are the races fair, and do you win them? Mora nodded. What makes them fair? Everybody starts even. But some girls can run faster than the others, so they're bound to win. Don't you see how unfair that must seem to the losers? Mora, there is only one rule in life, and it applies to everyone equally, to me, to you, to all the girls at your palestra, and even to Father. It is that each of us is entitled to use everything we are given. Your father was given size and strength and a good mind. He used them as he was entitled to. And if anyone is the worse for it, he has no right to complain. Your father played by the rule. Papa helps poor people. Good man. I nodded. That doesn't surprise me. Some of them resent it, but he helps them anyway. Her eyes opened a trifle wider. How did you know that? When some people are in pain, they strike out at any target within their reach, that's all. If you haven't learned it yet, you'll learn it soon. We all do. Have I been doing that? That is for you to decide. I've been a judge, Mora, but I am not a judge here. Before I talk to you seriously, and I have serious things to say to you, I want you to consider this. Suppose that instead of being as you are, you were the small and pretty girl whom Father appears to be. Don't you think it's possible that your father might doubt that you were really his, and that your life would be a great deal less happy if he did? She was silent again, the large, plump hands motionless in her lap, her head bowed. At last she said, I never thought of it. You will think about it now, I know. To say what I wanted to say next was to risk the life of the girl before me, and I knew it. I waited until I felt certain I could suppress the tremor in my voice. Mora, I used to know a woman named Scleroderma. She was quite short. You are already much taller than she was. She was also fat, a great deal fatter than you are, and not at all good-looking. People made jokes about her, and she laughed the loudest at them, and made jokes about herself. About others, too, to tell you the truth. All of us thought that she was very funny, and most of us liked her and felt a little superior to her. I'd feel sorry for her, Mora said. Perhaps you would. War came, and Scleroderma acquired a needler. I don't know how, and it doesn't matter. She did. And when we who had lived in the Sun Street quarter had to fight, Scleroderma fought like a trooper. It isn't good for a trooper to be over 40, or short, or fat. It isn't good at all, and she was all of those things. But she fought like a trooper just the same. As I said that, something came into Mora's eyes that told me I was, in fact, running the risk I feared. There were many women with us who had known her all their lives, and some of them were shamed into fighting too, though none of the rest showed her determined courage. I was almost precisely as old as you are when all this happened, and there was a girl named Nettle there with me who was my own age. Nettle had fought earlier, we both had, and she said then what both of us felt, which was that General Mint might easily have put Scleroderma in command of 50 or 100 troopers. Women don't fight here, Mora told me, or not very much. I smiled. They fight only with their husbands, you mean? I know they must, because women everywhere do that. Scleroderma did more than fight, though I have mentioned the fighting first because it was what she did first. The troopers we were fighting were brave and well-trained. They had slug guns, and some had armor. It wasn't long before some of us were dead and many of us were wounded. It was Scleroderma who went for our wounded under fire and bandaged their wounds, and carried or dragged them to a safe place. I know that very well, Mora, because I was one of the wounded she rescued. I'd like to meet her. We will both meet her in time, I hope. She is dead now. But long after that fighting was over, when we were here on Blue, and I helped her and her husband build their new house, she told me her secret. It's a simple one, but if you'll make it your own, it may serve you well. She said she thought about what there was to do. What would be hardest? What next hardest? What followed that, and so on. Then she decided which level was within her reach, how difficult a task she could manage. Mora, do you understand what I'm saying? She ranked the tasks mentally. I think so. She might decide that dragging the logs to the spot where her new house was to stand was the hardest, for example, that felling the trees was next hardest, and so on, and that both those would be too strenuous for her. Shaping the logs and boring the holes for the pegs were both too difficult, too, but she could cut small limbs for pegs and smooth them with a knife. That wouldn't be too hard for her. Mora nodded. Sometimes I do that, too. Then she went to the level above that one and bored the holes. The next nod came slowly, but it came. Blanco will be at war very soon, Mora. Your father thinks so, and he's got a level head and a good grasp of the situation here. I'm not going to tell you that you'll be loved as you wish if you do as Scleroderma did, or even as Nettle did. You may not be. And I honestly believe you'll be loved like that no matter what you do. But if you do what Scleroderma did, you'll deserve to be, which is something quite different. It is far easier to get all the good things that our lives have to offer than it is to deserve them. We seldom have much joy of them, however, unless we deserve them. I don't know if I could, Mora muttered. Then I'll try. You'll be risking your life. I'm sure you understand that. What is far worse from my viewpoint, I am risking it just by talking to you as I am now. You may be killed. But, Mora, yes, you may be killed no matter what you do. Not everyone who runs risks dies, and many who try very hard to avoid every risk are killed anyway. You're the daughter of one of Blanco's leaders. He's the Duco. They don't call him that, but he is. Things won't be easy for you if Blanco loses. Now go to your palestra. You're very late already, I'm sure. My blessing goes with you for whatever it's worth. Oreb seconded me. Go now. Bye, girl. About father. Does she really have to leave? I nodded. For your grandmother's sake, for her own sake, and for yours. Reluctantly, Mora rose. She's the only friend I've got. Yes, I know. And as long as she is with you, she's the only friend you can have. Possibly you haven't thought of it like that, but Father has, you may be sure. Another friend might guess the truth as you did. Father will see to it that no one gets that close to the two of you. Isn't she doing it already? You must know, and the story you told last night indicated that she is. As I watched Mora go, it came to me that I was watching a woman who did not know that she was a woman, or had not yet come to terms with the knowledge. A woman whose womanhood was reckoned not in years, but in weeks or months, perhaps only in days. When we were on Green, and I was searching the river for the sword and the light I had been given, I walked up and down the banks of the river for most of a day. I found and saw a great many things without being much affected by any of them. I was looking for my light. I was looking for my sword. And since those other things were neither of them, I paid them little heed. They took their revenge on me just now, waking me wet with sweat. I have dried myself with the towel Enclito's mother gave me, lit the candle, and opened my door. I would like to have company, but Oreb is off exploring, and everyone else seems to be asleep. If any of them are awake, perhaps they will drop in for a talk. There is no one in this house, not even the cook, whom I would not like to talk to. The gloomy chambermaid would be best, I believe. Her name is Torda, but Torda is probably too much to hope for. In the meantime, I am going to write about what I saw and what I dreamed, which comes down to saying the same thing twice. By writing about them, I will subject them to the discipline of my conscious mind. At least I hope so. The corpses were the first and the most obvious thing. They floated past upon the slow water the whole time I searched, mostly singly, but sometimes by 2 and 3s. I have already written about the first, the one I saw in the water while the neighbor was still with me. There would be no point in recording the same facts about the rest. I had cleared the blockage enough to raise the level of the river noticeably, and the opening I had made was permitting the water in the sewer to erode dead men and women and children, as any little flow of water washes away grains of sand. A few of them floated face up. Most were face down, and I was glad of that. Nothing has happened except that I have sat here thinking, trying to recall something that I heard Pater Pike read from the Krasmologic writings long, long ago. Something about the people Pas put into our long sun whorl, multiplying until they were as numerous as grains of sand. Pater Remera has a copy of the writings, I know. He probably has the quotation by heart, too. It would not even be necessary to ask him to look it up. But what a sad thing it is to try to live by a book written for another time and another whorl. The gods to whom he prays and sacrifices are far away. Yet he is one of the few good men in New Viron. One of the few good men left, I ought to say. Who is worse off, we who have lost faith in his book, or he who keeps it, faithful without praise and without reward? We are, beyond all question. Better to be good without reason than to be evil for 100 good reasons. Can great Pas really have meant for all this to happen when he inspired one of the Krasmologic writers to pen those few words about grains of sand? Can he have foreseen the blocked sewer on Green, and the corpses bursting free in the wave that nearly drowned me? In my dream, the floating corpses motioned to me and spoke, saying the things they had said in life, urging me to buy nails or boots, cheap clothing, and meat pies, blessing me in the names of various gods, and wishing me a good morning, a good afternoon. And it became clear to me that the dead cannot know that they are dead, that if they know it, they cannot be dead. Thus all those dead men and women behaved in death as they had in life. It seemed certain that I was dead as well, that it was only because I too was dead and did not know it, that I could hear the dead as I did, that I could see them move and speak. Let me leave my dream for a line or two. I have wondered a good deal about the actions of the neighbor who released me, gave me my sword and no doubt the light, and set my task. Why did he want the sewer beneath the city of the Inhumai opened? And why did he want me to do it, and not some other? Why did he not do it himself? Most important, why would he not permit me to take Sinew with me? This last is the easiest, I feel sure. I had reached my conclusion long before nightfall, and have never changed it. He wished me to return to the city of the Inhumai and free every one who had been held with me. If Sinew had been freed too, the two of us would have been much less likely to return for the others, and would, moreover, have shared their gratitude if we did. Freeing them made me their leader. I had no desire to be, and still less did I wish to risk my life a second time in the city of the Inhumai. I decided very firmly, and as I thought irrevocably, that I would not return, that I would not allow myself to be so manipulated. Sinew had detested me for years. Very well, let him free himself, or die. As for the others who had been our companions on He-Hold-Fire's lander, I did not care a straw for any of them, except Crate, who was safe. I resolved that when night came I would abandon the search and make my way down the river until fatigue overcame me, putting as much distance as possible between the city and myself. The sky, which is nearly always dark on Green, grew darker, and the slumberous silence of river and jungle was violated again and again. I heard splashes and snorts as animals, newly awakened from their day-sleep, came to drink, and from across the river, which was by no means wide, the breaking of bones as some beast fed upon a stranded corpse. With my mind's eye I saw the blind man crouching on the bank, an arm between his jaws. And I set off down-river, as I had resolved to do. In my dream tonight, however, that moment never came. I had found gems, or at least smooth stones that seemed gems, in the sand in the hollow of an abrupt bend in the channel. After pocketing a few, I ignored the rest, having hoped to find my like there. In my dream, they were jewels indeed, jewels as big as pullets' eggs, sparkling from 100 facets. At the opposite point, where the strengthened current washed away the earth of the bank, I had glimpsed squared stones and shards of pottery among the roots. In my dream, these became strange machines and gleaming weapons, objects of unthinkable power and mystery. The dead children taunted me and begged, "A card bit, sir, just one card bit," urged on by Scylla. Or at least I believe now that those strange machines and weapons must exist only in my dream tonight, as fictive as Scylla and the speaking dead. It may have been, however, that they were actually present, that I saw them and ignored them, refusing to recognize them for what they were, but that my memory has stored them up and now recalls them to torment me for my neglect. What might we find if we were to dig for those treasures near buildings such as this rambling house of Encletos? Tonight, when we told stories around the dinner table, I discovered to my utter astonishment and her consternation that I could enter into farbers, seeing everything she described and more, and changing the course of her tale. I must remember to describe all that here. If there is more to tales than I have ever believed, may there not be more to dreams, too? I will not say that there are treasures in the ruins here because I dreamed them. Madness lies in all such assumptions. And may not they be there, just as my sword was concealed in a wall? Better yet, as the silver cup must have been hidden somewhere in the ruined neighbor house near Gaon. And may I not find some because of my dream? For a moment at least I have the company I have been wishing for. The kitchen maid, fully dressed, with tousled hair and the indescribable expression of a woman who has been satisfied in love, appeared in my doorway to ask whether I would not like something to eat. Without answering her question, I demanded to know why she was awake at such an hour. She said that it was necessary for her to rise very early to help the cook make bread, so that we could have freshly baked bread at breakfast, which my host's mother insists upon whenever there is company. I remarked that she could not get much sleep in that case, asked where she had slept. It struck home. She colored, her cheeks fuller even than Mora's, blushing so dark a red that I could not miss it even by candlelight, and said that she slept in the kitchen. "I'm going there now." I refrained from asking from where. "So I can get you something very easily, Master Encanto, if you want anything, sir." I told her that I did not, and she fled. The other maid is slender and more attractive. I've tried to sleep again, but it is perfectly useless. The nightmare river waits in my mind, ready to pounce the moment my eyes close. Its dead people voicing their dead greetings, and its dead children crying out to me for help. I do not mean that I dreamed it again. I cannot have, since I did not sleep, but it filled my thoughts most unpleasantly. Not half a minute after I sat up again, in came the kitchen maid with this tray. This time I was able to speak with her somewhat longer, although she seemed more frightened than ever. Her name is Honorifica. She is the fourth child of 7, and her father owns a smaller, poorer farm nearby. He has bought 3 heifers, Honorifica says very good ones, from Inclito, and is paying for them with 3 years' labor from his daughter. "It's not near as bad as you're thinking, sir. I get plenty to eat and my clothes and presents sometimes." She showed me a silver ring and a bracelet she thinks is gold. It is actually brass, if I am any judge, and was probably made in Gaon, where you can see 1,000 like it on any market day. "And I'll get in a nap after breakfast, sir. Cook and I both will." I asked her about the others. Decina, the cook, is a permanent servant, paid in foodstuffs that she trades for whatever other things she may require. The coachman and the other farm laborers are paid in the same fashion, and all take a wagon into Blanco once a month to trade for whatever they want or need. Torda, the other maid, is a distant relation of Inclito's. "A cousin?" I suggested. "She'd like to think it's her. Madame's brother's son was married to her mother. I think that's the way of it, only he got killed in a war and she married somebody else, and that when she meant Torda, got born. It's some story like that, sir. Anyhow, she came here in rags, that's what cook says, expecting to be treated like Mora, you know. Only they was always fighting. That was how it was when I came, and I've got to go." This tray she brought me holds a cup and saucer, a little pot of very good tea, sugar whiter than I was accustomed to in Gaon, half a lemon, and enough cherry tarts for 4 or 5 persons. I am drinking the tea, but I intend to leave the tarts for Oreb. That business about fresh bread for breakfast suggests a substantial meal. Looking back over what I wrote an hour ago, I find my speculations on the motives of the neighbor on Green who recruited me to clean his sewer. Let us try another, one I think deeper and more difficult. Why, I asked, did he not do it himself? I am going to propose 2 theories. Neither or both may be correct. The first is that the neighbors find it hard to move some kinds of objects. So it seems to me, after the dealings I have had with them. I do not think that they are here in the sense we are, even when they are standing beside us. This is only speculation, but I believe they may be able to move natural objects such as sticks and stones, and things that they themselves made when Blue and Green were their homes, better than other things. The silver cup they gave me, which I am very sorry I left behind, the door the neighbor opened for me when I was confined on Green, and the sword and light he gave me are all examples. We human beings are native to the long sun wall, and not to Blue or Green, and so the tangled corpses of so many hundreds of us would have presented a neighbor with great difficulties, if I am correct. Second, he wished me to see, and to smell and touch, those bodies. He might have freed me in many ways, and made me the leader of my fellow prisoners in many ways too. But I cannot think of any other way in which he could have been half so effective. The horror of the inhumani that I had when I set out from the Lizard had been blunted by living with Crate on the sloop. If the neighbor wanted to renew it as much as it could be renewed, he chose the most effective possible way of doing it. I believe, however, that his true goal was to give me a realistic understanding of what we faced. Before moving ahead, I ought to double back to the time after Mora left me. I have written nothing about that. When I received the letters, it struck me that if I was going to ride out here with Mora and Fava, it would be of value to know at what time their palestra ended. I asked directions and walked over to it, and finding the coachman already waiting for them, I wrote Inclito a note, thanking him for his invitation, and saying that I could not come that day, but hoped to come the next, and asked him to tell his coachman to allow me to ride with Mora and her friend. The owner of the stationery store had invited me to share his supper. It was a simple meal of bread and soup, and I surprised and pleased him and his wife by eating little of either and amusing them with stories of my journey to Viron with pig and hound. Before we ate, as I should have said in the beginning, they asked me to invoke the gods. I blessed our meal in the name of the outsider, making the sign of addition as solemnly as I would have when I was a boy, and talked about him for a few moments afterward. There is a great hunger for the gods here on Blue, I believe, but without their presence it lacks a focus. Honorifica came back, perspiring from her bread-making, but with her hair in better order. She had appeared frightened when she carried my tray in, her eyes darting around the room. I thought that she was afraid of Oreb, and had assured her that he was gone. This time she seemed more resolute. I made her sit down and offered her one of her own tarts. "Cook was like to die at me for that, sir." She sat gingerly, picked up a tart in both hands, and nibbled at it like a fat squirrel. I remained silent. "She's afraid of you, sir. Swears she won't show her face in the kitchen door as long as you're here." Of course I said that she had no reason to be, although I wondered how true it was. It seemed barely possible that his cook was the spy Inclito felt certain he was harboring. "They're afraid of you in town, too, sir. Terrible afraid's what I hear." I asked whether she had been there, and when she said she had not, how she knew. "Coachman says, sir." She paused, worried, I believe, that she might be getting her informant into trouble. "He's got to come straight back after he drops them off in the morning, sir, and he does. But in the afternoon he has time to—" Gossip clearly would not do. "Talk to people there, assuming that he arrives a little early." "That's right, sir." "When I rode out here, Honorifica, Mora and Fava told me that their teachers had been quizzing them about me all day." She chewed and swallowed. "I think so, sir. They also said that they'd given me a good character, and told everyone I was perfectly harmless. That last is quite true, and I'd like to think that the first is too, though I know better." "Is that all they said, sir?" I shook my head. "They said quite a lot, Fava particularly, but that's all they told me that they had told their teachers." "Mora wouldn't lie to you, sir." "I'm delighted to hear it. I would have been even more delighted if I had believed it." "But that Fava, don't you trust her, sir?" I promised I would not. "Looks like butter wouldn't melt in her mouth." "Well, master don't trust her, let me tell you. I've heard him jawing away sometimes, and she comes in the room, and that's the end. After that he talks about as much as a stick." As Honorifica spoke, she caught sight of the staff that Cugino had cut for me. In a markedly different tone, she asked, "Does your stick talk, sir?" I smiled and said that it had not done so recently. "It has that little face on it, though, don't it, sir?" "Does it really? Show it to me." "I'd rather not to touch it, sir, if it's—" "Would you want me to fetch it, sir?" Her eyes pleaded with me to refuse, so I got up and got it myself. She pointed her trembling finger a good cubit from the wood. "Right here, sir." There was a small hole where a knot had come out. Above it, a minute protuberance that might be called a nose, and over that 2 small, dark markings that could, with a cartload of imagination, be taken for eyes. I rubbed this face with my thumb, dislodging a few dry scraps of inner bark. "Do you mean this, Honorifica?" "Don't touch it, please, sir." The color left her cheeks. "Don't make it talk." Suppressing a smile, I promised not to. "What I got to ask you about, sir, is—" Her lips twitched soundlessly. "Whether I really am a Strago, as your mistress calls them, a magic worker?" Her expression told me I had missed the mark, but her head bobbed. "No, Honorifica, I'm not. No one is." I waited for her to speak. "Nobody is. There is no such thing as magic in the way you mean it. Things we don't understand, ghosts and sudden storms, for instance, make us think that there might be. But ghosts are merely the spirits of the dead, and though I don't know what causes sudden storms, I know they aren't raised by magic. It's true that certain people can predict the future, but they do it by drawing upon insights that they don't know they have, or because they're informed by the gods." I smiled again, trying to reassure her. "Long ago I was the friend of someone who became a sort of god, an aspect of Pos. He gave me a lot of information and advice, and all of it was valuable. But wise as he was, he taught me no magic. He couldn't have, even if he had considered such a thing desirable. Like tonight, sir. I thought she was referring to father's story. Strange things happen on Orifica. Nevertheless, it is no explanation to call them magic. There was a tap at the window-pane, and I got up and opened the window to let Oreb in. "Good girl?" He eyed the good girl, who seemed on the verge of fainting, doubtfully. "A very good girl," I assured him. "I told him we shouldn't with you in the house," the good girl blurted, showering me with crumbs. "Bad thing," Oreb warned me. I started to ask whom she intended by him, thinking that there might be an inhumo here, then realized the true state of affairs. Speaking very softly, I said, "The friend to whom I referred was spied upon once when he was shriving a young woman. He told me that because the young woman had kept her voice very low, the spy had learned little or nothing." More loudly, I concluded, "We should do the same." "Yes, Master Incanto." From her expression, Honorifica had not the least idea what I was talking about. "You happened to pass my room tonight on your way back to the kitchen, and very kindly asked whether I needed anything, and I, without in the least meaning to, frightened you by asking where you slept. Isn't that so?" She seemed almost afraid to move her head, but managed a nod. "I have no business interfering in my host's affairs, save those in which she has asked my help, and no business interfering in yours at all." In a hoarse whisper she asked, "Are you going to do anything to me?" "Punish you? I can't, and wouldn't if I could. He's given you a ring, anyway." "Only we're not, sir, married." "You couldn't be, since there are no proper augurs here. My wife and I were united by Pater Aremera, who is an augur, so we're really married. Without one, giving a ring is about as much as anyone can do. You might have a child, however. Have you thought about that?" The fear vanished, and she glowed. "I want one, sir. He'll take care of us. I know him." I rose. I cannot have been impressive in Inclito's borrowed nightshirt, but she seemed impressed. To further impress her, I grasped my staff. Oreb hopped from my shoulder to the angled handle. "I don't have an augur's power to forgive wrongdoing," I told Honorifica. "But I can bless you, and I will. By Great Pars's generosity anyone may bless." I traced the sign of addition in the air and asked Pars and the outsider to look with favor upon her and any children she might bear. When I finished, she rose, smiling. "Thank you, sir. Would you like anything else?" "Only a couple of very minor items," I told her. "You were going to tell me what the coachman had learned in town. What was it?" "Everybody's afraid of you, sir." She licked her fingers. "They won't go near the shop where you're staying when you're there, only when you're gone they all come wanting to hear about you, only he won't tell them anything unless they buy. Cook'll be after me the same way, sir." "I understand. What do you plan to tell her?" "Nothing, sir." "Nothing at all?" "Well, maybe something." She smiled again, and for the first time I felt that I understood why Inclito was attracted to her. "But not very much." I said, "That would be wise, I'm sure. But before you return to the kitchen, would you please find the other maid, wake her up if you must, and tell her I need to speak to her?" "Yes, Master Incanto, right away." "And on your way out you might ask Fava to come in. She's waiting in the hall, or she was." As soon as I'd spoken, Fava entered. Less boldly, Mora shuffled behind her. Both were in their night-dresses. 6. The Guessing Game. There are times when enlightenment comes suddenly, as it did on the ball-court. I never think of these sudden illuminations without recalling my second night on green. I'd spent most of the broiling day searching for the gifts I had received from the neighbor, and had thrown up the task as hopeless. I was ready to justify the worst things that Sinew had ever said or thought by leaving him and the men who had been with us in the lander to their fate. I set off down the river, that river of death that was a sewer when it ran under the city of the Inhumai, determined to put as much distance between myself and its horrors as I could. For half that night I made my way cautiously through the darkness along its banks, somewhat cheered when the flying dot of sapphire that was blue crossed the sky, but infinitely saddened by the sight of the faint, unsteady spark that was the whorl. I should have been up there searching out Vyron and its Chaldee, when instead I was going to write something about tramping along the river bank. The truth, which I have only just recalled, is that for a long time after I caught sight of the whorl among the crowding stars, I did not. I sat sweating on a log instead, swatting insects and watching the reflections of those stars on the smooth, oily flow that had succeeded the foaming flood that had carried me so far from the city. At times it seemed to me that 1,000 inhumae must have been lurking beneath the water, and that the points of light I saw were their glittering eyes, softened by ripples. But every few minutes a dark shape would pass among them like a floating log, and I would realize yet again that it was we, not they, who populated the water. Nor was that all I saw. Great hairless beasts on 2 legs and 4 and 6 came to the river to drink or to course our floating corpses as bears pursue fish. And I recalled the strangely named bear with which he-penned sheep had exchanged blood, and wondered whether such bears sought carrion beside the rivers of Shadlow. Most vividly I remember the enormous snake I saw swimming swiftly upriver, a snake whose head was as big as a man's coffin, and of the same shape. It held up its head and looked around it as it swam, and its head was higher than mine would have been if I had stood upon the log. I was seated as I wrote a moment ago. I remained completely motionless, and it passed by me. For a long time after the head was out of sight up the river, I watched the progress of its great body, and listened to the gentle slap of the waves that its long, slow curvings created. Then there was nothing left to do but to stand up and walk again. As I think back on that night, it seems to me that I cannot have taken 100 steps before I caught sight of the light shining forth from the mud at the edge of the water. Incredulous, I went down the bank to it and picked it up, and squatted to wash it off. I had given it up for good, and now held it in my hand as before. Many strange things have befallen me in the long sun whorl on green, and here upon this smiling whorl of blue, but none have ever seemed more miraculous than that did at that moment. Once I slid from the prow of the Trivagonti airship, and had begun the half-league fall to the ground below when Silk seized and saved me. That is the only thing to which I can liken the finding of the light. While I was washing it in the shallows, I discovered that it floated, and in fact floated as high and buoyantly as a cork, something I surely ought to have anticipated from its sensation of perfect weightlessness. Floating as it did, it had naturally been carried much farther by the flood than I had. With that sudden insight, the illumination of which I spoke, I realized what a fool I had been to search for it for hours near the spot where I myself had been cast up by the water. Furthermore, that my sword, which could not possibly have floated at all, must necessarily be much nearer the point where I had dropped it than the point where I had struggled out of the river and lain panting on the bank, vomiting foul water. And it was quite likely, in fact, that it was still beneath the overarching pavements of the city. I knelt in the water then and forced the light beneath the surface, reasoning that if it had not been extinguished by the flood, it could not be by immersion to the depth of 2 fingers. I found to my delight that when I pushed it under, it illuminated the bottom. But I began tonight with the idea of writing about the ways in which we come to knowledge, and am in danger of losing sight of my original purpose, as I frequently do. Without Oreb to remind me, I might very well forget to eat and sleep. Sudden enlightenment can be wonderful as the sight of the neighbor's light flashing through the dense foliage of the bank had been to me. But wonderful though it is not the only way in which understanding comes. A full day after that, I still remember how hungry I was by then, when something moved in the bone-littered filth of the river bottom. I jerked my hand away, sure that it was a venomous worm like the one that had risen from the cut I made in the first corpse we saw. The silt it had stirred up darkened the water, blinding me for a minute or two until the current carried it away. Then I saw the pommel, and saw, too, that the sword was struggling to reach my hand. And stretching my arm down, I held my breath, but could not keep my eyes open in that vile water, and groped blindly for the grip that was groping blindly for me. and at last I closed my hand about it and felt it grasp me from within. That, too, is how understanding comes at times. I told Mora something about my sword on the first night I spent here at Enclito's farm, and I will try to give that in the proper order. We three rode out from Blanco together, Mora and father and me, and the coachman too, although I do not believe he was listening to our talk, or that he made a part of our company to a much greater degree than his horses did. "It's a treat to have you with us," father declared. "Mora and I take this ride twice a day, and we play games and act silly just to pass the time. Besides, it was nice of you to talk to Mora the way you did. She told me all about it." Mora's expression said plainly that she had not told father everything. "I want to talk with you, too," I told father, "when we can speak privately." An airy gesture with her open parasol indicated the open coach in which we rode. I shook my head. "Mora won't tell. She knows everything you do." "In that case," I said, "you don't have to talk to me. You can talk to Mora instead." "Wouldn't you like to play a game with us? I mentioned them because I hoped you'd ask to." "Bad thing," Orab croaked. "Watch out." "Encanto?" Mora cleared her throat. "I don't want to play. You and father can if you like. I'd like to talk to your bird. Can you get him to come over here?" She and father were side by side in the seat facing mine. Orab fluttered nervously. "No, no." "Give him some time to get used to you," father advised. "He might peck." I told Mora, "He doesn't like the company you keep." Father ignored it. "I want to play the guessing game, and I'll make the first guess. I guess that Mora isn't going to play, though she could if she wanted to. Now I have a point, and I get to ask you a question, Encanto. I know the answer, and I don't think you do, but if you guess it right, you score a point. Most points, when we get to Mora's house, wins." I nodded. Orab repeated, "Watch out." "Why do you think that Mora and I were more popular today than we have been since I came?" For a few seconds I pretended to consider my answer, rolling up my eyes and stroking my beard. "Because you brought your most beautiful parasols today." Father looked disgusted. "Are you hinting that you want more shade? Mora can lend you hers. She's not using it." "Bird shade," Orab announced, and hopping onto my head, spread his wings. "Another guess," father demanded. "I won't tell you unless you guess seriously." "Very well. It must have been because Mora had talked to me this morning." "They didn't know that," Mora said. "I didn't tell them." Father simpered. "That gives me a wonderful question, but you get to ask next, Encanto, after I give you the answer. It was because everybody knew you'd been to Mora's for dinner." "How could they know that?" "Is that your question?" Father asked. I nodded. Your bird's been telling?" "I don't believe so." For a few seconds Father hid her face behind her ruffled pink parasol. "You think I told. Well, I didn't. I hardly speak to any of them. Ask Mora." The parasol went up until its fringe was above her face again, and Father gave me a wicked smile. I pretended to misunderstand. "She heard the question and may answer if she wants to." "Then I've got one point," Mora said. "My father's been telling everybody. He said you were staying with us before I wrote to ask you to, even." "Perhaps he has, but that wasn't my answer. Do you know the shopkeeper I was staying with? His name is Ateno. I told him where I was going before your father came to get me." "Mora has half a point," Father ruled. "Now here's my wonderful question. Mora said she didn't tell the others. Who did she tell, besides me?" "I have no idea." "The teachers. Wasn't that brave of her? And silly?" "She's a brave girl, though I doubt she's a silly one. Do I get a point for that?" "No. That wasn't a question in the game. It was just something I do when I'm talking. A rhetorical device." "Thank you. You're so wise that I'd think you could win easily." "I'm wise enough to know I can't," I told her. "Is it my turn now? Why are you staying with Mora?" "Because I like it, and she said I could. Isn't that a good enough reason?" Indicating the coachman, who could not have seen her, Mora said, "Her mother's dead, just like mine, and her father's a trader. He's away a lot." "I have 2 points,"
Father declared. "Mora has a half-point, and you don't have any. My turn. Mora and I didn't have to go outside and play games today. Why was that?" "You never do, Father." "That's right, but she does. Answer the question. I was trying to make it easy for you."
"Your teacher wanted to talk to Mora, I suppose."
"Not nearly good enough. It was all the teachers, and they talked to me more than they did to her. They wanted to know everything about you, and since I told them I got the most questions."
"What was it they were most interested in?"
"You can't ask unless you know the answer, do you?" I shook my head. "Then it isn't a fair question." I looked out at the fields of crisp stubble and the maples and sycamores waving in the wind like so many pillars of flame, and I thought of the green uniformed men who had saluted me. Let me revise it. Did they ask you what I was going to do to help Blanco against Duco Rigolio? Mora's eyes widened. Yes, they did. That's another point for you, Mora. You have a point and a half. Father nodded above the high lace collar that concealed her neck. In Canto, you really are discerning. I've met Stragos and Stragos before, or people who said they were, and it was all tricks and lies. You're the real thing. Whose turn is it? Mora's, I said. I suppose I'm playing after all, Mora sighed. All right, this one's only for you, Encanto. What does your name mean? A great many things, including a drinking vessel and a container for ink. Wrong. Papa's still trying to borrow back that book he read last year, so I don't know what your name was before you came. But here your name's Encanto. Papa's name means the famous. Did you know that? Your grandmother mentioned it. Yours means the enchanter. Mora adjusted her position on the deep leather seat to talk to Father. Each of you has asked 2 or 3 already. Shouldn't I get one more? If Encanto doesn't object. I don't think he will. Encanto, I could be wrong about this, but I think that Papa probably suggested your name before the 2 of you got to our house. If I'm right, why did he tell you to call yourself Encanto? Because it was the name of his brother, who died in infancy. Wrong again. I have 3 and a half. It was because he wanted to brace up the ideas so many people here have about you. He wants them to think we've got a powerful witch on our side, so they'll fight Soldo instead of giving in. They're afraid. I think even Papa is a little. I said he and they have good reason to be afraid. I've seen war. Father put in, We told the teachers you were the most powerful Strago in the whole world, but very good and a very good friend of Enclito's, didn't we, Mora? And I said Enclito gave a secret signal to bring you here in our hour of need. Mora didn't approve, but they thought it was because I wasn't supposed to say anything about the secret signal. If I knew the answer, I'd ask you right now exactly how you plan to destroy Soldo without firing a shot. Oreb bobbed on my head. Good man. Father smirked. He'd better be. I haven't the least intention of destroying Soldo, I told her. I'm sure there must be many innocent people living there. Many, and perhaps most of them, must be poor people, too, bled white by their Duco and the Inhumai. Can't we agree that they have sorrows enough without the death and destruction of war? You'd better ask a game question instead, or Mora will. Bad thing, Oreb eyed Father with disfavor. I told her that I had no objection to Mora's asking game questions, and added, You know, I've just realized why it is that the Inhumai attack the poorest people so often. Mora snapped, Because they're stupid. They aren't, and in fact they can't afford to be. I grew up among very poor people, Mora. My own family was poor, though not in comparison to many others. There was enough money to send me and my brothers and sisters to the Palestra, but only just. Father said sweetly, We call it the Academy. I shook my head. Mora and her father and grandmother do, I suppose. You wanted another question for your game, so tell me, why did Mora's grandmother call her first child Encanto? Not fair. You've got to know the answer. I do. Do you? Oreb dropped to my staff to bob up and down. Silk Win! Mora asked, Is that your real name? No, I tried to explain. Silk has never really been my name. But when I first acquired Oreb, I used to ask him questions about a man named Silk, and he picked it up. I waited for one of them to speak.
But neither did. I said, "My question wasn't for father alone. You may answer it if you can, Mora." Her speech is always slow. This time it seemed slower than ever. "I want to think about the Inhumai and the poor people first. We're not poor. It isn't an invariable rule, but I've traveled a bit, and in every place I've been, it's the poor whom they attack most." That is everything of any importance that was said. Not long after that, we were admitted by the sullen chambermaid. And now I have other things to write. 7. Second Stories. We played the storytelling game again at dinner. This time, Mora's grandmother went first. Savika's second story, Stuck in the Chimney. "This is a true story, something that actually took place in Grantesita when I was a little girl. There was a terrible Strega living among us then. She was old and ugly, but she knew so much magic that everyone was afraid of her. When I was about old enough to walk, she fell in love. The unlucky young man's name was Dentro, and he was a quiet, handsome fellow you'd think would be frightened to death if you so much as told him that a Strega wanted to speak to him. But the Strega could change her appearance whenever she wished, and whenever Dentro was around her, which was more and more often as the weeks passed, she became a beautiful young woman with a ravishing smile and a voluptuous figure. It did no good to tell Dentro that the fascinating young woman he saw was a wicked hag. The people in our district who liked him and felt sorry for him were at their wits' end. After goodness knows how much dithering and arguing among themselves, they resolved to lock him up, thinking that if he couldn't see her, he'd cease to love her, and hoping that she'd go away in search of him. Some men his own age went to his house pretending they were on a friendly visit, overpowered him, tied him up, and carried him to a room that had been made ready to receive him. It was comfortable enough, but herbs and spells had been hung on every wall to keep the Strega from finding him as long as he was in it. She didn't, but she very quickly found out what they had done. Soon the luck of the whole district turned bad. If a man fell down, he broke both his arms. No woman could make a stew without burning it. If one child threw a stone at another, he put out his eye. Houses caught fire for no reason at all, and fires that had been doused with 4 cisterns sprang up again by magic. Things got so bad that they had to produce Dentro again and let the Strega marry him. As you can imagine, they liked her less than ever after that. Well, one evening a man who lived in a house near ours happened to ride past hers. He was in a hurry, but he could not help noticing Dentro, as black as any printer, standing on her roof and poking a broom down her chimney. She had him cleaning her chimney himself, you see, instead of hiring a sweep to do it. Such parsimony made our neighbor angry, and he clapped his spurs to his horse, as angry people always do, and fairly flew down the road until he came to a graveyard. Then out popped the Strega from behind the gravestone and into the road, where she stood like this and stopped his horse so abruptly that he was nearly thrown, calling, "What's your hurry, loafer?" It made our neighbor angrier than ever. "I'm going for the doctor," he told her. "Your Dentro's fallen into the chimney and can't get out. If you ask me, he's dead." She turned as white as boiled icing and limped out of his way, and when he met his friends at the tavern, they had a good laugh about the trick he'd played on her. Now, up there in the whorl, as in Canto here will tell you, the wild storms we had were the work of devils, who mixed and served them up to us in the same exact fashion that Green does down here. Stregas can make devils do their bidding, and this Strega waited until our neighbor was called out of the city on business, and then had them make one for him that flattened half the houses in Grantesita. It did so much damage, in fact, that he heard about it in the foreign city where he was, and hurried home to see if his own house still stood. He had nearly reached it, when who should he meet trudging down the road but the Strega? She stepped into his path and stopped him as she had before. "Hurry home, loafer, your wife's stuck in the chimney." He laughed, because his wife was a great heavy woman, exceedingly fond of her plate, and not at all inclined to move from her chair for any reason, and he thought that there was no chimney in all of Grantesita big enough for her to get stuck in.
but when he got home he found his house half demolished and no wife. It was about this time of the year when nights are liable to be chilly, so as night drew on he picked up some sticks of broken furniture and built a little fire in the fireplace of what was left of their bedroom. The chimney wouldn't draw, and I think you can guess what came out of it the next day, when he and my father climbed up to the top and dropped a broken timber down it to clear it. And how much damage the devils had done to her, pulling her up into there. "Violent storms can do surprising things," Inclito said. "I've seen splinters driven into trees like nails." Father nodded. "I've seen that too, and worse. Why don't you arrange for a storm to flatten Soldo in Kanto?" "If I could, I'd consider it. Unfortunately, I can't do anything more to harm the Duco than you can, which may be harm enough. We'll see." "Good thing?" Oreb inquired. "No, but she may become one." Mora addressed her grandmother. "You've told us over and over that Encanto's a Strago. Are you saying that he's wicked? That's impossible." The old lady flushed, and the faint touch of pink that rose to her cheeks gladdened my heart. "No, not at all. Not all Stragos are wicked. You mustn't read such meanings into every old story you hear." To me she said, "I didn't intend to offend you, Encanto. Really, I didn't. I would never treat a guest like that, and I've felt ever so much better since I've been sleeping with a fire in my little fireplace and bolting my door and both the windows, as you told me." I picked up a dish of dumplings that chanced to be near my place and passed it to Father, saying, "Have some. They're tender and savory, and you must be hungry." She gave me a murderous look. "I went first tonight, just as I promised I would," the old lady told us. "Who'll go next? How about you, Mora, darling?" Mora's second story, The False Friend and the True Friend. Once, very long ago, there were two little girls whose houses were only a few steps apart, but were far from any other houses at all. This was soon after the first landers, I suppose, when there were only a few people here and everything was unsettled. One little girl was very good and very kind, but the other little girl was a liar, a cheat, and a thief. Just the same, the two played together nearly every day. They had to, because there was nobody else for either of them to play with. More people came, but the girls were used to each other by that time. They played together as before, no longer as little as they had been, and seemed closer than ever. No one could understand it, because the one was so very nice, and the other was so very, very bad. But they did it just the same. A little settlement that was nowhere near them grew to a town and broke out in politics, as it seems towns always do. The good little girl's father got involved in it, and when the other side won, the town took his land and told him that he and his family had to move away. The good little girl was so brave and strong then that even people who hated her father admired her and talked about her noble spirit. But the bad little girl wept bitterly and would not be consoled. She helped her friend's family pack, working harder than anybody, and showered everyone in it with presents. Some of the pretty things she gave them she was really giving back, because they were things she had taken from them to begin with. But many others were her own dearest possessions. When they left, she walked beside their wagon crying, and when night came and they got ready to camp next to the road, she embraced her little friend for the last time and started back home. She was already tired, so she walked slowly. The night passed, and the sun came up again, and she was not home yet. An old woman who knew both families was going out to milk her cow just then. She saw the bad girl and how terribly tired she was, and got her to come inside and sit down, and shared her breakfast. "I've known you all your life, Mora," the old woman said after they had talked a bit, "and you're as mean and selfish a child as ever I saw. What's gotten into you?" "I'm very, very selfish, exactly as you say," the bad little girl replied, "and she was the only friend I had." "I've heard that story before," Father told Mora firmly. "Bad thing." "But it was the other way round. You've got the parts mixed up." Mora shook her head. "I've told the truth." Even liars like me tell the truth sometimes.
She has a mole or wart in the middle of her left cheek. Unless I am vigilant, I find myself looking at it instead of her expression, and that can be a serious mistake. My host's mother said,
"I like it the way Mora told it. So often the people in stories are either completely bad or completely good. Mora's saying that even bad people can be good sometimes, and I agree."
It was clear that she had no idea what her granddaughter had been talking about. Inclito asked, "How about you next, Father?" Seeing her reluctance, he shrugged. "Or I will, if you'll rather do it that way." She nodded eagerly. Inclito's second story, The Mercenary's Employer. "There are lots of stories I could tell, but Mama and Mora have heard them. Father has heard a lot of my stories, too, by now. Even you, Encanto. I told stories when I drove you that I should have saved. So what I'm going to tell tonight is one I just heard from somebody else today. Not even Mama has heard it. These days there's all this war talk. I wouldn't want to scare Mora and Father, but they know it already. Even if nobody said anything out here, they'd hear it in town. In a war, there's no such thing as too many men. Too many to feed, maybe, but never too many to fight. You've got enough, maybe you won't have to fight at all. The Duco's been hiring mercenaries to fight for him and to scare us. We think we should get some, too. For us, there's never enough cards, but we got a few. So today I'm in town to talk to some and look them over for us. One of them tells me this. The last time he fights is for this big town down south. When a lander comes here, mostly it sets down in just the one place. Everybody knows that. And the people, they take out all the old supplies that were in it. Then they say, 'I'm here, what do I need with this lander now?' So pretty soon the cards are all gone out of it and lots of the wiring. Sometimes I go into other people's houses and sit down, and it is a couch out of a lander. There's steel and titanium, all that stuff, and the people it brought think they need it. This town down south is different. A god tells them they got to leave their lander like it is, just take supplies and nothing else. That's what they all say," he says. "Maybe somebody just says a god said it. Who knows about that stuff? Anyway, they take the supplies and leave the rest. This is all years ago. So after a while it goes back up. Wonderful. It goes back to the long sun wall and gets more people from their city up there and comes back. It keeps on doing that. Things are bad there, like in Mora's story. People fight and steal. There's no justice. You want to win your case, you pay a big bribe. The biggest bribe wins. So pretty soon they say, 'This is no good. Let's some of us go back with the lander next time. We'll find somebody real honest and wise up there and make him come back here and straighten everything out.' This mercenary never heard of anybody doing it before, and neither did I, but he says that's what they said they did. So they went and got the wise man they needed, a real tall man. His beard is white like new snow. He's only got one eye, and it's the color of deep water. He's still there when the mercenary comes, and this is the man that hires him when he gets to that big town down south. Before, another man that was working for this wise man had talked to them and put them on a boat that took them there. This is a real good man, the mercenary says. As soon as he talks to him, he knows he can trust him. He's living in a house the town gave him, a big one, with floors up above each other, maybe 3 or maybe 4. I remember houses like that in Grandecita, and so does Mama. She lived in one like that a long time ago. But this mercenary was born here. He never seen a house with more than 2 before. He's younger than I am, younger than anybody here but Mora and Fava. This big house is full of carpets and all kinds of furniture and pictures, the kind of things Duco Regolio has in his house. But when he talks to them, this wise man, the mercenary, knows none of it means anything to him. He has silk clothes and jewels and gold cloth around his head, but they don't mean anything to him. Walking on carpet or grass is all the same to him. After he has talked to all of them a little, he asks each one what he wants the cards he's going to pay them for. This mercenary says he got to know the others on the boat, and there are some real good liars there, but when they try to lie to the wise man, they only say, I, like that. Some want the money for good things and some for bad. He talks to all of them, no matter what they want his money for. This mercenary I talked to, he wants to buy a little piece of good land. All the good land where he was born, somebody owns already.
So he wants to get hold of some cards and buy enough that he can build him a little house and get married. He's got a girl back there he hopes will wait for him. When this wise man is through talking to them, he hires them all, and this mercenary goes away to fight for him. Pretty soon they win, and he goes to the enemy town to hold it. The wise man, he sends his own people back to their farms and uses his mercenaries for that. Then he's gone, and nobody knows what happened to him. They got this young general. He loves him like his father, and he searches every place. He thinks somebody killed him and hid the body. Then somebody in the enemy town where the mercenary is sees the wise man's wife. He tells the officer taking care of things there, and this mercenary is one of the ones they send to bring her in. They ask lots of questions, and he gets to hear some of it. She and the wise man are going to go away and never come back, she says. They get a boat and go down a river that they got down there. Not our river. There's Inhumai after him that want to kill him, and his wife is real scared. He tells her not to worry. They only want him, not her. They stop on an island and cook and eat, and there's Inhumai all over. Then they get back in their boat and go to sleep. The wise man has this pet bird. Orem interrupted Enclito's story here, exclaiming, "Good bird!" It talks, and the wise man says it will wake them up if the Inhumai get too close. She's very scared, but he holds her, and after a while she gets to sleep. When she wakes up, it's still night. This wise man is gone, and the Inhumai too. The boat's still tied to a tree or something on the little island, but she sees him over on the bank. He's taken off the headcloth he used to wear, and she sees his white hair shining in the dark. He's going away, and pretty soon she can't see him any more, so next day she takes their boat and sails it back up the river to the enemy town and sells it. This mercenary I talked to is one of the men that took her from the enemy town to the big town where this wise man was, so the young general can talk to her. But when he gets her there, the young general pays him off and lets him go because they're cutting back now. That's when he comes here. So this is the end of his story, or anyhow it's the end for right now. Mora gave her father a quizzical look. Why did the wise man want to go away when they had won the war? Enclito's big shoulders rose and fell. Somebody like Encanto could tell you, maybe. I'm just a farmer. You want to know about pigs and cows, ask me. Encanto? I shook my head, and Enclito sighed. All right, I asked the mercenary the same thing. Why did he go? He didn't know either. Then I asked about the big town that hired them, and he said things were good there. I said they don't fight each other any more, or steal? And he said no. It was a nice town with honest people, only big. As big as a city inside the long sun whirl is what he said, but how would he know? As big as Grandisita? I don't believe it. Enclito turned to me. My whole family is told, Mama and Mora. And now me. There's only you and Father. I said I would prefer that Father precede me, and his mother thrust a platter of fresh pork at me. You haven't eaten anything tonight, you or Father. How about some bread? Tessina baked this morning, and it's our own butter. I took meat and a slice of bread to satisfy her. I'm leaving tomorrow morning, Father told Enclito's mother. Mora knows, and so does Encanto now. I'd like to tell a long story tonight, since I won't be doing this any more, and I want to make up a specially good one. Anyway, Encanto got to go last when he was here before. She turned to me. May I go last this time, Encanto? And will you tell us another one about Green? I'm going to lay mine there, too, I think. 8. My second story, The Man Who Returned. On Green, at the time of which I speak, there was a band of 100 bad men. A few had slug guns, and almost all had knives. With these weapons they fought off the Inhumai, and fought among themselves as well, only too often. Their leaders were a certain man and his son, and though they thought themselves better than the rest, they were much worse because they hated each other. The others did not hate one another, though they fought and sometimes killed one another. It was only that they were proud and reckless, and that each one wanted to be thought very brave. If they had been wise, they would have tried to recover the lander in which they had come to Green, but they were foolish, and because they feared the Inhumai and did not know where in the city of the Inhumai it was, they would not. They felt sure there were other men on Green, and women too,
They wanted very much to find women. Their leader, the man I spoke of, tried to persuade them to retake the lander, but when they refused, he foolishly agreed to lead them in search of colonists from the Long Sun Whorl. He led them north through the heat and the terrible jungle, feeling that the landers would have chosen a more temperate climate for the colonists they carried. They traveled a long way, or at least they thought it long, and found a small settlement. But the settlers drove them away, then fled when they returned, and attacked. Far though they traveled, it was never far enough to escape the jungle, its fevers, and its insects. At last their leader gathered his men about him and told them frankly that their only hope was to reclaim the lander in which they had arrived. "If you will not come with me," he told them, "I will go back alone and take it by stealth if I can, or die trying. If we continue as we have begun, I will die in any case. I promised the people of my town that I would do my utmost to return to the Whorl. If I am to die here, I prefer to die with honor." They talked long after he spoke to them, 8 or 10 in support of him, and a dozen or a score opposing him. Their wrangling continued for hours. Here I stopped to listen, for I heard Hyacinth singing through her waves. "What is it?" my host's mother asked me. "A woman singing in the sea on the other side of the Whorl," I told her. "I doubt that you can hear her, but I do." While they wrangled in that fashion, I counted them over and over, and the result was always the same, one that I had come to know well since Ushajah died, 69. At last even they grew tired and slept, agreeing to settle the matter by a vote in the morning. As I lay sweating in the darkness, I foresaw what morning would bring. It was neither delusion nor enlightenment from any god. I knew them well by then, how foolish they were and how quick to anger. They would vote, and the sides would be very nearly even, though they could not be precisely even. The winners would demand that the losing side do everything they wished. The losers would defy them, and the sides would fight. I rose as quietly as I could. We always had a fire and 2 sentries, but the sentries, though they were awake, were as tired as the rest, and they had let the fire sink to embers. I crept away unobserved, not using the light that the neighbor had given me until I was completely certain it could not be seen from the camp. The next day and the next I made my way back toward the city of the Inhumai. It will seem vainglorious when I say that I lived by eating the creatures that attacked me, yet it was so. Their flesh was foul, for they were predators and carrion eaters, but I lived upon it and upon half-eaten fruits and nuts dropped by the great green spiders. On the 3rd day Sinew joined me. 3 more came on the morning of the 4th, and 6 after night had fallen. 6 who had found us by my light, which shone a long way through the jungle, thick though it was. Then more and more, until we were 46 men. 46 we regained the city. I am proud of that, as proud as Pater Remora was of having brought Mater Mint to confer with the Ayuntamiento. We had lost more than half our force since we set out, but we had learned a great deal in the losing of it, and I had brought these back without losing even 1 more. "Poor Silk," Oreb muttered on my shoulder, and again, "Poor Silk." "My name is not Silk," I explained to the people seated beyond the clear white glow of my light. "It has never been Silk. He once belonged to a man called Silk, and uses that name for me now." The white light died in my hand as I spoke. A big man with a kind, ugly face that made me want to smile said, "Was this you for real, Encanto? Were you on green?" "By Echidna's babies, I think you were." I shook my head and told him it had been someone else, a man whose name I have forgotten, a man who wore a ring with a white stone. My own name is Horn, no matter what Oreb may say. They stole into the city of the Inhumai by night, moving through the sewers at first, then through the cellars and the lower floors of the ruinous towers, the way having been scouted for them by their leader's son. Eventually, however, they were forced to go out into the neglected, rubbish-strewn streets, in which the Inhumai take the shapes of men and women to act out their ghastly parody of human life. An hour passed, and another. They had to fight, and fight they did, cunning as fell wolves and fierce as Mucor's lynxes. Onward and onward until they found the place where their lander had put down. It was not there, and when they saw that it was not, the heart went out of them. 2 had been lost in the advance. Their leader tried to count those who died in their retreat as well, but they fell too fast. At last they reached the sewers again, and the fighting slackened. He counted them then, and counted 27 with his son and himself. But as they made their way along a narrow, slimy walkway above the water, he tried to name them and found he could name only 26. Other names occurred to him, the names of dead men and of certain men who had not rejoined him in the jungle. He knew that the 27th man could be none of those. He had feared that the human slaves of the Inhumai would be waiting for them where the sewer left the city, and so it proved. There was a hot fight there, in which he was wounded. His son carried him back into the darkness under the city, and when his son had returned to the fighting and he felt a trifle stronger, he sat up and watched the battle as one who sits at ease in a darkened theatre watches the play, his men crouching and firing, or wriggling and creeping near enough to use their knives. Among them fought a young man whom he had never seen before, a young man with a needler who fought as bravely as the bravest. Night came, and they got away. Wounded, he was no longer their leader, but they carried him with them, and he loved them and wept. The young man with the needler was wounded too, with many others. But when their wounds had begun to heal, his, which he would allow no one to treat, grew worse each day. He had been on another lander, he said, and had been hiding in the city of the Inhumai until they came. The slaves of the Inhumai pursued them, armed men and women in chains with empty eyes, and when he could no longer walk, the men who had fought beside him left him beneath arching grey roots, where he lay as if in the Grand Mantian, and the man who had been leader lay there beside him. "This is too hard for you, Incanto," my host's mother said kindly. "You don't have to go on with it if you don't want to." "It would be worse not to finish it," I told her. "But I'll make the rest as brief as I can. I've talked too much already." The young man lay on the ground upon the naked black soil of green, for little can grow between the monstrous trees. The man who had been leader lay beside him, and it seemed to him that the trees and vines leaned toward them to overhear their talk, and wept. I will not tell you how tall those trees are, or their thickness through the trunk. You would not credit anything I said. But I will say this. The trees you have seen are bushes, and the roots of many of the great trees on green could heave the soil of this big farm from one end to the other and from one side to the other, making hills and valleys of its flat land. There are animals that burrow in the bark of those trees that are larger than we. "You don't recognize me," the dying man said. "I knew you wouldn't." The man who had been leader shook his head. "I promised I wouldn't deceive you as long as we were on your boat," the young man told him. "But we are no longer on your boat. I am your son, Crate." Crate was an Inhumu. The Inhumai seem men and women to us when they wish to, but no doubt all of you know that. Mora and Father looked at me strangely. Inkleto said, "I've never seen one I couldn't tell after a minute or two." Our hostess spoke of devils, saying that witches can command them and they raise storms. I do not know whether either assertion is true. Perhaps they are, though I am prone to doubt it. But I realized long ago that the devils about which poor ignorant people talk in the Long Sun Whorl, those malign beings who, it is said, crept into the whorl without Parsa's permission, were only Inhumai by another name. At the time of which I speak, Crate revealed the secret that has permitted me at times to command them, the secret that they dare not let us learn, thinking that we could employ it to ruin them. I do not believe we can. I tell you that openly and fairly, all of you who hear me now, and all of you who will read the account of our dinner that I intend to write. It is a great secret, truly. If you will, it is a great and terrible weapon. That is how the Inhumai themselves see it, and I will not call them wrong. But it is a weapon too heavy for our hands. The neighbors whom you name the vanished people knew it, but they cannot wield it against the Inhumai, who drank their blood in their time as they drink ours today. If they could not wield it, there is little hope that we human beings can, or so it seems to me. Here I must pass over many things if I am not to keep you all night. After coming near death more than once and more than twice, the man who had been leader rejoined the men he had led. They travelled very far together and saw many strange things about which I will not speak tonight, until they found a deserted settlement, in whose centre stood a ruined lander. Silk had thought the lander Mamelta showed him a tower underground. This was a tower indeed, its nose high as the tops of the tallest trees, and its sleek lines radiating a strength it no longer possessed. I can see it now, that slightly canted tower gleaming dully in the reddish light of the stifling afternoon. Like a rotting corpse, it showed ribs where some side plates had been taken. How we shouted in our delight, thinking it would save us. There were cards as well as bones in the wretched huts. The cards that were our money in the long sun wall, and that are too often our money here as well. The cards that let a lander think and speak. We restored them to the lander, and, directed by its monitor, we tried to restore the lander itself, raiding the few settlements we could locate, and sometimes carrying heavy parts from other landers for scores of leagues. Then the leader's son found a woman in one of those settlements and turned against his father for good, helping the settlers fight him and his men. And one by one they died, those men. Some fell prey to wild beasts, and some to rotting wounds and fevers. Some were killed by the settlers, some killed or captured by the Inhumai. Always it seemed to them that a few more parts would be enough, 3 more, 2 more, 1 more, only 1 more, and their lander could fly again and return them to the whirl of the long sun. Until at last there were only 2 left, with the man who had again become their leader, and their leader lay dying. They deserted him, taking both the fell black sword and the light he had been given. Perhaps they still hoped to find the wave-guide coupling they needed. Perhaps they merely hoped to be accepted by some settlement. I only know that he lay dying in the lander, and that he silenced its monitor so that he might die in peace. A terrible yearning for the life he was to lose came upon him when the monitor had gone. He took off the ring Sirac had given him not so very long before, and clasping it between hands that had been thick and strong, implored every god he could call to mind to send a neighbor to heal him. None came, and his legs were cold and dead. He felt the thirst of death, and it seemed to him at that moment that he had been cheated, that all his sons should be at his deathbed, and Nettle, who had been his wife, and Sirac herself. And he raised. Father gave me her handkerchief, a little square of cloth scarcely larger than a pen wiper, trimmed with coarse lace, and Enclito pressed his soiled napkin into my hand. He raised Sirac's ring and put it to his eye, peering through its silver circle because a fathomless darkness was closing in. He saw the whorl then as something small and bright, receding into the night beyond the stars, and for senseless reasons felt that the ring's bright round might hold the night at bay. Through the ring a neighbor saw him, and she came to him in his agony. He told her what was in his heart, and when he had finished she said, "I cannot make you well again, and if I could you would still be in this place. I can do this for you, however, if you desire it. I can send your spirit into someone else, into someone whose own spirit is dying. If you wish, I will find someone in the whorl in which you were born. Then there will be 1 whole man there instead of 2 dying men, 1 here and another there." That was all I told Enclito, Mora, and the rest that night. But I consented and found myself upon my knees beside the open coffin of a middle-aged woman. My hands and arms and face and neck were bleeding, and an old worn knife covered with blood was by my hand. There was no one else in the poor little house in which I knelt, and almost nothing in it that was not torn or broken. I rose, and leaving the dead woman in her coffin, opened the door and walked out into the whorl. It was a little after midday then, as well as I could judge from the narrowing line of the long sun. 9. Father's second story, The Girl on Green. Encanto set his story on Green. It was an unhappy one, as I think we can all agree. For me, the saddest part was the death of the leader's son, Crate. Encanto never told us how the two came to know each other, or why he had adopted an Inhumu.
That will be a very good story, I feel sure, and I'm sorry I will not be here to hear it. I am going to use that setting too. Since none of us have ever been there, it will let my imagination play in any way it wants, and be a fit locale for a story as fanciful as mine. On Green there was a little girl who lived happily in a warm, dark place. She could see nothing because the place was so dark, but she knew nothing about seeing anyway, so she did not miss it. She could hear only a little, though she could hear some noises now and then, and even wondered about them. There was food in the warm, dark place, of which she drank whenever she was hungry. Her food dwindled away, and the warm, dark place grew more and more cramped, until her arms and back and head were pushed against its sides more and more uncomfortably. Nor was that all. The harder she was pressed against sides of the warm, dark place, the more she understood that though it was her whole world, there was another world, a strange, cold, and frightening world outside it. Her ears heard a few noises, as I told you. Her mind heard more, sounds of lust and hunger, both of which frightened her very much. She drank the last of her food, and knew hunger not as a noise outside, but as a need within. The woman in Salika's story, the woman who was pulled up the chimney by the storm, had eaten as much as she wished for years, and no longer wanted to move. This little girl's case was the reverse of hers. Starving, she soon began to long for another place, one where there would be food again. That, you see, is the way of the world. The well-fed remain where they are if they can. The ill-fed wander on. I do not mean to imply that I, who will leave tomorrow to wander through many foreign towns with my father, have not been well fed at your table, Salika. You have always been more than generous with me, not only with food, but with your love, just as your son has been a father to me while I have been with you. Nevertheless, I am hungry for the sight of others of my own blood. I hope you will understand how I feel, and even sympathize." "I certainly do," my host's mother exclaimed. And Oreb from my shoulder, "Bad thing! Thing fly!" A time came when the little girl could not bear her hunger any longer. Gathering her little body, she pressed outward as hard as she could with head, hands, and feet. And when that availed nothing, she clawed frantically at the walls of the warm, dark place that had been home to her for as long as she could remember. The walls gave way almost at once, and she found herself among rotting reeds and leaves. She did not know what they were, you understand. She had no name for anything beyond her own person. To her they seemed a further wall, an extension of the warmth and darkness that had wrapped her for so long. She clawed at them too, and eventually, fatigued and weak with hunger, burst forth into the sunlit brightness of a river-bank. As I have implied, she did not know who she was or where she had come from. She knew only that she hungered. Seeing the green water, she sensed that it was liquid like her food, and pulled herself over the mud with her claws until she plunged in. Soon she discovered that there were hundreds of other babies with her in the water. What games they played! Now and again one of the others tried to bite her, or she tried to bite them, but no harm was done, and every day they grew stronger and fewer, for the fish on which they fed on them. She was perfectly happy there until one day. Here Fava interrupted her story to ask me, "May I use your leader in Canto? Your man on Green? I won't hurt him much, I promise." I nodded, hoping that no one other than Oreb was aware of my agitation. Until one day, as she jumped to escape a particularly large and aggressive fish, she caught sight of Encanto's leader walking all by himself along the river-bank. As soon as she laid eyes on him, she knew that everything she and her playmates had been doing in the river was wrong, and pulled herself up onto the bank. For a time she ran behind him on all fours like a dog, but that too seemed wrong. Swimming and eating and swimming again through the calm, sunlit waters had made her much stronger. She stood up as he did, and toddled along behind him, leaving her baby footprints in the mud. Though she walked as fast as she could not keep up with him, and once a green grabber burst from some thick leaves and snatched at her with claws that were those of a big owl, but 10 times larger. Grabbers are horrible animals, without feathers or hair, and they change color in ways that make them very hard to see. Think of a bad child as big as a grown man, with a long tail and hands like owl's feet, and you will have pictured one. This grabber forced her to hide in the water for a long while the leader walked on.
As father spoke, I had been picturing the events in her story, and by the time her little girl had leaped from the green water and seen me, they were painfully vivid. We had called the grabbers color cats, from their claws and the shape of their faces, and I could picture the color cat at that moment much more clearly than Mora in Cleto and his mother, or the curving wall of age-old ashlars, and the fire in the big fieldstone fireplace. A bull color cat as green as grass, hump-backed with muscle, splashing through the shallows with high-kneed caution, its snaky tail waving behind it like a detached liana, peering into the water, turning and peering again, and at length pouncing, its horrible claws stretched wide, and coming up with nothing more than a crumbling half-load of mud. My hand groped my side for the sword I no longer wore, and found it. The little girl I've been telling you about would have been left hopelessly behind, father continued with a puzzled expression, if the leader had not turned back. Apparently he had caught sight of the grabber, or more likely had heard it grunting and splashing as it searched for her. I doubt that the leader can have known it was hunting a little girl, but he seemed determined to save that innocent creature, whatever it might be. As soon as he caught sight of the grabber, he drew his sword and advanced upon it fearlessly. At the sight of his resolute face and that slaughtering black blade, the grabber lost heart. My host's mother could contain herself no longer. "This leader, father, was he—" "Grandmother," Mora exclaimed, "you're not supposed to interrupt. You know you're not. You're the one who always objects when father and I do it." "Interruptions are permitted in cases like this," my host's mother declared with great firmness. "Father, I have to ask you about Encanto's leader, because Encanto never did describe him. Was he tall as Encanto?" Father shook her head. "That's funny. No, he wasn't, but almost as tall, though he didn't look it, and stocky. You can think of him as muscular if you like, and he certainly looked strong enough to fight and climb and the rest of it, but there was nothing heroic about him except his eyes. The little girl whose adventures I have been recounting to you knew nothing about heroes and swords or any such thing, but she was as curious as a monkey, and as soon as she realized what was happening, she pushed her little head up out of the water, and as soon as the grabber was dead, she overcame her natural shyness sufficiently to speak to the leader who had killed it and saved her, offering her timid thanks, and after some hesitation venturing to say that she thought his was the best shape for everyone." The color cat lay dead, half in and half out of the muddy water. Scarlet blood that looked no different from a man's or a hog's, spurting from the gaping wound below its jaws. Dozens of young inhumi rose to drink it. Wading in, I caught one by the nape of the neck and carried it to the bank, with its tail lashing futilely and its arms and legs pawing air. "Can you talk?" I shook it. It swung its head from side to side, then nodded. Already its lizard's face was softening a little, melting. "You see that tree?" I pointed dramatically. "All I've got to do is grab you by your tail and swing you against it, so you'd better do everything I say. What's your name?" "Me." "You're changing your looks, and that's good, but you're making yourself too childlike. I want you older, so grow those legs. Are you a male or a female, me?" "Girl." "That's good, too," I told her. "I think I'll keep you. I need a little help. If you'll come with me and do your job, I won't hurt you, and I'll see to it that nobody else does either." "So he cut off a big piece of the grabber's skin for her," father continued, "and scraped it until it was thin and smooth, and as flexible as grabber skin can be made. She wrapped it around herself, and they picked flowers and pretty leaves for her to wear in her hair. Encanto's leader had merely wanted her to frustrate the plans his son and a young woman were making in one of the human settlements, but without in the least intending to, he had made the little girl I have been talking about into a little girl from that day forward, a very good little girl, too, in her way, very fond of pretty dresses and playing nicely with other little girls. Now I am tired, and all of you have finished eating. I have a long way to go tomorrow, so I end her story here, and end it happily. Perhaps I ought not to have drawn the 3 whorls, for I only corked my little bottle of ink, wiped my pen, stretched, and talked to Oreb. Now here I am again, the same man in the same place, with the same ink, paper, and pen, though I have sharpened my nib a trifle, as you see. As I see, I interrupted myself at the place where Father and Mora came in here in their night-dresses last night, and went off story-telling. I hope to get back to that, but first I ought to say that Father has gone, and that the two young men who are to carry the letters I wrote for Enclito had dinner with us tonight. One is certainly the mercenary with whom Enclito spoke. When I entered the room I saw him glance at Enclito and nod. His name is Echo, a fine, stalwart young man whose dark face and flashing teeth and eyes remind me of Hari Mao. I've been trying to place him in the group I spoke with in the palace. To my left at the back of the room, I believe. He is quite tall, and I'm reasonably certain that I remember him looking over the heads of those in front of him. No smiles then. I saw a very young man about to be sent into battle, and wondering whether he had the courage to bear himself well. From what Enclito said, I feel sure he did. Indeed, I would be equally sure if Enclito had said nothing about him. When Mora and Father came last night, I sent Honorifica for the other maid, Torda, the sullen, good-looking young woman who fetched lap-robes for us on the night that Enclito drove me back to Blanco. "I've been wanting to talk to you," I told her. "You are in danger. In deadly danger, in fact. I'm going to save you if I can. I had not intended to speak to you with Mora listening." I stole a glance at her. Her heavy, coarse face told me very little, but her mouth seemed narrower than ever. "Still, this may be the best way, and if Father listens as well, it can do no harm and may do some good." "You think you got me out of bed?" Torda looked at me accusingly. "You think that—" "I know I didn't. Honorifica brought you much too quickly for that. You were up and dressed, or dressing." "I'm supposed to heat Madame's bath-water. She bathes every morning. She'll be furious." "Then Honorifica will have to do it." "She's supposed to set the table for breakfast." Father tittered. I waved the table aside. "Dessina can do it. There can't be much involved in setting table for 5. "You thought I'd be scared and mixed up, but—" I shook my head. "I hope to frighten you. I'm aware that you're not frightened now." It was a lie. I knew she was. "But I hope to frighten you for your own good. Women fear death, Torda, just as men do. If I can show you, and I think I can, that the hand of Hyrax is reaching for you even as we speak, you will be sensibly frightened and tell me the truth. If you do, things may not go so badly for you. Confusion is the last thing I'm hoping for. You must think clearly now, more clearly than poor Honorifica has ever thought in her life. You must see your peril if you are to escape it." "Poor girl!" Oreb cocked his head. Mora nodded emphatically. "That's what I say, too. If it weren't for—" "You really shouldn't bully her like that. I'm going to tell my father." Father's hand concealed her smile. "We came in here to talk to you about something entirely different in Kanda when we were here first." "I know what you want to talk about." My voice was not more assured than I felt. "And it is the same thing. You say it's entirely different, but you don't know what I'm talking to Torda here about. Or do you?" Father shook her head. "Torda is a spy," I said, and was careful to look at Father as I said it. "Enclito has known for some time that there was a spy in his household. He asked me to identify her. I say her because it was clear to both of us that it had to be one of 4 persons, Dessina, Honorifica, Torda, and you, Father. It's Torda, and she can save us all some time by confessing." "A spy? I am not." Oreb spat. "Bad girl!" "I imagine everyone here knows your history," I told her, "so there can be no harm in rehashing it. You came here as a poor relative, a relative only by courtesy. Your mother was supposed to have been a second cousin by marriage or something like that, something equally nebulous and impossible to prove. Came here from where?" Torda shook her head and stared at the floor. "Not from Blanco, because it wasn't said in that fashion. If you and your family had lived in town, Enclito and his mother particularly, would have known all about you. You came here from Soldo, and it's obvious who sent you." "No." "You may actually be the sort of step-relative you claim to be. Who cares? The relationship is so tenuous as to be non-existent anyway. Enclito took you and treated you as well as his daughter. All 4 of us know why." I waited for her to speak, but she did not.
You really are good-looking, I told her. Your profile particularly. Your face is a trifle too narrow, I would say, but it's not at all bad. And you have an admirable figure. When you smile, you must be very pretty. And I'm sure you smiled a lot at Encleto at first, didn't you? She was glaring at me now, eyes blazing. That has nothing to do with you. Then something went wrong between you. Did he find you with another man? Or did you ridicule his appearance? He isn't a handsome man, and he seems sensitive about it. Torda's face was set hard. It's none of your affair. I told you. Mora said he's acting for my father, or thinks he is. Her voice was flat with resignation. I would guess that you simply wanted too much. Was it jewels and clothes? Encleto had made a mistake when he treated you as well as he did in the beginning. You may even have tried to get him to marry you, and he doesn't want to remarry. He's hoping to leave everything he's got to his daughter and her husband. Torda looked at Mora, and her eyes spoke volumes. He cast you aside, and you had to become the mere servant you'd been pretending to be. Any normal woman would have left then. I had no place to go. Mora sighed. Nobody here will if you don't keep your voice down. I nodded. Why did you stay? Clearly because Duco Regolio would have been displeased. He would want you right here as long as you could learn. I'm from Novella Citta. I really am. Torda's voice was almost conversational, but a tear crept down her cheek. I shrugged. If that's the truth, perhaps I can arrange for your body to be sent there. I'll do what I can. Certainly Blanco won't want you where its own citizens find rest. Fish heads? Oreb inquired. Breakfast soon, at least, though I doubt that there will be fish for you. Mora, would you be willing to go to the kitchen and see that Honorifica brings your grandmother's bath water? Or perhaps even see to it yourself? It would be— She shook her head. As you like. I turned back to Torda. To repeat, it was clear that the spy was one of you four. Encleto suspected Fava, and took care to say nothing that a spy might think significant in her presence. It was a reasonable precaution, and he took it. But nothing changed. The Duco seemed to know each plan he hatched. That suggested that Fava was not the spy, but he, and I, when he told me about it, remained understandably suspicious of her. She was not related to him, had no discernible family of her own, and had the run of the house. I talked to her and to Mora, hinting that her visit, welcome as it had been, had reached its natural conclusion. Mora wanted her to stay, but she herself readily agreed to leave at once, as you've no doubt heard. That settled it for me. Fava was no spy. Mora, how do they kill spies in Blanco? Have you any idea? At home they shoot them, but I've heard that in some places they're torn apart by 4 horses. Hang them, I think. Fava said, We burn in Humai. It depends on just what the person's done. I nodded. You were eliminated, as I said. That left Decina, Honorifica, and Torda here. Torda was clearly a rejected lover, so the answer was plain enough. I took time to inquire about the other 2 just the same. Decina has been working for Encleto and his mother since Mora was small. Moreover, she rarely leaves her kitchen. I eliminated her, as any sensible person would. Honorifica's family lives nearby, and she isn't intelligent enough unless she's a superb dissembler. I returned to Torda. If you don't confess, you'll still be tried before the corpo and executed. It's not the way I'd deal with this if I had a choice, but this isn't my house, and Blanco isn't my town. What have you to say? I didn't. And then, in a whisper, I love him. Poor girl. Yes, Oreb. But a wealthy one if she could have made him believe it. Torda, I can only say that you have a strange way of showing it. If you confess now, I'll do my utmost to see that there is no trial and no execution. She shook her head violently. I hesitate to speak for him, but I believe that Encleto will as well. He'd prefer to keep your past relationship a secret, surely. Will you confess? I didn't do it. I drew a deep breath and let it out. Then there's no more to be done. Mora, will you tell your father we must see him as soon as he's up and dressed? No.
She spoke to father. "Go tell the other one about grandmother's water." I shook my head, and father said, "Really, Mora, I mean it. Go now." Father stood, nodded, and left us, closing the door behind her. As I watched her go, I had to marvel at the perfection of the illusion. To my eyes, if not to Orib's, she was a girl of 13 or 14, rather small, with light brown hair that I knew must be a wig.
"Bad thing. Fish heads?"
Orib tugged at a lock of my own. "No, breakfast isn't ready yet. Honorifica would have come around to tell us, I feel sure." Mora began. I cut her off. "I know. First let me send Torda away." Mora shook her head. "I am the spy. It was me." "As you wish," I told her, and spoke to Torda. "Mora's been spying on her father for Duco Rigolio. I accused you in the hope of making her confess. Do you understand?" "It will—" Her face was stricken. "This will kill him." "It will if he finds out, perhaps. A few minutes ago you said you loved him. Do you intend to tell him?" She shook her head. "Then perhaps you do. Will you tell your father, Mora?" "No," Mora said. "I couldn't." "In that case, neither will I. If we three can keep a secret, there's no reason it shouldn't be kept." Mora began to speak, but I raised my hand to silence her. "Before you say anything about father, it may be we've seen the last of her. Do you realize that? It was why I didn't want you to send her away." "I hope she's gone. That would make it easier." Mora slumped in her chair. "Harder, I believe, and certainly less satisfying. She recruited you, isn't that right?" After a lengthy pause, Mora nodded. Torda said, "Then father is really the Duco's spy?" "She is, or was, one of two," I said. "She got Mora to cooperate with her, and I imagine that father herself carried their reports back to Soldo." Father opened the door as I was speaking. "I did, and I got Mora to tell me things, that's all. I never said anything to her about spying or telling the Duco. No matter what she's told you, that's all it was." "That is all I ever thought it was. But after a time she must have realized what she'd been doing. If she hadn't before Inclito told her he thought there was a spy in the house, she certainly must have after that. Nevertheless, she didn't want you to leave." Mora nodded. "And she must have been very much afraid that you'd find a way to tell her father after you left. A letter to be found in your room or something of that sort. Most of you can't write, but you can, I know. Since you've been going to Palestra with Mora, it's not surprising." Mora said she wouldn't have. "She'll say she wouldn't have if you ask her now, I feel quite sure." I watched father resume her seat on my bed. "What was it the Duco gave you, father? Silver and gold? Cards with which to repair a lander? Not food. You seem to have had no difficulty getting that for yourself." She shook her head. "What was it, then?" "I won't tell you." "Yes, you will." I strove to sound ruthless. "I'm giving you a chance to leave alive, but I'll withdraw it if I must." Sullen silence. "In a little while I'm going to have to speak with Torda in private, because I want her to tell me a private matter. Yours is not. You must tell all three of us right now, Mora particularly." "Torda, too?" "Yes, I think so. It's a bit late to leave Torda out." I turned and glanced at the window. The short sun was rising, illuminating Inclito's broad fields and fat cattle. Today I watched him stoop and pick up a clod of black earth, which is just now being plowed for winter wheat. Gesturing, I said to Mora, "All that will be yours some day. No doubt he's told you. Yours and your husband's." "Good place," Orib assured us, and Mora nodded mutely. "How did the Duco pay you, father, for the information you brought him? What did he give you?" "Nothing." She hesitated. "Jewelry, mostly. Jewelry and cards. I gave them away or threw them away." "I can imagine. Gold is heavy stuff. Since you didn't want the Duco's jewels or his cards, what did you want?" "You must have wanted something." She shook her head. "Nothing. I know you see, or at least I think I do. And I'll tell Mora if you don't. It will sound far worse from me.
You know everything, don't you?
Certainly I don't know as much as I need to. I intend to consult the gods again if I can persuade Mora's father to give me a lamb.
No cut!
Not you, silly bird. If Encleto will let me have a lamb or something of the kind to sacrifice, I'd like to consult the outsider. Him, particularly, and perhaps the mother, the vanished people's sea goddess, though as far as I know the war brewing here has no connection with the sea.
Then you'll pretend the gods told you, Father declared.
Certainly not. The gods won't tell people who do that sort of thing anything.
We've been waiting for it, Mora explained listlessly. Some kind of magic or enchantment. We were afraid, but we wanted to see it.
I nodded, and admitted that when I was her age, I would have felt the same way.
Father said, "Do we still want to talk to him about what we came to see him about, Mora? It will sound inane after all this."
"I don't care," Mora told her, "if you want to."
"Then I won't."
"I think we need to finish talking about your spying first," I said. "Mora will feel better when that's over, and so will I. While you were out of the room, I said that if the three of us, Mora, Torda, and I, could keep a secret, there was no reason for anybody else to know. Can you think of one?"
"Not if you can't."
"I can't. You're an intelligent young woman. Can you summarize everything you've told the Duco for me? Briefly, we haven't a lot of time."
"I think so. First there was the ammunition problem. Blanco had a lot of slug guns left over after the last war, but not much ammunition for them. Encleto was able to buy some in Aspis, and he got people from there to come here and show our people how to make it. So now there's a shop making ammunition in Blanco, and the town buys it from them as fast as they can turn it out. Then there was a lot of talk about fortifying. Some people wanted to make the town wall thicker and higher and build more towers, but where was the money coming from? Naturally, Encleto was against all that, and so were all the other farmers. He wanted to use the money, or as much as there was, to hire troopers who'd protect everybody, and that was the way it was decided after the farmers said they were going to start taking their produce someplace else. Mora put in, "My father went around to a lot of the neighbors to get them to do that, and got some of them to go around like he was." "I see." "And I told him about you," Father continued, "after you came here the first night. Encleto thinks you're a man called Silk he read about."
"Good Silk," Oreb assured us.
"In some book. Only I don't think the people in books are ever really real."
"Nor do I told her.
"And that was the last one, 2 nights ago. I said you were supposed to be this very powerful witch who'd cast spells on him and Soldo so Blanco would win, and I thought there might even be some truth in it. That was because of the story you told us the first night. Then you told that other one tonight, and you got inside mine and started changing things. I told Mora this morning, and she said we should just go and see you and ask how you did it as friends. I said you were her friend, not mine, but if she wanted to, I'd come along."
"He's going to let you go," Mora told her. "He could get Papa to kill you twice over. You couldn't have a better friend than that."
"Yes, I could. I do."
"Before we talk about stories," from my shoulder, Oreb repeated, "Talk, talk." "Before we discuss those, I have a few questions about your reports, Father. How many times have you gone to Soldo to talk to Duco Rigolio?" She muttered to herself, counting on her fingers.
9.
Torda burst out,
"She said she went there night before last in Canto. That can't possibly be true. She was here when you and the master went back to town, and here next morning for breakfast."
I nodded. "But let's pretend we think it's true for the present."
"Nobody can ride that fast." "Thing fly," Oreb demonstrated, circling the room. "Bad thing.
Come back, you silly bird." "I was about to say, Father, that you must surely have gained some information of value to Encleto on all those trips. How did you give it to him?"
"I couldn't, or not very much. He would have known."
"We both know you could, that you needn't always be Father. How did you appear to the Duco?"
"Like I do now."
Without in the least desiring to, I pictured her as she must have appeared that night, her wig still upon her head, her arms widened and lengthened to wings, straining the loose cotton stuff of her sleeves. Torda was leaning forward to study her.
I said. In bright sunlight you might be able to make out her scales. It's why she carries a parasol. In this room I don't believe you will, unless your eyes are a great deal better than most. I've never seen one up close before. You're not seeing one now. Father, would you like to show Torda and Mora your natural shape? If you make me, I suppose I'll have to. I won't. I asked whether you would like to. She shook her head. They can make themselves look very much like us, as you see, I told Torda. They think like us as well. There is a stain of evil in them, however. Perhaps I should say that there is a streak in them that appears evil to human beings like us, an undertone of black malignancy with roots in their reptilian nature. Father began, we feel... I raised my hand. Think before you speak. She nodded. I was going to say that we feel the things we do are right, exactly as you and Mora feel that the things you do are right, even when they're wrong. That malignant stain kept you from informing Enclito, who has housed you and been kind to you, as well as causing you to offer your services to the Duco. I hope to equalize matters a little if I can. I'll help you, Father declared. Mora asked her, was that all it was? You threw away the jewels, you said. Is it just that you don't like us? I like you, Father told her. I said, if you really do, you will want to leave her for her sake. You have done a great deal of good here, I believe. You're beginning to do harm, however, and it will only grow worse. Remember, please, that in a week or a month I will be gone, but Mora and Torda will still be here, and both know. Mora, you must understand that however much Father may have liked you, I'm not qualified to pass on that. She resented the other human beings with whom she came in contact, not only your father and grandmother, but Torda and Honorifica, and all the people she met in Blanco. Mora nodded reluctantly. She envied their humanity, and soothed her feelings by doing what she did, proving to herself that she had the power to destroy them. But we have very little time. The obvious question, Father, why didn't the Duco attack when you told him about the ammunition shortage? He should have. I agree, but he didn't. Why didn't he? He said he wanted to train his people better and get the crop in. I nodded, wondering, as I still do, exactly how far I could trust her. And hire more mercenaries, I'm sure. That's right, and equip everybody better for winter fighting. I nodded again. Does it snow here? I suppose it must. Mora offered. It snows a lot more up in the high hills, and that's where my father wants to meet them. No doubt. Father, when you told the Duco about Enclito's influence, how he had persuaded the town to fight outside its walls, it would be natural for him to order you to kill him, or so I would suppose. Blanco would certainly be much weaker without Enclito. Did he do that? Yes, Father said. I wouldn't do it. What power was in those words, I cannot say. But as she spoke them, I felt once more the stillness of the steaming air between the colossal trees, dripping with moisture and thick with the smell of vegetable decay. Oreb surely felt it too. Again and again he exclaimed, bad place, sounding half frantic with fear. He'd want me to kill you too, Encanto. Her fangs came out, for her kind, like ours, appears about to eat when it is pleased. If I were to go back there tonight, I know he'd tell me to. I wouldn't do that either. Mora and Torda were staring at her, Mora's slack jaw and open mouth rendering her less attractive than ever. I want you to go back to him, I said, and felt that she and I were sitting together on the damp, fecund soil. A moth with wings the size of dinner plates fluttered above the dark, stagnant pool between us, displaying staring eyes upon its wings before it fluttered up and up to vanish into the vaulted ceiling formed by the lowest limbs. You said you wanted to help me set things right here, I told Father. This is how you can do it. Tell Duco Regolio that Enclito is about to marry a woman from Novella Citta, and that both Novella Citta and Olmo have agreed to support his counterattack on Soldo once the war has begun. Will you do that? Father nodded. Her fangs had disappeared. If you do, and if you leave here today and do not return, you will have my friendship, for whatever that's worth. I won't reveal your nature to Enclito.
or tell him that you have nearly bled his mother to death." Tordo grasped my arm and pointed at the idiot-faced, long-legged thing that had fallen from the tree under which we sat. Its wrinkled, hairless hide was the brownish pink of human skin, and although it seemed stunned, its blunt tail probed the ground like a blind worm. "Don't worry," I told her. "They eat leaves, are not good to eat themselves, and are perfectly helpless and harmless. It would never have left its tree if it weren't looking for a mate." At the sound of my voice, it lifted its head and stared at me, its eyes as dull as ever, and its mouth working. Fava leaned forward to admire her own face, studying her reflection in the water as she might have in a slab of polished jet. "Back in Grande City, where I lived as a girl. Do you mind if I'm older now, Mora? It's been so hard staying young for you while I dined with your grandmother. I kept having to stop on the way to Duco Regolio's palace or on the way back to find another child. Incanta said I had no trouble finding food, and I heard him say once that we prey upon the poor, as if it were an accusation. It's really just that we look for houses that aren't very solid and are poorly defended." Mora gasped. "Are you doing this? Is it where you come from?" Fava nodded. "But I'm not doing it." For a second her mouth opened as widely as a human mouth can. I would guess because she believed she was retracting her fangs. "Incanto is, I'm sure. How do you manage it, Incanto?" I shook my head. Back in Grande City it was fashionable to credit witches and fortune-telling, and all sorts of humbug. If you didn't consult a Strega at least once a month when your period came, you pretended you had, and made the charm yourself to show your friends. I did that sometimes, and so did they, I'm sure. Charms against the pain, and for love and good luck. When I remember them now, it seems to me that they never helped anyone, though they may have hurt a few of us." Her face had become the smooth but delicately wrinkled one of a woman who had been beautiful 30 years ago. "I hope yours aren't like that, Incanto," she added. "Aren't we all friends here? If we are, anything that harms any of us hurts all of us. I hope you agree." I said nothing because I was watching Mucor, who had coalesced from a shimmer on the dark surface. "There you are, Silk. There you are, Horn. I've been looking everywhere for you. Babby came back without you, and Grandmother's worried." "Tell her I found an eye for her," I said. "I'll bring it as soon as I can." There was a knock at the door, and a hoarse, muffled voice outside it. Mucor had turned her death's-head grin toward Torda. "Are you sure you want to marry him? Silk will help you." The door opened, and for a moment I saw the fat, middle-aged face of the cook, stupid with shock. "Breakfast?" The colossal trees were fading as the small but comfortable bedroom my host had provided returned. "Breakfast is on the table. Orab appeared to shrink. "Good place." He practically crowed it. And then, "Fish heads?" 10. Untamed Talents. Mora, Orab, and I went in to breakfast then. No doubt Torda went to her morning duties, whatever they were. I did not see her again until shortly before I sacrificed. Fava must have gone to Soldo, if she has not set off to gather more of her kind to hunt me down. Wherever she went, she certainly was not at breakfast with us today. Here I ought to jump ahead to dinner. The 2 young men who were to carry the letters I had written for Inclito ate with us, and we were all much too interested in talking to them for anybody to suggest the story game. One was raised in Blanco. His name is Remando. It means delay, he tells me, and was given him because his mother carried him for almost 10 months. "If I'd known that," said Inclito, "I'd never have accepted you. You'll be half the morning just getting the saddle blanket on." The other is the mercenary whose story Inclito told. His name is Echo, and I saw him nod to Inclito when I came into the dining room. "They'll ride for Blanco to take my letters to Novella Citta and Olmo," Inclito explained to his mother and daughter. "It'll be dangerous. They know, and every god knows I do. But they're going to do their best to get through, aren't you, boys? Both young men nodded.
The Duco's troopers are on their way to fight us already? My host's mother asked me. That was what you saw when you sacrificed?
As I told you, madam. We've got to believe it, her son said. But if the gods had told Encanto the Duco wouldn't move for another month, we'd have to believe his troops had started anyway. We can't afford the other. You've got to stay off the main roads. You've got to stay off the little side roads as much as you can. You want grass under his hoofs whenever you can get it. Thinking of green, I added, and leaves above your heads. That's right. Stay out of sight. Move fast, but not so fast you'll wear out your horse. Enclito paused. I don't think you're going to get a chance to change horses, but do it if you can. Lead him uphill wherever it's steep. Give him a little rest. Speaking for the first time, Mora said, They should be riding this minute. Her father shook his head. They rode out here. For today, that's enough. Let them get a good meal now and a good night's sleep. There's good big stalls and clean straw for the horses, water and oats and corn. Tomorrow they go as soon as the sun's up. Turning to Romando, he explained, Dacina's going to wake me up. Dacina's my cook. She goes to sleep right after dinner and gets up early. I'll wake you up, and you too, Echo. I'll see you off. They nodded, and I gave Enclito what I intended to be a significant glance. Both, we don't want you killed. We don't want you dead, understand? If they try and stop you and you can get away, fine. But if you can't— He raised both hands. Mora asked, Do they have needlers? Romando shook his head. Her father said, We can't spare even one for this. No needlers, no slug guns, no swords. They're too heavy anyway. We want them to get away, not fight. Dacina herself came in as he spoke, and transferred the huge roast on the spit to a great pewter platter fit for it. She set it down ceremoniously before Enclito, who stood and took up a fork with which he might almost have pitched hay, and a carving knife with a blade as long as my forearm. Holy meat! Don't anybody swear or talk against the gods while you eat it. It's not polite. Echo, seated between Enclito and his mother, asked me whether the victim had been a steer. I shook my head. A young bull, fawn with a black face. Do they sacrifice steers in your town? I think so. Perhaps they may. Customs differ. In my own, and much more in old Viron, no animal that had been maimed in any way could be offered, just as no private person sacrificing at home was to offer a loaf from which a slice had been taken, or wine after he had drunk from the bottle. Salika said, You're not a Patre, Encanto. I know I asked you before. I smiled at her. No, I'm afraid not. Nor am I an augur, which is what we call them. Our canons permit sacrifice by a sibyl when no augur can be found, however, and sacrifice by a layman, or a laywoman for that matter, when no augur or sibyl is present. Such sacrifices are nearly always private, carried out before a small shrine in the giver's own house. I see. I felt that this one, which was to take place in your son's presence and on his property, with a sacred fire upon an altar of turfs I built myself, could reasonably be considered a private one. Only the family attended, Salika explained to Romando and Echo. My son, my granddaughter, and I. Mora added, and Torda. That's right, Torda, to help Encanto with the knife and the blood. Enclito had been carving a thick slice while we spoke. You're the main guest, Encanto, and you sacrificed him for us. Hold out your plate. I did not. Half that or less as a favor. Romando, here you are. Enclito cut a smaller piece and gave it to me. Echo told Mora, In Gaon, where I was before I came here, they still sacrifice heifers to Echidna, but they won't eat the meat themselves. The gods got the head, all 4 feet, and some other stuff, Enclito remarked as he laid a thick slab of beef on Echo's plate. They said that was all they wanted, and we could have the rest. The people of Gaon do not abstain from beef and veal because they think them unclean, I explained, but because they think them too sacred. Romando paused in the act of cutting his meat. But the gods told you that the horde of Soldo has already set out to invade us? That's the important point. What gods were they, anyway? The outsider and the sea goddess of the vanished people, I told him. I don't even know her name, and perhaps no one does now. Mora smiled mischievously. You could ask your neighbors. I smiled back. The vanished people themselves, you mean? I'll try to remember. Father didn't believe in them, Mora told Echo. Father's a friend of mine who was staying with us until this morning. Romando said, I've got her old room. She seems to have left behind a good many of her belongings. She'll be back for them eventually, I suppose. I added, Or she'll send for them, Mora. I would think that more likely. Mora nodded. Why did you choose those two? Romando asked me. Isn't there a god for war? A goddess, I told him absently, and several minor gods as well. Salika said, Don't make him talk, please. He doesn't eat enough as is. Echo asked in Clito, Didn't the gods have anything to say about us? There was a pained silence, broken at length by Romando. I believe I understand. One of us won't reach his destination. Or is it that neither of us will? Fish heads? Oreb had flapped through an open window to reclaim his post on my shoulder. I passed him up a scrap of meat, and Mora asked, If I try to feed him, will he take it? Probably he likes you. She cut a considerably larger piece from the slice on her plate, and tossed it across the table to Oreb, who caught it in his beak and flew to the hearth to tear it into shreds of manageable size. I'd like to know, Romando challenged us all with his eyes, precisely what these gods, two gods I've never so much as heard of, had to say about us. I don't believe in them, less even than your friend believed in the vanished people, if that's possible. This last was addressed to Mora. But I want to know. It's my right, and Echo's too. Salika inquired rather timidly, Why don't you believe in the gods? Romando snorted, and she gave me a pleading glance. You see, I told her, as soon as you silence me, you find that you require my speech. Echo tried to restore harmony. I think I'd prefer not to know. It was a private sacrifice, they say. Let it stay private. I'm of your mind, I told him. The interesting question isn't what I read in the entrails of this young bull. An augur with sufficient imagination can read whatever you like in the entrails of whatever beasts you choose, and predictions made at sacrifice fail at least as often as they succeed, more often, in my experience. Romando asked, Is one of us to die? Which one? No, Mora told him. There wasn't anything like that. Nor is the interesting question why Romando doesn't believe in gods, I continued. It is why anyone should. Why didn't Father believe in the vanished people, Mora? The answer may prove enlightening. Because they have vanished. She knew that they were here once. I mean, she'd seen the things people show that they say were theirs. Things that have been dug up, you know. At last year, one of Father's hands found a little statue when he cleaned out our well. I'd like to see it. Inclito glanced up from his plate. I'll show you right after dinner. Only she said they were gone, and that was why they're called the vanished people. If they were still here, we'd know all about them and see them every day. I nodded. Anything that's seldom seen is assumed to belong to the remote past, even when it was last seen yesterday. Romando began, I want to know. Of course you do. This is my fault. I may have misread the god's message, and in fact I probably did. I thought it said that only one of you would set out in the morning. Inclito broke the silence that followed by picking up the small bell beside his mother's plate and ringing it. A smiling Torta appeared at once, and he told her, I'd like a little horseradish. Would you ask Dusina for some, please? I know it's not your job. I'll grate some for you myself, sir. I know right where it is. Romando cleared his throat. You didn't say which one of us wouldn't go? I don't know, I told him. Quite possibly that was written there as well, but if so, I was too obtuse to read it. Mora said, Wouldn't the gods know you couldn't and not bother writing it? I shrugged. You want to ask why I don't believe in the gods, all of you, Romando declared. But you're afraid to ask me, or too polite. Not at all, I told him. By this time you should have seen enough of our host to know that, though he is extremely brave, he is never polite. Inclito dropped his knife and fork and roared with laughter. He has many excellent qualities. He's both intelligent and shrewd, for example, a rare combination. Mora, you love your father, I know. What is it you like so much about him? From his place on the hearth, Oreb croaked loudly, Good man! He is, Mora nodded. But that's not why I love him. It's hard to explain. Do you want to try?
I think so. It's that he loves whatever he's doing. He made me a house for my doll when I was small, and he loved doing that, just like he loved building onto this house and then building more, or putting up a new barn. I played with his dollhouse, and you know how children are. After a while it didn't look as nice, so he fixed it for me and repainted it, and he loved doing that, even when he'd been working hard all day.
Torda returned from the kitchen with a saucer of horseradish and a spoon. Inclito took it from her and dumped half of it onto his plate, then held out the rest to us. Only Echo accepted.
Your daughter mentioned a little statue. You were going to show it to Encanto. I'd like to see it myself. Would that be all right?
Absolutely, Inclito told him. There are some other things, too.
In Gaon, they've got a cup that belonged to their Rajan, the one that disappeared.
Inclito nodded.
The vanished people are supposed to have given it to him, and it certainly looks like some work of theirs I've seen. They say it cures the sick, and they keep it in the temple of their goddess.
Mora came in as I was writing cures.
Not in my nightgown this time, she said, and tapped her riding boots with her quirt.
Nor with Fava, I remarked. I like this much better.
But with the same questions she and I had last night, and more. She paused. I've been out in the stable just now with Romando. He wanted to see about his horse, see that it was comfortable and had enough water. Only when he got me out there, he had 1,000 questions, just like me. She seemed to expect me to smile, so I did. I couldn't answer most of them, but when I got back to my room and started to undress for bed—
You became curious yourself, I suggested.
I was already. That's why Fava and I came last night. But I need somebody to talk to. That used to be Fava, but she's gone now.
What about your father and your grandmother?
It wouldn't be like talking to Fava, or to you. She sat in silence for a few seconds while I finished the sentence I'd begun when she knocked and wiped my pen. That man Echo talked about, the man down south who was looking for his father. Do you have a son? I nodded. Because you thought he might be looking for you. That's the way it seemed to Romando, and it seemed like that to me, too.
I asked whether she thought Romando attractive.
That has nothing to do with it.
Oreb croaked a warning. Look out!
Of course it does.
You went to the stable with them?
I wanted to see their horses, that's all. Did you see them when they came?
I shook my head.
They've got wonderful horses, both of them. A chestnut for Echo and a bay for Romando. Father got 2 of the richest men in Blanco to contribute a horse apiece. I'd like to know how he does that.
So would I.
Uh-huh. You don't know anything, do you, Encanto?
At least I know how little I know.
Did you really think that could have been your son looking for his father down south?
No. It required a good deal of resolve to tell the truth. I didn't think it could possibly be, but I hoped it was.
I think the father that he said he was looking for would have been younger than you are. He didn't sound a lot like you, either.
I nodded.
You don't know who it was?
I have no idea. None. You'll want to know whether Echo's description would fit my son. No, it would not. My son's name is Sinew.
That's what you said.
It is. He may be calling himself something else. I have no way of knowing. But the young man Echo talked about didn't sound like my son. You indicated that you came with many of the same questions you and Fava had last night. This cannot have been one of them. What are they? She waved their questions aside.
You wrote those letters.
The ones that Romando and Echo are going to carry to Olmo and Novellasita? Yes, I did. I wrote them with your father's permission, and he read them before he signed them. Do you want to know what was in them? Mora shook her head.
Romando's is in his saddlebag. I could go out to the stable right now and read it if I wanted to. I could, but I'd have to break the seal. Does that bother you? That I could read it?
Not in the slightest.
All right.
She leaned forward, her brutal, girlish face intent.
For just a minute, this morning, just before Decina came, we were someplace else. Fava and I were, I think. And I asked Torda about it, and she said she was too. Was that Green? I nodded again. You did it to turn me against Father. I didn't do it at all, not consciously at least. But you've been there? Is that what you call the jungle? What we saw and smelled and felt? Yes, it is. I have not said so. At dinner yesterday you got inside Father's story and changed things around. Did it really happen? I suppose it did. I didn't do it consciously. Good Silk! For half a minute or longer, Mora studied me, her elbows on her knees and her chin in her hands. At last she said, I meant what Father told about. Did that really happen? Did you try to use an Inhumer to fool your son? No. It was just made up? I nodded. I've told you I don't know how I did those things, if I did them. That was the truth. But I've been thinking a lot about them, as you can imagine. Would you like to hear my theory? Telling someone else may make it clearer in my own mind. Go ahead. Suppose that the Duco were to build a road to facilitate the passage of his horde to the border. Might not troopers from Blanco use that same road to besiege Soldo? I don't think I understand this. Neither do I, but I'm trying to. Have you ever seen a dead Inhumo? One who had been personating a human being? You told me that I hadn't seen one at all. I still haven't, not close up. I have, and more often than I like. Those were magic words, although I had been ignorant of their power when I pronounced them. As a small boy, I had heard the stories all children hear, and used to imagine that if only I could stumble upon the correct syllables, a garden would spring up where our neighbors' houses stood, a place of mystery and beauty in which the trees bore emeralds that turned to diamonds as they ripened, and fountains ran with milk or wine. Eventually I came to realize that the immortal gods were the only spirits who granted the wishes of men, and that prayers were the magic words I had sought. It thrilled me, as it still does, and when I told my friends my discovery, they only sneered and turned away. Now, very far from those friends, men and women I will never see again, I had stumbled upon words that were magic indeed. No sooner had I pronounced them than I found myself back in Green's jungles, squatting beside the young man who had joined us and fought beside us, as he writhed and bled beneath the arching roots. Tell me again why you hate the Inhumai, he asked, as if we two were sitting at ease in my bedroom in Enclito's house, and had all the time in the world. I've never told you anything of the kind, I said, or talked to you at all until this moment. You'll know me when I'm gone. They drink our blood, isn't that enough? No. His face was a mask of pain. Encanto? Mora was concerned for me. What is it? Are you all right? I nodded. His mother, Krait's mother. She was the one, you see. We were as poor. You've been rich all your short life. You can't imagine how poor we were. I could try. We had shared out everything when we landed, we who had come from old Viron, and the new people, the sleepers, the ones who had slept 300 years in the caverns of the Whorl. Do you know about them, Mora? Their memories had been tampered with like Mamelta's, so they were confused in strange ways. No doubt she thought I was one of them, for which I cannot blame her, but she nodded politely. The tools and the seeds and the frozen embryos, though there weren't many of those. No human embryos at all. They'd been taken, every one of them. Special talents, you see, untamed and unpredictable abilities that were supposed to help us. But they had been taken by those who had broken the seals. Taken and sold long ago. No cut, Oreb advised me. Good Silk. Silk had been one of them. Silk had been our leader. That was his talent, leadership. People trusted and followed him, and he tried. I tried very hard, Mora, not to mislead them, not to lead them astray and betray them. But Silk had remained behind in the Whorl with Hyacinth, and it almost destroyed us. I see, Mora said, although clearly she did not. Our women were supposed to bear the animals exactly as Mater Amabel's granddaughter had. Bear horses and sheep and cattle and donkeys. Nettle couldn't because she was carrying sinew, and so we gave ours to a woman she had known all her life, who promised to give it back to us when it was born. But she didn't. She wouldn't.
She said it had been stillborn. Many of them were, but that one was not. She hid it from us until she thought we wouldn't know. And it was only a little long-necked animal, like a little camel without a hump, after all. It wouldn't plow, and she and the man who lived with her killed it trying to make it plow. And so we were so poor, Nettle and I were so poor, because Silk had not come. We sold part of the land they had given us and bought a donkey, but the donkey died. Eventually we sold the rest of our land and ate what little we got for it, and bought milk for Sinew when Nettles dried up, and lived in a tent on the Lizard, a little tent I made for us from the skins of the rock goats I hunted. That was when she came, Crate's mother, and Sinew nearly died. My son's name was Crate, did I tell you? Poor Mora shook her head.
You said your son's name was Sinew.
Yes, it was. But when he died, when Crate died there in the jungle, the illusion was last to die. I think it always is. The illusion of humanity. It is a thing of the spirit, you see, and so partakes of immortality. The spirit is the breath, Mora. She nodded again, hesitantly. I could not tell whether she understood everything or nothing. They reshape themselves. That is the animal. That was how they lived and how they reproduced until the neighbors came and found them, and were themselves found by them. It is the animal, as I said. A chemical woman like Mater Marble carries within her half the plans necessary to build a new chem, and a chemical man like Hammerstone the other half. Did you know that? It was how they began to build Olivine. You've probably never seen a chem. I showed her the eye I am bringing to Mater Marble. The animal part is easy. We had lizards at home that could change their skins to look like human skin, and there are bugs that shape themselves to look like other bugs, or like sticks, or the heads of deadly snakes. When an Inhumu dies, it seems to be a human being. Crate seemed to be a young man there to the end, there in Green's jungles. A young man when he died, and for some time afterward. When it was too late, I saw him as I had seen him on the sloop. There was a mirror above the bureau. I went to it and stood before it, trembling. Do you see this face, Mora? Of course you do. It is the only face you can see. It is not my face, however. Come and look. I won't. Poor girl! Oreb flew to her and would have comforted her if he could. Suppose that Farber were to die, Mora, and that you waited at her deathbed as I waited beside Crate. I'd stayed behind, you see, because he had fought for us. I had been wounded too, but I tried to get some of the others to carry him. They would not, Mora. I ordered them to, but they only shook their heads and turned away, even Sinew. And in the end, they would not carry me either. They left me just as they had left him, and I made myself stand and go back to him. You would hear Father's last words just as I heard his. Perhaps she would tell you the secret, the great secret they fear so much that we will learn. You would hear the rattle of Hyrax in her throat, the rattle that he kept and would not allow his younger sisters to play with. In a second or two she would cease to breathe. Do you understand, Mora? Am I making myself clear? She nodded. Still, you would see the child you had known as Father lying in her bed. Her face would appear shrunken, its full cheeks pale and not so full. Yet still Father, a human being of about your own age. She got a lot older just before she went away, Mora said hesitantly. Like grandmother, because so much of her food had been taken from your grandmother while she slept. Foolish people think that they will see the marks of the fangs, and there will be blood on the sheets. The truth is that the marks are small and white, and do not bleed. An Inhumu's fangs are round, you see, and the wounds made by all such round things close themselves unless they are very large. In addition, I imagine that Father was wise enough to bite your grandmother in a place where she couldn't see her wounds, on her back, perhaps, or on the backs of her legs. You would see Father lying there dead exactly as you had always known her. Then you would blink away tears or look aside for a moment, and when you looked back at her you would see something that did not look human at all, a beast dressed like a girl, its scaly face painted and powdered, and its hair a wig. Around New Vyron, farmers like your father put up lay figures to frighten birds. Do they do that here, too?" She nodded again. "Have you ever seen one from a distance when you were out riding, and thought it a real person?" "I think I understand, but I still don't understand how you took us to Green before breakfast." "Because the illusion was there and was strong. When I looked at father, I saw a girl, though I knew better. She was impressing her reality upon my mind, just as the Duco wants to impress the governmental system of his town upon Blanco. But something in my mind seized the links father had forged between the three of us and herself, shouting its own reality, which was and is mine. There were bugles and trumpets all along the road, Mora, and the crash and rattle of marching men with slug guns. All of that was exactly as Duca Fava had intended, but the men were not hers." "I think I understand," Mora said slowly. "I hope so. I don't believe I can explain it any better than I have." "Can I ask about the sacrifice? What you saw in the bull?" "You may, of course, but I doubt that I can tell you more now than I did then." "You said one wouldn't go. Does it mean that only one letter will, or—" "I suppose so." "Or are you just saying that either Remando or Echo is going to stay here?" "That's a good question." For a few seconds I was at a loss, trying to recall exactly what intimations I had received from the bull's entrails. "Did you see whether the letters would be delivered?" I shook my head. "I saw nothing about the letters. It's actually very rare for anyone to see anything concerning an object, as apart from a human being. I saw signs I took to represent the names of the messengers. That is to say, I saw a thorny branch which I took to represent Remando, and a dome which I took to represent Echo. Only a single line departed from there, directed toward an O, which I took to be the sign for Olmo." "Echo has the letter for Olmo. Remando's is for Novella Citta. Is he going to get scared tonight, too scared to go?" "I have no way of knowing. If you're asking whether I saw anything of that kind in the victim, I did not. What about you? You talked to him in private, and you're practically a woman, as I've said before. What do you think?" "I don't think so. He said that it wasn't really going to be very dangerous, just a long, tiring ride. He wants me to suggest to Papa to let him keep his horse for a reward." "I see. Are you going to do it?" "I don't think so," she repeated. "You say I talked to Remando, just the two of us. You wanted to talk to Torda like that yourself." "I didn't intend to imply that there was anything wrong with your speaking to him, only that you had, and were likely to have more insight into his character than I do. You told Torda what she was supposed to do when she sacrificed our bullock. What else did you tell her?" "Good girl," Oreb declared. "Bird here." Mora smiled. "I think he means that you should be told everything I told Torda," I said. "He's probably right. You realize, I hope, that I can't tell you anything she told me." "All right." I sighed and leaned back in my chair, sorry to see the friendly relationship I had built up with Mora destroyed. "I acted against your interests, if you like." "You mean you want Papa to marry her?" "If he wants to, yes." "So I won't get the farm. I'll never be mistress of this house, or rich. I know you think I'm rich now, but it doesn't do me any good." "You think it does not." "I know it doesn't. I'm not just the biggest girl in my class. There's more to it." "I realize that." "Do you know what I'm scared of? Really, really scared of? I want to say what I've been so scared of all my life, but it wouldn't be the truth. What I've been so scared of for the past year. Not father, obviously, or not the war. That more Inhumai would come? No." I shook my head. "What was it?" "That I'd meet some man and think he loved me, and after we were married I'd find out he just loved this place, loved the idea that someday Papa would die and he'd be rich." Her hands, large hands for a girl her age, tightened, grasping her legs above the knee. "I saw it start tonight. This was the first time ever, but I know. 2 big tears escaped her deep-set eyes to course down her broad cheeks. I left my chair to crouch beside hers, my arm around her shoulders. I know it's going to go on and on and on. Suddenly she turned on me, a fledgling hawk. I'll kill him. You can make me promise anything you want, but I'll kill him just the same. What did you tell Torda? The same things anyone in my position would. I stood up and returned to this sturdy, leather-covered chair in which I sit writing. That I thought she loved your father and that he loved her. But that sullenness and sulking would never win him, no more than demanding that he marry her had made him marry her. That if she were cheerful and smiling instead and asked for nothing, he would certainly give her a great deal and might even give her what she wanted. Would that work for me? I shrugged. It might if you were to find a man of the right sort and had an opportunity to be around him for extended periods. It may not work for Torda, I don't know. And if the man is of the wrong sort, it will not work at all for any woman. I ought to go now, Mora said pensively. I ought to get a little sleep, but it will be hard with father gone. You certainly should if you intend to rise early and see the messenger off, I agreed. Just one? I nodded. I think so. Well, I don't. But I ought to get to bed anyhow. When you and your wife and your little son, is that right, were on, what did you call it? I probably said the Lizard Island off the coast. You lived by hunting rock goats? Yes, and by fishing. Well, I'd rather live like that with a man who loved me, and live in a little tent of skins, than live here by myself or with a man who didn't. Why are you smiling like that? Because after racking my brain for 4 long days, I finally realized who you and your father remind me of. I knew, I felt at least, that I had met you both before. I won't tell you because the names would mean nothing to you. Were they good people? Very good people. Without my willing it, my voice grew softer. I myself heard it with surprise. People are always asking me to predict events to come, Mora. Usually I say that I can't, because it's so seldom I can. I try, as you've seen, but it's very doubtful stuff, like my prediction concerning Echo and Romando. She nodded as she stood up. Once in a rare while I really do know the future, however. When it happens, which is only rarely, as I said, I generally have a terrible time making people believe me. Will you believe me now if I swear to you that what I'm about to tell you is the simple truth? The truth about the future? If I can. Just so, if you can. You have been growing up with a number of assumptions, Mora, and all of them are wrong. You said a moment ago, please don't cry again, it isn't worth it, that you saw for the first time what it would be like to be pursued by fortune hunters. He wanted to know how old I was. Her voice was without any hint of emotion until it shook and broke. So I said 15 to see if he'd... She bit her lower lip to steady herself. Because I wanted to see if he'd believe it. And he did. You have to be 16 to get married in Blanco. Is it like that where you come from? Probably not, I told her. I don't know, but I doubt that there is any restriction at all. In Blanco, it's 16. So I said 15 and waited to see what would happen. He looked at me and looked away, and I could see it working in his mind. He asked me about my mother and how many brothers and sisters, and everything I said made him worse. I understand. I, too, saw something for the first time tonight. I think it's very likely that it was the first time that it's ever been seen at all, by anyone. I paused to collect my thoughts. When a boy becomes a man, Mora, there must be a moment when the boy falls away, never to be seen again. But before that moment come moments, which may be many or few, when one can glimpse the man who is to be, the man waiting behind the boy. I'm not a man, even if that's what they say at the academy, or a boy either. I know you're not, which is why it came as such a surprise to me. I had known the other, you see.
but I had never realized that it would apply equally to girls. Even when it took place before me, I was so busy recognizing her. I recognized the woman you will become as soon as I saw her, that I didn't think through the implications for a moment. You talked just now about finding a man who will love you. Maybe I can't, the hawk returned. But by every god in the world, I'm going to try. You will find many, and without much difficulty, I told her. But be careful, be extremely careful, I beg you, that you find one you yourself can love as well. Man come, Horeb muttered. Your father, I told Mora. Why don't you open the door for him? How do you? I know his step. He knocked as I spoke. And his knock, too. Please come in, Enclito, it's not locked. He did, and looked surprised to see his daughter. Mora will be lonely without father, I explained. She wanted to talk to me about that and some other things. She realizes, as I'm sure you do, that she won't be a child much longer. She's concerned about her course in life, as all such young women are. I've tried to help a little, though I haven't much help to give her. It would be a lot, Mora said, if I could believe you. And then, impulsively, Goodbye, Encanto. Goodbye, Papa. She blew us kisses and was out of the room before I could so much as consider what gesture I might make in return. Enclito shut the door. She's not in trouble with some boy, is she? I shook my head. Her mother had a dozen on her string. Nobody ever figured out why she picked me. Enclito sat down on my bed. She wasn't a beautiful woman, but... If I were more polite myself, I would say now that you're mistaken, I told him. In part, at least. You're not that polite? I shook my head. Me neither. Mama tried to make me when I was little, but it saves a lot of time. All right, not a dozen. 6 I can name, and me. No, 8. I wasn't referring to that. A dozen may be the figure for all I know, or 20. But you lied when you said she wasn't a beautiful woman. You could see by my face, huh? I thought I was better than that. You're right, she was, and I was the only one that knew it. You are better than that. It was another face that told me you were lying. You saw her one time, my Zita, before you left the old world? Tonight. What was it you wanted to see me about? I went to the window, which was open already, and opened it more widely. The spy. It was father? I nodded. She ought to have been hanged. Then hang me. I arranged for her to escape in safety. He shook his head, a head bigger than most men's, upon a neck far thicker than most. She was only a sprat. It would have made me sick to watch it. I'm not going to say you did right, but I'm glad you did it. So am I. The Ducos marched already? That's what you said. No, I didn't. I said I thought so, and that if he had not, he would set out within a day. That is as exact as I can make it. We got to meet him in the hills. Enclito stood up, absent-mindedly wiping hands twice the size of his daughter's on his shirt. He gets out into the bottomlands where he can spread out his horses and it's all over. You weren't ever a trooper. It's what you told me once. But you fought enough to get yourself shot. He pointed toward my wound, though it was concealed by my robe and my tunic. There in the side, in and out. It doesn't bother you? I shrugged. To write the truth, Nettle, you must never read this. I was listening to Sirach's song as it floated across the waves 100 leagues from where I stood. That man in the town down south, the one they called the Rajan, it seemed like he ran a pretty good war. The other town had more men, that's what Echo says. He beat them anyhow, with brains and magic. Mostly by luck. Oh, you heard too? If you say so, but I'd like to have luck like that on our side. They say he's got 600 on horses, the Duco. My eyes must have shown the skepticism I felt. He had a spy here? I got spies there. 600, they tell me, and Novella Sitta, and Olmo. You know what I've got? How many horses? I'm trying to get 200. You know my men here? Well, I'm taking them, all 3 of them, on the carriage horses. After that, if I can find just a few more, 200. Meanwhile, I am sending away 2 of your horsemen to carry my letters. It's right what you're doing.
We haven't got so little we can't use any at all. Suppose they both get through. How good a chance they come over to our side? Your estimate would be much more accurate than mine, I feel sure. 1 out of 10, one will. 1 out of 20 for both. Each can bring 150 on horses, maybe 100. So that's 800 to get around behind us as soon as they get through the hills. I said that my chief object in sending the letters had never been to win over Novella Citta and Olmo, welcome though that would be should it occur, and that it was by no means impossible to be outflanked among hills. No, but it's harder, and they'd have to fight us, probably. If they get close, they can go straight at Blanco. You've seen it, the river and the walls. How long could they hold it against 800 men? That's boys, old men, and women. I reflected. A month, perhaps, if they were well led. Ha! A day! Maybe 1 whole day, not 2. And when our men found out the town had fallen behind them. He made a graphic gesture. They're shoemakers and shopkeepers, farmers like me. The gods didn't say we win the war, nor that you will lose it. We'll meet them in the hills and crush them. We've got to. In the hills. He waved toward my chair. Sit down. You're making me all upset. Sit down. I did, and he sat again. In the hills it doesn't matter so much how many men, it's how good they are. If you ask me, I've got to say that Duco's men are better, but we'll be better. We've got to be, so we will be. Tomorrow we march. I sent word this afternoon. It would take all morning to get everybody together, but we won't wait for everybody. We'll be gone before the frost is off the grass. Would you like me to come with you? Inclito raised one thick eyebrow. It's not your fight. Nor will I be of any great help to you, I know. I may well be more of a hindrance than a help. But I would rather go with you and see the fighting than try to make my way back to the coast alone in winter with a war raging. I was thinking maybe you'd stay here and take care of Mama and Mora. I can if you want me to. Or I can come back with news of you if I'm in the way. I am sorry that I said that now, but it is what I said. I have sat here writing so long because I feel sure I cannot sleep so long as Sirach sings. I have sent Oreb to beg her to be silent, although I do not really believe he can fly that far. No, not if he were to fly all night, poor bird, and all day tomorrow. I have shut the window now and closed the shutters. No doubt it will be days before Oreb returns, if indeed he returns to me at all. It was very hard to make myself do it, though it was freezing in here. It does not help at all, even though it nearly muffled the drumming hooves. I am going to pray and go to bed, and, if I cannot sleep, daydream about the first time I lay with Sirach on the clumsy little sloop I built with my own hands and loved so much, and of lying with Hyacinth, too, in ermines on the night of our marriage. How sweet dreams like that would be! Let Inclito see off the remaining riders, both of them, if he can. I have carried this account to the present moment with these words, and I am going to sleep as late as they will let me. 11. In the field. Our whole camp is sleeping now, but I am afraid of my dreams. I had horrible dreams last night, lost in Green's jungles again, and in the hideous city. Besides, I am not tired or sleepy. Why should I be? The troopers walked, or at least most of them did, until they were ready to drop. I rode on horseback. From yesterday morning, then. Inclito woke me, pounding on my door. Before I opened it, while I was still sitting up in bed yawning, I heard him exclaim, "She's gone! She's gone!" I knew at once what had happened, and I had known, or at least suspected, what Mora planned before she left my bedroom the night before, had surely known when I heard her gallop away. I had lifted not a finger to stop her, but then how could I? I advised Inclito to calm down and went outside with him. It was still almost dark, with a light snow falling. In the stable his hired men were milling around and getting in each other's way, as all three tried to ready his horse. Romanda was stamping and swearing, and Echo saddling a tall chestnut gelding that looked as if it could run like the wind. "I'll get her," he promised as he swung into the saddle. "I'll find her wherever she is, and I'll bring her back." I tried to tell him that if he could not, he should go on to Olmo, deliver his letter, and search for Mora again on the way home. but he was galloping out of the farmyard and onto the road before I had said half of it. Inclito's own mount was soon saddled, a good horse, it seemed to me, though not half so good as Echo's. He took me by the shoulders. "You'll have to do it, Encanto. Go into town and see that they leave. They can march as well without me as with me, and I'll join you in the hills as soon as I find Mora and bring her back." Then he, too, was gone, and Romanda was demanding that Inclito's coachman give him the best of the remaining horses, which the coachman adamantly refused to do. I could see that the coachman would appeal to me eventually, and I leaned upon my staff, still half asleep, waiting for it. It came sooner rather than later, even though the coachman had tried to get support from Perito and Sborso first. "I can't, can I, sir? They're not my horses now, are they, sir? I can't let somebody just ride away just 'cause—" "I'm going to find your master's daughter and bring her back," Romando told him for the 10th time at least. "By Pos, if I had my sword, I'd kill all of you." I shook my head and addressed the coachman. "Your master has left me in charge, Afito. You heard it. Do you dispute it?" "No, sir." He was visibly relieved that someone else was willing to take responsibility. "I'll do whatever you say, Master Encanto, that I will." "Good." I turned to the other two, asked their names, and received similar assurances from both. "Now then, how many horses have you here, good, bad, or indifferent?" "4, sir." "And a donkey. I know there is a donkey because I've heard it bray several times since I've been here." "Yes, sir, and the mules." I nodded and spoke to Romando. "Do you consider yourself a trooper, a member of the Horde of Blanco? In Inclito's absence, I am in command of that horde. I am to assemble it this morning and advance to meet the Duco in the hills that separate your town from Soldo. Inclito doesn't want the Duco's troopers burning farmhouses and despoiling the countryside, for reasons much too obvious to require explanation. You are an intelligent, spirited young man of good family, and can be of great help to me. If you will obey me as a loyal trooper should, I will appoint you my second in command on the spot." For a few seconds he was able to meet my gaze. "I want to find the girl who took my horse." "I know you do. If you insist upon setting off after her, on foot, because I cannot permit you to take any of our animals, I will not stop you. I will, however, report your insubordination when the 4 of us reach Blanco, and I will report it again to Inclito when he rejoins us." He could no longer look me in the eye, but he hesitated still. I said, "I won't threaten you with punishment. I doubt that you'll be punished at all, or that you should be. But when you're my age and your fellow citizens speak of those who came forward bravely when deadly danger threatened Blanco, your name will not be among them. There will be questions, perhaps, and whispers. Wouldn't you prefer that your name be honored?" "All right. Yes, sir, I would, sir." I heard his indrawn breath as he came to attention and saluted. I returned his salute, touching my right eyebrow with the handle of my staff. "Some people here call me a Strago," I told him. "I'm no magic worker, but there are times when I have certain knowledge that is denied to others. This is one of those times." "Yes, sir." "If I had let you go after Mora, you wouldn't have succeeded in returning her to safety or even in finding her. I'm not saying that to insult your abilities. I know that you're an able young man, and as a matter of fact I know it better than you do yourself. I say it because it is true." "Yes, sir," Romando repeated. "Nor will her father succeed, nor will Echo. I can only hope they do not lose their lives in the attempt." Sborso asked, "Are we going to town, sir?" "Yes, but not until we've eaten, and our animals too. Do they have corn, or whatever you're feeding?" The coachman said they did. "Good. Come into the house, all of you. I know you don't normally eat at Inclito's table, but this is not a normal day. I need to talk to the women, and it will be best to do it with everyone present." Once in the house, I called Decina and Honorifica out of their kitchen and sent Torda for my host's mother. When food had been passed around and everyone was seated at the table, I rose. "Mora has gone to Novella Città," I told her grandmother. "She took Romando's horse and rode off during the night. Your son has ridden after her, and so has the other messenger. At present I don't know whether any or all of them will come to harm. I'm going to pray for them, and I advise you to do the same. And you too, Torda, Decina, and Honorifica should pray as well." The cook could only stare. I got frightened nods from the other 3 women. "As any of these men will confirm, Inclito put me in charge of this house, as well as the Horde of Blanco in his absence. I can't stay here, however much as I might like to. To be more precise, we 5 men cannot. To the coachman I added, Romando is my chief subordinate. I want you to give him the best horse. He nodded, his mouth full. Inclito told me that he intended to put all 3 of you into his cavalry. Has he given you slug guns and other equipment? Perito and Sforzo said that he had. Then you will come with Romando and me, I told them, and serve there until your master rejoins us. My host's mother began, In Canto, the farm. Her voice quavered. You will have to take care of everything to the best of your ability, I told her. You will require someone to help you, and for that I suggest Torda, though you are not bound to accept my suggestion. Both nodded, my host's mother gratefully and Torda fearfully. I doubt that you will be able to get the winter wheat planted, but if you can, do it. If you can get only some of it planted, do that. Can any of you plow? All 4 women shook their heads. Neither can I told them. But there may be old men or boys on some of the other farms hereabout who can. You might hire one to complete the plowing. Sowing the seed should be simple enough. The coachman asked, You're going to let them keep the mules, sir? I nodded. They can use the seeder, then, sir? Sforzo spoke to Torda. It don't take but 1 mule. Bruna's the best and won't kick if you don't treat her mean. Just pour in your seed and pull back on that handle soon as you're in the furrow. It's easy. I have had a reunion with some old acquaintances, and Oreb has returned. This last may be more important than it seemed at the time. The leaders in Blanco were disturbed at his absence. I believe I might have had an easier time with them had he been with me, but I will recount that later, if I write about it at all. Here I should say that this is still the night on which I wrote about talking to Torda and the other women yesterday morning. Although yesterday morning seems a very long time ago. I was away only a few hours. One of the patrols I sent out when we camped here returned. I sat his leader down before this little fire when he said he had located the enemy, and told him to tell me everything, that he should consider no detail too small. There's not much to tell, sir. You've seen the road here. I nodded. It just gets worse on north. He jerked his head. It's not fit for wagons, sir, only pack animals. How far are the enemy? He sat in silence, watching me finger my beard. I realize you had no means of measuring the distance, I said. But how long were you gone? 4 or 5 hours? You must know about how fast you walked. It isn't that, sir. We went about 2 leagues, I'd say, and going back the same. But these 2 hills— A gesture. You can't see them now, sir. It'll be a little better when green comes up. I nodded. Tell me about them, so I'll know what to look for. There's a sort of saddle higher up, sir, but you can't get through it. No, I don't think you can. It's all full of big rocks and thorn bushes. I saw it. So the road goes on around. More gestures. Over that way and then around there. Around the flank of the eastern hill, so to speak. That's right, sir. Then it comes back this way, sir, bending around west again. I believe I understand. It wasn't as dark as this when we first saw the enemy, sir, and I kept on looking up at that saddle here and there both. I think it's worse on their side, and it looked pretty bad on ours. I nodded again. But you couldn't escape the thought that if only we could go through there, we might be able to take them by surprise. He smiled, teeth gleaming in his dark and dirty face, and I liked him. That's it exactly, sir. We can't do it, but you asked how far. That way it'd only be a scant league, maybe less. Suppose we sent 20 men up on those hilltops, sir. It's practically all rocks up there, just a few thorn bushes. They could be shooting from up there while the rest came around by the road. I called Romando over and explained what we had been talking about. It might help, sir. Romando looked thoughtful. I'd want to look it over first, though. So would I. So do I, as Sergeant, sir, Sergeant Velico. So do I, Lieutenant Velico. How many enemy did you see? Not their whole horde, sir. Of course not. This will be their advance guard or a flank guard, and I wish I knew which. How many, 100, 1,000? I counted 22 fires, sir. It seemed like there was 7 or 8 around each fire. Romando said, plus their sentries. They'll have put out sentries unless they're the biggest fools on Blue. Velico nodded. One shot at us, sir. I tried to get in closer and one shot. That was why we came back. Romando grinned. quickly.
No, sir, I tried to make a little ambush for them, sir, thinking a few might chase us, only nobody came.
Just reaching the cleft between the hills required a fairly stiff climb, and well before we did, I had decided that even if the rocks and thorn bushes Veliko had reported could somehow be cleared away, it would be impossible for horses and pack mules unless a road could be built. "You should have brought your donkey, sir," Romando told me. "You're right, I should have. I was just beginning to wish that they hadn't let me have that horse in Blanco, or that I hadn't taken it." He gave me his hand to help me up a particularly difficult bit, and I accepted it gratefully. I could have ridden one of Inclito's mules, too, and that would probably have been the best solution of all. What was her name? Bruna? I suppose it must mean that she's brown. In any case, she sounded just right for me. From some small distance above us, Veliko called, "This is about as far as you can go." I should have put a sentry up there, I told Romando. "Oh, two at least, well separated to keep them from talking. Do it when we get back down." "Because Lieutenant Veliko says somebody might be able to climb over the top?" "Exactly." My legs felt weak, but with the help of my staff I was able to surmount the last rock, and even to stand upon it without falling. Green showed through the thorn bushes from there, dim and blurred at first, but brighter and more threatening with every moment that passed. Seeing it like that, between the peaks of hills that had once been a single hill and were divided now by this boulder-strewn and thorn-choked dry watercourse, it reminded me oddly of the front sight of a needler. I tried, as I am trying now, to keep that image in my mind and forget its jungles, its terrifying cliffs, and the swamps swarming with poisonous reptiles, the endless leagues of reeds, the eon-old trees, and the putrefying water in which the Inhumai breed. Romando had gone ahead. He called back softly, "All right if I see how far I can go in there, sir?" I managed to nod, I suppose. Perhaps I answered him. Some slight turning of my head had thrust the thorn bushes aside. They clustered thickly to left and right, but down the center of the cleft, where the water ran in the rainy season, Green's gleaming disk shone like a bead of jade. I saw Romando advance a few steps toward it, gingerly pushing thorny branches out of his way that he could readily have stepped around, and watched him halt and turn back in disgust. I went to him, having once or twice to step a little to my left or right, and he goggled at me. "Go back now," I told him. "Don't forget to post those sentries, and don't forget that we are 2 leagues at most from the enemy. Rouse some men to defend the rest. If I'm not back by shade-up, you're in command until the people of Blanco decide otherwise." I turned and climbed the gentle slope, then halted and waved to him and Veliko, knowing they could not miss seeing me with Green behind me. Just then I heard Oreb crying, "Silk! Silk!" above my head, as he had when Silk deserted us at the entrance to the tunnels. I waved to him, but he was unable to reach me through the thorns until I held my staff up, grasping it near the tip, so that the handle was high above my head. He settled upon it, and I drew him down to me and asked whether he had found Sirak. "No find. No sing." "A beautiful one-armed woman with golden hair?" "No find," he croaked unhappily. "Big wet." And then, "Bird wet. No swim." She has gone back into the sea, apparently, and I will hear her no more. I suppose I should be happy, but my heart aches as I write these words. The enemy had camped some way up the northern slope. I halted where the thorn bushes grew sparsely, and was able to study the few who remained awake at my leisure. Soon I saw what seemed a familiar face, then another. For a minute or more I tried fruitlessly to recall the names that went with those faces. One saw me, and I blessed them, making the sign of addition. He came as near as the thorn bushes permitted, his slug gun at the ready. "Rajan? Is that you, sir?" "Yes," I said. "Have you left Hari Ma's employment?" He nodded cautiously. "He paid you? Did you get all your money? If not, I'll go back with you as soon as I can, and we'll get it." "I got everything," he said. By that time another man was coming toward us. He seemed less suspicious, though he had his slug gun as well. It seemed clear that as long as I appeared afraid of them, they could not be expected to trust me, so I advanced until I was clear of the thorn bushes. The second man asked, "Do you remember me, Rajan? My name's Chaku." It was a Gaonese name, and he wore a cloth wrapped around his head, as all the men do there. So I said I certainly did, and asked what he, a Gaonese, was doing here. A lot of us are Gaonese, Rajan. There wasn't much work for us after the fighting stopped, so we decided to go along with these fellows and try to earn a card bit or two. The first man said, "My name's Gorak. You talked to us before we went to fight." Others were gathering around as he spoke. "I recall your face very well," I told him, "and I believe I might have come up with your name if I'd had a little more time." A third trooper said, "You stopped and talked to me once when you were inspecting the trenches, Rajan. It was raining like the gods were emptying a year's worth of slops on us, remember?" I told him I would never forget it, and asked whether he or any of them knew Echo. A trooper who had not spoken before said, "He's not here, Rajan." "But you know him?" He nodded. "He was in my bunker down south, sir. A good man." "He's on my side now," I said, "fighting for Blanco. Quite a few of you are." Just then, by great good luck, I recognized a lanky trooper with a scar across his chin, another Gaonese. I called softly, "Thodi, how are you? It's good to see you again," and his smile warmed me. Gorak said, "We don't have much, but we can offer you some tea." Chaco added, "And cinnamon bread. I'll get it." I lifted my staff and my free hand for silence. "Wait, brothers. You may shoot me in a moment or two. You are with the Duco's horde?" Several nodded. "Then you ought to, and there's no sense in wasting your good food on someone about to die. Do you have one of your own officers? Or is one of the Ducos in charge here?" "A man from Soldo." Gorak pointed toward a tent some distance down the slope. "This is going to be very bad," I told them. "Very difficult." "We won't shoot you," the man who had known Echo assured me. "Listen to me," I told him, "before you make any such rash promises. Are you the advance guard, by the way?" He and the others nodded. I sighed. "I am in command of the horde of Blanco, you see, and we—" Chaco interrupted. "We captured their general 2 days ago." I nodded as though I had known it, and another trooper said, "Their general and his daughter. That's why I'm in command now. I was advising him, and with him unable to perform his duties, the entire responsibility has become mine." "Good silk," Oreb assured them. "I had planned to crush you tomorrow morning. I didn't know who you were then, of course. Now, sacred Scylla, what am I to do?" Oreb answered, "No fight." A moment or two later, Thodi came and stood at my right hand, saying, "Anyone who would strike the Rajan must strike me first." And a chorus of voices declared that they intended no harm to either of us. "Nor do I wish in the least to harm you," I told them. "In fact, I will go further. I will not fight you, no matter what happens." For some time they whispered among themselves, seeming to sway like a field of grain stirred by the night wind. Chaku left them and came to stand on my left, his slug gun ready and his eyes upon his comrades. "No fight," Oreb urged. "Come, Silk." "He's right," I said loudly. "Listen to me, brothers. I want to hire all of you. If you'll return whatever the Ducos paid you and come over to our side, we'll pay you the same rate you got in Gaon." Someone said loudly, "The Duco's giving us a silver card every month." "How much have you received so far?" I asked him. "Nothing," several voices answered. "But you're getting good rations?" "No." "What the Duco intends is quite clear," I told them. "He hopes to take Blanco before he's got to pay you. Then he'll invoke some technicality and give you 1/10 or less of what's due you. 1/10, perhaps, if you're lucky." Many nodded. "I can't offer you that much or half that much, because Blanco will actually pay the entire sum promised." Deferentially, Gorak asked, "All right if I talk to them, Rajan?" "Of course." He raised his voice. "Men, all of you know me. I've been doing this longer than most. It's my 5th war." Those who had begun talking among themselves fell silent. "These troopers," he pointed to Chaku and Thodi, "they're going to side with him 'cause he was their Rajan. That doesn't mean a thing to me, and it shouldn't to you. You hired me a while back, I got my pay, and that's over and done with. If he was just the head man in some foreign town, I'd just as soon fight against him as for him. But there was spells he cast in that war. Real spells that worked. I never saw any of that,
and I misdoubt anybody here did. That I talked to prisoners, and they had a lot to say. You want to fight him now? Well, I don't."
He turned toward me as the contending voices of his fellow troopers rose behind him.
"A lot's asleep, Roger, more than's here, and there's the officer from Soldo. Can you wait till morning?"
Reminded unpleasantly of Green, I said that I could and would.
"We'll talk it over then, all of us. If you see us coming with our slug guns hanging crosswise down our backs and muzzle down, don't shoot, 'cause we'll be going over to you. And if we're going to stay with Soldo and fight you instead, we'll say so first."
Thus it ended. Half a dozen of them would have come with me if I had permitted it, but I ordered them to stay behind to influence their comrades. And now I must sleep for a few hours at least. 12. An exchange of prisoners. What days the past 2 have been! Now I am free, and Enclito is in command again, which is a great relief to me. In addition, we have more than 300 fresh mercenaries, whom I have pledged to pay. Tomorrow I am going back to Blanco to try to raise the money. In a moment I will write about everything. But first I should say that we are a formidable force now. 105 of the troopers we left in Blanco joined us while I was talking with the mercenaries. My mercenaries, I should call them. And yet another group, I would think almost 200, arrived this morning. I was on the point of leaving then, and if an exact count was made, I have not heard the total. What happened after I wrote last was that the mercenaries sent Gorak, Chaku, and 2 others to talk to me a little after sunrise. Their own officers were meeting to decide what was to be done, they said, and they had disarmed their commander and put him under guard. I was invited to come and address their meeting, invited so urgently, in fact, that for a moment or two I thought they might carry me off bodily. I told them that although I was presently in charge of the horde of Blanco, it would be better if 2 of its leading men treated with them as well as I, so that I could not be accused of overstepping my authority. I should explain that I first summoned the 2 I had in mind, and they were in hearty agreement. Nothing had been said about that in their camp, so they returned to speak with their officers again. They came back about mid-morning, this time with a mercenary officer, one Captain Kupus. He is short and stout, and looks, in fact, like anything but a military man, but he is a shrewd thinker from what I have seen of him. His men, whose respect he plainly has, say he is as brave as a Huss. He had brought a counter-proposal, pointing out that our General Enclito was their prisoner and a leading citizen of Blanco. They would permit him, and his daughter as well, to attend the meeting. Surely, he said, I would agree that was fair. Naturally, I replied that I had no say in the matter, and asked the leading men I had chosen, their names are Bello and Vivo, for their opinions. They replied, as I had hoped they would, that Enclito might be under duress. We had no way of knowing what threats had been made to him. They would be happy to have him present, and Mora too, but they themselves would have to be present also. After an hour or so of generally circular arguments, this was agreed to, provided that all 3 of us came unarmed and agreed to be searched. To speed matters up, I loaned Captain Kupus, Gorak, and the rest horses, which seemed to impress them. While these were being saddled and so forth, I was able to conceal my Azoth. For obvious reasons, I will not specify the place. The meeting took place in the open, amid softly falling snow. A circle of stones, serving Kupus and the other 4 mercenary officers, Bello, Vivo, and me, for seats. Neither Enclito nor Mora were present, so we asked at once that they be brought in. It led to the first great surprise of that day, for the girl who was marched out with Enclito was not Mora, but Fafa. I tried to maintain my composure, and I hope managed my face better than Bello and Vivo did. We insisted that seats be provided Enclito and Fava, calling her Mora, as well, and this was done. The other mercenaries crowded around, and the meeting proper came to order. We began by acquainting Enclito, and of course all the listeners around us, although we pretended to speak to Enclito alone, with the present situation. I went to Blanco on the morning that he left home, I told him, in accordance with his orders. I had expected, I said, to find the horde of Blanco assembled and preparing to march. What I had found instead was fewer than 100 men, more than half of them mercenaries. My second-in-command and I spent a good 2 hours conferring with various people, but our efforts added only 42 more. We assembled the leading men of the town then, forcing some who were reluctant to attend to do so. I outlined the danger of defeat in detail, the grave danger that small groups of troopers, widely separated, might be decimated, one after another, by an enemy small when compared to their total, but large in comparison to each group. I had warned them that we would march at once with what troops we had, challenge the Duco's forces, however great, and resist their invasion to the best of our ability. If we were overwhelmed, and I admitted frankly that it was what I expected, I counseled them to throw themselves upon the mercy of Duco Rigoglio, who might conceivably permit some of them to retain their houses, shops, and farms. After which we had formed up 20 cavalry and 96 infantry, and marched. Frowning, Enclito shook his head. "You were taking a terrible risk." It was very gracious of him to say so, I told him, but he knew as well as I that it is the business of troopers to undergo terrible risks in the fulfillment of their duty. This went over well with my hearers, I felt. Fava asked whether we had not gone slowly so that those behind could join us. I shook my head. We marched as fast as we could, with our horsemen riding ahead to scout, and to pick up whatever recruits they could persuade to join us at the farms we passed. By our fast march we nearly reached the last ploughlands before we camped. Bello added that we had marched until midnight to do it, and had risen the next morning with the short sun. Vivo said, "My men and I left Blanco about 3 that afternoon. That's how we were able to catch up with Encanto when he stopped here. The rest wanted to wait and start in the morning, and I guess they did." "We halted where we're camped now on the second night," I explained to Enclito. "Some herdsmen had warned us that the enemy was close, and we sent patrols ahead to find out where they were." Kupus cleared his throat, looking at his fellow officers and then at us. "Last night you told some of these men that you intended to crush us. I wasn't there, but that's what I've heard. How many men did you have then?" "Roughly 250, I said. It was true, although I had not known it when I talked of crushing. "You thought you could do it with that many?" "Or with half that many," I declared. "How?" I shook my head. "I've pledged myself not to fight against you, Captain, but you haven't pledged yourselves not to fight against me." One of the listening men protested. "Chaku, I suppose." Hearing him, I added, "Except for a few friends among you. Certainly Captain Kupus has given no such pledge." Fava said loudly, "You think that the men he's been talking about are his whole force. That's very foolish of you. Haven't I told you that my father and I were staying with you because Encanto didn't want us to go? He could have freed us last night easily if he'd wanted to." Enclito gave her a severe look, as if to silence her. "Less than 300 last night," Kupus returned us to the matter at hand. "How many now? I saw some back there who seemed to be just catching up with you." Bello said, "About 700 infantry." I doubt that it was true. I raised my staff with Oreb flapping on it. "It doesn't matter. In the first place, you're perfectly safe, from us at least, though I can't speak for the Duco, as long as I am in command. I've pledged that we wouldn't attack you, and we won't. In the second, you would be in as much danger from the 116 with which I left Blanco as from the 700 we have now, or from 1,600 or 5,000. If we do fight you, you will be destroyed. That is what all 5 of us are hoping to avoid." Kupus lifted an eyebrow. "But we'd be safe in your service?" "Of course not. We're going to fight the Duco and sack his city, though the plunder will have to be shared with Olmo and Novella Citta, or so I imagine. Some of us, and perhaps many of us, will be killed. Some of you will be killed as well. If I were half the prophet people think me, I could tell you how many, perhaps. I can't." One of the other officers, Caravan is his name, asked, "Can't you say whether we'll take your silver?" "I prefer not to get into that." Kupus repeated, "Can you?" "If you're asking about your personal decision, Captain, I can't tell you. If you intend this company of yours—" I spread my hands. "I am here." Referring to the Duco's officer, another lieutenant said, "I think we ought to bring out Safido, too." I told him I agreed. The captive Soldi's officer was led out, and when I saw that they had not troubled to untie his hands, and that no one brought him a stone to sit on, I knew that my decision had been correct. "This is Captain Cefido, the commander the Duco set over us," Kupus told us. "Technically, I'm his second in command." Some of the listening men chuckled. "Captain, these 3 men are from Blanco. The one in the black robe is Inclito's sorcerer." His eyes conveyed his query, and I nodded. "When I first met him, he was Rajan of Gaon. They call him Incanto here, but in Gaon they say that his real name is Silk." As I shook my head, Oreb croaked loudly, "Good Silk!" I ordered him to be quiet. "These 2 are Colonel Vivo and Colonel Bello. They're probably shopkeepers with needlers, or farmers like General Inclito here. I don't know." "You're trying to suborn these troopers from their duty," Cefido said to me. As soon as I heard his voice, I knew he was an antagonist to be reckoned with. "Not at all," I declared. "I'm simply trying to persuade them that they should repay whatever they may have received from your Duco and take service with Blanco. Captain Kupus would notify you of the change, and we would let you go back to your Duco to tell him about it. We'd even give you a horse for that purpose." "They've gotten no money from Duco Regolio yet," Cefido said. "Many have been with him for almost a month, however. If they do as you suggest, they'll forfeit a great deal of pay, money that they've earned and that they deserve." Bello inquired, "Are you prepared to pay them now?" "No!" Cefido displayed his bound wrists. "Are you?" Bello did not reply. I asked Cefido, "Are you saying you have the money here, hidden in your tent?" He shook his head. "It will be sent from Soldo on the 10th of the month." There was a stir among the listeners. Inclito said, "We ought to take it if we can, Incanto. That shouldn't be too hard for you." I nodded. Cefido smiled. He had a good, warm smile. "Next you'll say you'll pay them for the time they spent in our Duco's service. If there's anyone here stupid enough to believe it, you'll probably win him over." "No," I said, "I won't." An officer whose name I had not yet learned, a burly man with a fair mustache, announced, "I think this has gone far enough. If we stay with Soldo, we'll get the wages the Duco promised. If we sign with Blanco, we'll be starting over for less money. We've all seen the Duco's hoard. Most of us haven't seen Blanco's. I haven't myself, but from what I heard just now, I think the Duco's going to win it." Lieutenant Caraban said, "You weren't in Gaon." "I would say the same if I had been." The wrangling went on for some time. It would take every sheet I have to give it all, nor do I remember it well enough to set it all down. Often there were 2 or even 3 persons talking at once. At last I stood upon my stone seat and was able to quiet them. "You're about to fight among yourselves," I told them. The 2 mercenary officers loudly denied it. "Listen to me. If you decide to remain in Duco Regolio's service, the Gaonese among you and a few others who were in Gaon will fight the rest. If you come over to Blanco, nearly half of you will fight to remain with the Duco. There's not a man among you who doesn't know in his heart that what I've just said is true." I waited for someone to object. No one did, and Oreb crowed, "Silk, talk." "I said earlier that with 100 troopers I could have crushed you. Now you see how easily I could have done it. What need did I have for troopers when I could so very readily have set you to fighting among yourselves?" They were silent and shamefaced. "But I don't want to see you crushed. Far too many of you fought beside me when we beat the Hanese. Let me make the case for my side again. I promise to do it quickly and to be as quiet as you like afterward. First, Blanco will pay you. Whatever Captain Cefido here may honestly believe, I know that Soldo won't. They don't have enough. Second, Blanco will win. A few minutes ago I spoke of sharing the loot of Soldo with Olmo and Novella Città. Did you hear anyone ask about that? Or object? I didn't. The Duco's allies are our allies now." Father said, "I told everyone about their changing sides." "There is the case for Blanco in a nutshell," I continued, "and I believe that any of you who look at it squarely will see that it is a very compelling one." The burly officer snorted. "Not compelling enough for me." "Here's Silk," Oreb insisted, and I told him to be quiet. Many of these men will side with you, Lieutenant, I feel sure. I would like to speak for a moment to those who would side with me. He stood and drew his needler. So did Captain Kupus. Kupus said, I don't think we'll allow that. You have no reason not to, I told him. All that I want to say to them is that they must not fight their comrades, who are also mine. It would be best if you fought for Blanco and justice, but it would be better for you to fight against Blanco than for you to fight among yourselves. I spoke to Kupus again. Captain, I would like to make you an offer, one that will keep friend from killing friend. Colonel Bello, Colonel Vivo, and I came here with you, unarmed and under a flag of truce. I'm sure you won't deny that. You know it's true. He nodded. Very well. I want to exchange myself for General Inclito and his daughter. If— The burly officer with the blond mustache interrupted me. When you were listing your reasons for thinking your town might win, you didn't say anything about your magic. It is not my town, I told him, and I have no magic to threaten you with. That set off a buzz of talk. Father shouted to make herself heard. My grandmother's an old woman. She was nearly 50 when she came here to Blue, and she knows a lot about Stregos. She says Encanto's the greatest Strego she's ever seen. More loudly still she shrieked, Don't say you weren't warned! Kupus stepped near enough that he could speak almost normally. You'll exchange for Inclito? I nodded. And his daughter. I want to be with you to keep you from killing one another. Not the daughter. Holstering his needler, he took a slug gun from one of the bystanders and fired it into the air for silence. She came on her own to try and get her father out, and we're keeping her. That was how our meeting ended. Before Inclito left, he tried to have a word with me in private, but was prevented by Kupus and the guards. He told Kupus, Take a tip from someone who knows, Captain. It's over. You and your men will be part of Blanco's horde before long. You may not think so, but you don't know Encanto like I do. He kissed Father before he rode off with Bello and Vivo. Our hands were free until nightfall. Then Saffido ordered us bound. Our guards took my staff and chased Oreb away.